When Kenya City was being rebuilt, Li Musho quietly bid farewell to Li Hao. He recognized Li Hao's nature, unwilling to return to Qingzhou and reluctant to submit. Fortunately, now that the three demon kings had been driven off and the danger at Heavenly Gate Pass was temporarily resolved, he could rest easy. Moreover, upon learning that Li Hao had slain the Black Bird Demon King, he was shocked, and he realized that Li Hao no longer needed the protection of the Li family. Had it not been for the attack of 4 demon kings, under other circumstances, Li Hao could have protected himself through his own strength. After all, an assault by 4 demon kings posed a risk to even those in the 4 stands realm, let alone Li Hao, who was merely in the heavenly human realm. Regarding the rate of Li Hao's growth, apart from feeling reassured, Li Musho couldn't help but feel a hint of loss and regret. However, seeing the many martial artists from various states that surrounded Li Hao, he understood that this might be the best outcome for him. Not long after Li Musho left, people from the Monster Suppression Department arrived. The one who came was a commandant, as well as 3 monster suppression generals. This commandant was in the 4 stands realm, and the 3 monster suppression generals were powerful beings from the 3 immortal realms. It's worth mentioning that Li Hao had actually seen this commandant before. He was Shang Yuguang, who had backed Li Changfeng, his opponent, at the True Dragon Banquet. As one of the 7 commandants in the Monster Suppression Department, Shang Yuguang, having backed the wrong side previously, hastened over upon hearing the news about Heavenly Gate Pass to meet the youth whom he had hastily parted ways with more than half a year ago at the True Dragon Banquet. When Shang Yuguang arrived, Li Hao's body had already healed superficially under his restrained cultivation and he had changed into new garments, appearing quite neat and refined. In the rebuilt bamboo-fenced courtyard, Li Hao sat on a bamboo mat in the gallery, lightly swinging his feet over the edge into the empty air. On the small table beside him, a pot of tea was brewed, accompanied by a few pastries, giving off a somewhat serene vibe. "Young master, I heard that demon kings have invaded the territory, so I've come to register and investigate," Shang Yuguang stated from within the courtyard, his attitude gentle, yet feeling somewhat awkward. Last time, he had backed the wrong side, and he wasn't sure how deep of an impression this left on the young man. He didn't expect to befriend Li Hao on this visit, he only hoped to mitigate the past incident and regain some distance. After all, there was a long road ahead, just take it slow. Li Hao was amiable and didn't take the opportunity to ridicule or trouble the other, as if he had forgotten the previous events, asking, "What do I need to do to assist? I'll show you the investigation results, and you'll just need to confirm them," Shang Yuguang said with a smile. Yet inside, he was muttering, despite being a commandant of the Monster Suppression Department, he wasn't even invited to sit down. This young man indeed held some grudges against him. "All right," Li Hao agreed, then picked up his teacup and gently sipped. Picking up the teacup was a sign of seeing the guest off. Shang Yuguang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless, managing only to smile and bid farewell to Li Hao. The 3 monster suppression generals at the entrance of the courtyard were covertly observing this young prodigy whose fame had spread far and wide, their eyes filled with curiosity and astonishment. This young master didn't even give face to a commandant, truly a sign of youthful arrogance. However, they had also heard about how Li Hao had slain the minor demon king in the presence of a crowd. His strength was no less than any of the 3 of them, and given time, he would be able to stand on equal footing with those in the 4 stands realm. Thus, there was no need to be overly humble. Only 14 years old, truly preposterous. Indeed, what were we doing when we were 14? I don't know about you two, but I was still playing a game of wits and bravery against demons in the divine travel realm. The 3 monster suppression generals exchanged whispers until Shang Yuguang approached. They ceased their covert communication and stood up straight, behaving themselves. While Shang Yuguang and his party went to investigate the details, Song Chiumo entered the courtyard, and Li Hao immediately invited her to sit and poured her a cup of tea. Song Chiumo took a sip and said, "Refreshing and sweet, not bad." Li Hao just smiled. "I'm preparing to return to Qingzhou," Song Chiumo mentioned, glancing at Li Hao. Li Hao had expected as much. With the retreat of the 3 demon kings, there was no immediate danger, and the arrival of the people from the Monster Suppression Department would somewhat deter the demons, considering that Shang Yuguang, after all, was in the 4 stands realm. These demons dared to provoke the Divine General Mansion at the frontier, acting brazenly, but they feared the Monster Suppression Department even more. Because the Divine General Mansion guarded the borders, facing numerous demons, but the monster suppression department was different. If you provoked them, they would focus on you intently. After all, their duty was to capture demons and suppress evil. They had no other business all day, just focusing on you, tracking you everywhere. The demons despised it. You don't need to worry about me here, rather, you, having left for so long because of me, probably need to go through the registration and authorization procedure again, Li Hao said. Even though Tan Palace would intervene, the formalities would still require some work, especially since it was adjacent to official land, and the being admitted was a 4 realm demon king. The scrutiny was stringent. Minor issue, Song Chiumo replied with a smile, then looked intently at Li Hao and said softly, for now, it seems that there won't be any more troubles here. 3 years from now, I'll wait for you in Qingzhou. Li Hao nodded slightly. Although he was reluctant to return to Qingzhou, since his sizable old friend was there, he didn't mind making the trip. Song Chiumo smiled slightly, her lips curling like a gentle spring breeze, and she offered her empty teacup, saying, more, please. All right. Li Hao refilled her cup, 1 cup, then another. Song Chiumo finished his drink, stood up, glanced at Li Hao once more, and then left without looking back, his figure drifting away and vanishing into the courtyard. Not long after Song Chiumo's departure, the small enclosed courtyard welcomed new visitors and became quite lively. This time the arrivals were from the Heavenly Observatory. They mastered the secret arts of arrays, and most arrays in various cities were carved and laid out by the Heavenly Observatory. The leader this time was the Star Bureau official of the 3 immortal realms, holding an extremely high status. In terms of official rank, he was even half a grade higher than Zhang Yuguang, who had just left. After all, the secret arts of arrays are extremely complex, not only requiring martial arts talent but also tremendous insight. One must dedicate a lifetime to study, equivalent to reaching the apex in 2 different disciplines to be qualified. 1,000 years ago, demons stealthily infiltrated the Heavenly Observatory and stole several scrolls of secret array manuscripts. However, the array mastery demons controlled in recent years has been very rudimentary, because learning these things requires more brains than they have. Arrays are involved with the heavenly stems and earthly branches, the changes of the stars, and the principles of divination. Even after studying for hundreds of years, one might not dare to claim they have comprehended them. The Star Bureau official, with his white and sparse hair, had an air of solemnity and dullness. Li Hao got up to welcome him, intending to offer him tea, but the elder waved his hand, saying they were here to work on orders, not to eat and drink. After meeting Li Hao and receiving the city lord's command from his hand, he turned to get busy. His demeanor had quite the feeling of an old scholar. Ignoring worldly manners, he focused solely on research into arrays. The several accompanying educators also mostly had a dull look, but occasionally their eyes would flicker with contemplative light. Only one girl appeared more vivacious. As the others left, she lingered at the very end and said to Li Hao with a smile, "Please don't blame my master, young master. He is just like that by nature." Li Hao noticed the official embroidery on her chest, indicating the lowest rank among them, an assistant. He smiled and said, "You should learn from your master and delve more into the study of arrays." The girl's radiant smile immediately withered, and she pouted, "Why do you also talk so stiffly like my master?" Li Hao chuckled lightly, without saying more. The girl gave him a look, originally thinking this talented young master of similar age would be lively, but he unexpectedly carried an air of mature calmness. She secretly pursed her lips, turned, and walked away with her hands behind her back to catch up with her master outside the courtyard. "Shang Lan, don't run around, it's time to get to work," said one of her educator's senior brothers. Although from the same school, their ages seemed vastly different, with the educator's senior brother appearing to be in his 50s. No, okay." With her head swaying like a pendulum, the girl drew out her reply in a sing-song voice, one word at a time. After speaking, however, her gaze wandered around the new city, examining the bustling martial artists, a scene she had seen before when accompanying her master to other cities to lay out arrays. It was nothing unusual to her. Soon, under the guidance of Li Hongzhuang, they arrived at a part of the city wall. Just stepping onto the rampart, a chill wind hit, and Shanglan shrank her neck. Then, her gaze naturally wandered forward, and she instantly saw an endless graveyard. She was taken aback for a moment and subconsciously said, These are. Li Hongzhuang, after discussing the array matters in a low voice with the Elder Star Bureau official ahead, turned to look at the young girl upon hearing her murmurs, and gently said, "These are all our sons of Deu." Shanglan felt a jolt in her heart, Her pupils slightly constricted, and her breath seemed to catch. This was her first visit to the frontier pass, the first time witnessing such a sight. Could it be true what the books said, that beyond the Great Wall lay thousands of miles of lonely graves? The image of that young man with a serene smile in the courtyard suddenly surfaced in her mind, and that sense of maturity and detachment now seemed to hide countless scars beneath that calm facade. Her fingers clenched involuntarily, and her eyes took on a much more solemn look. Back in the courtyard, Li Hao summoned Ren Qianqin and the little white fox to deal with the corpse of the Demon King. Ren Qianqin had ridden back on the second day after the great battle had concluded. Although she didn't say much, Li Hao guessed that she must not have returned to Qi State but had stayed in a nearby city. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so quick to come from Qi State to here. About this, Li Hao didn't say much, and everything felt very natural. At this moment, they went to a cordoned-off area within the city, where the Blackbird Demon King's corpse was lying, like a small hill, the area sealed off. The Demon King's body is a treasure all over. How do you plan to handle it? Feng Boping silently appeared beside Li Hao, eyeing the Demon King in front of him, still full of size. The battle that took place here was known only to him and Song Chiumo. It had not been widely publicized, and not many people knew that the Demon King was actually slain by Li Hao. After all, a heavenly human realm defeating a Demon King from the Four Stands realm was a bit too astonishing to hear. This kind of information was considered a secret, and it was better to keep it as contained as possible. Feng Boping also didn't ask much about Li Hao's bizarre state in the martial arts, for he had watched him grow up, but many things were beyond his comprehension, like this monstrous talent. But these things were unimportant. What was important was that Li Hao still remained the familiar little rat he knew. Make a nice meal for everyone. Li Hao replied. Feng Boping was taken aback, looking at Li Hao in astonishment. When he saw the young man's serious expression, he couldn't help but laugh, and soon burst into laughter. You lad, you really have your ways, he said. Li Hao said, the taste of the Demon King should be quite good. It serves as a decent way to thank everyone for their help. That's true, Feng Boping agreed with a smile. That's far from a mere compensation. If they had known there would be Demon King meat to feast on, probably even more martial artists would have wanted to come. Besides the flesh, the Demon King's heart is a treasure. It can help you comprehend the essence of its way and lay the foundation for your ascension to the Four Stands realm, Feng Boping said. The gilt feathers on its back are the essence of an ancient Demon King's bloodline and excellent material for forging divine weapons. You can collect them and send your dragon soar sword along with them to the 10,000 Artifacts Tower to have them help you refine it a second time. Li Hao nodded. He had also thought about this. These were indeed the most precious treasures on the body of the Demon King, coveted by countless people. Prepare a container, I have a use for the blood of this Demon King, Li Hao said. When Ren Qianqin brought several large cauldrons for the blood, Li Hao waved his hand, and the dragon soar sword flew out. Its sword chi piercing the heavens, it charged towards the Black Bird. Under the blade of this divine weapon, the body of the Black Bird Demon King was sliced open. Li Hao severed its neck, and the life-rich treasured blood gushed forth, but Li Hao covered it with his power to manipulate objects, drawing it into the large cauldrons. During this process, he also used his object-controlling power to wring out the moisture from the treasured blood, simply refining it, so that only the thick, fishy, and viscous alien blood remained. The huge bronze cauldrons were filled to the brim, a total of 9 cauldrons. Afterwards, Li Hao sealed the cauldrons with iron water and set them aside for the time being. Next, following the advice of Elder Feng, Li Hao plucked the gold-inlaid feathers from the back of the Black Bird Demon King. The feathers were glittering with gold. Although the Demon King was dead, the feathers still flickered with faint golden light. Li Hao collected all 7 gold-inlaid feathers, then proceeded to cut out the heart of the Demon King. This heart from the Tao Heart realm was covered with divine patterns and contained a profound and vast aura, with natural patterns formed by the power of heaven and earth on it. If one could comprehend it, they would be able to understand the Tao Heart that the Demon King had comprehended. Li Hao found a large white jade tray and caught the heart, half a meter in diameter, on it. The flowing dark gold divine patterns still contained surging power, and even if left to sit naturally, they would not decay for 100 years. Apart from these, the other parts were also extremely precious, but Li Hao planned to share them with the martial artists of the entire city. The other black feathers, though not suitable for crafting divine weapons, could still be forged into decent weapons, good enough for use up to the heavenly human realm. The flesh of the body was also extremely precious, and eating it raw could have great medicinal effects, but the demonic chi contained within was too powerful. It would be better to refine it before absorption. After all, there are some differences between the human race and the demon's constitutions. The little white fox could eat it raw, but having grown up by Li Hao's side, it had become accustomed to cooked food. Elder Feng will take care of setting up the pot and lighting the fire, Li Hao said with a smile, rolling up his sleeves, ready to prepare the Black Bird Demon King for the feast. Feng Boping also became excited about this shocking venture. All the martial artists of the city were in for a treat that evening. Li Hao manipulated the dragon's sword, starting to pluck and debone the Demon King. Ren Qianqin assisted Li Hao, searching for containers to hold the various parts. When Li Hongzhuang learned of the news and rushed over, she was dumbfounded upon seeing Li Hao truly using his sword to cut meat, and beside him, preparations being made, setting up a huge pile of firewood and an enormous iron pot that had been sourced from who knows where. This was a Dao Heart Realm Demon King, whose body's value was inestimable, saying that a tael of gold per tael of meat was not an exaggeration. Li Hao was actually planning to waste it like this. Are you really going to cook with this Demon King? Li Hongzhuang approached Li Hao and asked, astonished. Li Hao turned his head to look at her. Just before, this little ant had also rushed to reinforce them, contributing to their side in the battle outside. Smiling at her, he said, "What flavor do you like, spicy or steamed?" Li Hongzhuang had nothing to say in response. Having defended the frontier pass for over a decade, she never imagined that one day she would have the opportunity to feast on the flesh of a Demon King, something she wouldn't even dare to dream of. Seeing Ren Qianqin struggling to find the right utensils, Li Hongzhuang stopped being coy. As a tiger girl from a military family, her disposition was rather forthright like a man's, and she immediately waved over a deputy from the Bloodsha army. Soon, the canteen squad that always accompanied the Bloodsha army arrived. They brought bowls and chopsticks, serving utensils, and a vast array of condiments. Watching Li Hao handle the corpse of the Demon King, the soldiers of the canteen squad all exclaimed in awe, feeling as if they were seeing something new. They wanted to step forward to help, but they were all declined by Li Hao, who only allowed them to assist with menial tasks such as arranging ingredients. Li Hao preferred to have full control over the cooking himself. He dismantled the Demon King's thighs and wings one by one and then chopped them into smaller pieces. The dragon's sword, the foremost among the 10 famous swords, now served the role of a kitchen knife, skillfully dismembering the Demon King's body under Li Hao's hands. Seeing such high-end ingredients, Li Hao couldn't help feeling a bit of regret. If only he had broken through the bottleneck in his cooking path. How much experience would cooking a Demon King from the Four Stands realm have added? Perhaps tens of thousands. Although it was his first time making a communal meal, Li Hao was not careless or perfunctory, he was extraordinarily serious instead. Carrying the essence of cooking in his heart, he strove to make each dish as exquisite and delicious as if it were a specialty item. Therefore, cooking a good communal meal was a deeper challenge. Li Hao threw himself entirely into the process. The ordinary roaring flames of the firewood were not hot enough to stew the Demon King's flesh and blood to tenderness, and stir-frying was even more difficult. While cooking, Li Hao was also massaging the ingredients, softening them, and making them easier to cook. When necessary, he would employ the Zishao palm to raise the temperature. Now, having stepped into the Grandmaster limit of martial arts, each of his many cultivation techniques was accompanied by another state, the immortal Dao. By harnessing immortal power, he could unleash more formidable might from the techniques. This superior purple sky palm had also transformed into an immortal force purple sky palm, whose steaming heat could easily melt demons and monsters of the heavenly human realm. Against demons of the 3 immortal realms, it could inflict tremendous damage. Used in cooking, it was a godsend for Li Hao. During the cooking process, the residual will within the flesh of the Demon King would sometimes manifest, and Li Hao used his spiritual thought to shatter it. The remnant thoughts within the pores and channels of the Demon King were gradually fading away. At first, Li Hao didn't notice, but later he suddenly had a peculiar feeling. The ingredient itself seemed to possess a transcendent flavor. At the 6th stage of cooking, Li Hao's culinary skills had already reached the peak of taste buds, the ultimate enjoyment for his tongue. Even in the best restaurants of the Imperial Holy City, Li Hao could take to the kitchen and assume the role of head chef. But this was not the limit of culinary arts, spiritual awakening. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly realized that spiritual awakening in cooking wasn't just about the ingredients themselves. It was about cooking something else, something beyond what the flesh could feel, the soul of the ingredients. Li Hao's culinary arts had already reached the 6th stage, but he had never thought he would be the first to primarily focus on culinary arts as a means of spiritual awakening. And now, it was an unintentional act, a spontaneously started cooking session, that suddenly seemed to touch the elusive bottleneck. Li Hao gradually lost himself to the process. He no longer eradicated the lingering thoughts in the Demon King's flesh. Instead, he soothed them with his own will, calming them from an enraged screaming state to gradual tranquility. Those lingering thoughts still remained within the ingredients. At this moment, what he was cooking was no longer mere flesh, but the residual spirit of the Black Bird Demon King. The divine soul of the Black Bird Demon King had long been erased. This residual spirit could be considered soul dust, merely unconscious emotions and thoughts. Therefore, most of the lingering thoughts were filled with violent and bloodthirsty auras. But now, under the manipulation of Li Hao's spiritual thought, they gradually softened and embedded themselves into the ingredients. Meanwhile, these lingering thoughts also became a vessel, much like pores in meat, capable of absorbing seasoning and broth, bringing delight to the taste buds. And so these lingering thoughts did, as Li Hao infused them with his grateful thoughts towards the many martial artists, allowing them to be absorbed, then immersed into the ingredients. Unnoticed, panel prompts started to float before Li Hao's eyes. Culinary experience plus 2712, culinary experience plus 2539. Culinary experience plus 2934, he took that step, culinary arts, spiritual awakening. The bottleneck of his culinary arts was also broken, and he could once again gain culinary experience points. But at this moment, Li Hao was wholly immersed in his cooking, ignoring these prompts. Just like when he had an epiphany at the Grandmaster limit, he did not seek, therefore, he achieved. The most precious things in the world often don't come from seeking but naturally occur. Just like life, conceived from the womb without asking for it. Just like the sunlight that bathes the world, and the alternation of the sun and the moon, without soliciting it. Mountains and rivers follow natural rules. To seek is to row against the current, causing water at the foot of a mountain to flow uphill, which can be accomplished with vast human effort, but it is not lasting. And the ultimate Tao is natural and completes itself, just like this. Li Hao's mind had been on achieving spiritual awakening through the art of painting and fishing, but he hadn't placed hopes on culinary arts, yet it was this art that surprisingly came to fruition. As the sun set and the evening glow spread across the sky like the blush of a young girl, all the martial artists in the city, upon receiving the news, gathered in the center of the town. The scent of the food had already spread, covering the entire Kenya city. Even the Star Bureau officials and other elderly scholars on the city walls, who were still studying the carvings of arrays, smelled it. "What's that smell?" Sha Shanglan exclaimed, lifting her head and sniffing with her delicate, fair nose. She smelled the aroma coming from within the city and couldn't help but look up, but being too far away and her realm too low, she couldn't see clearly. "That young master seems to have cooked the Demon King and is inviting everyone to dine." Next to her, one of the scholars projected his divine soul into the air, seeing and hearing the commotion in the distance, showing a hint of surprise on his otherwise expressionless face. "What, stewing the Demon King?" The others were all stunned, and the Star Bureau officials also appeared contemplative, looking up and murmuring, "That gentleman really is mad." Sha Shanglan thought of the gentle and jade-like young man in the courtyard, somewhat bewildered, finding it hard to associate him with such a wild act as cooking a Demon King. In the center of the city, the scene was set with many tables and chairs. The soldiers of the cooking squad helped serve the dishes. A variety of Demon King flesh cuisines were presented. Stir-fried meat slices, steamed fatty liver, braised tendons, and more. The Demon King was turned by Li Hao into more than 50 different dishes, with a diverse array of styles including hot dishes, cold dishes, and pastries made from a mixture of mussels and other ingredients. A total of over 100 tables were prepared, with more than 50 servings per table. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Li Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down at a table with Feng, beginning to eat. There were no special speeches or words of thanks, all the emotions were invested in the dining table. But Li Hongzhuang still spoke on behalf of Li Hao, saying a few words of thanks before announcing the start of the meal. When the food was tasted, the flavors blossomed on the tip of the tongue, and the emotions and intent infused by Li Hao into the Demon King's lingering thoughts were also conveyed. In an instant, Everyone understood the young man's heartfelt gratitude, a collision of souls that surpassed words. Some of the more sentimental women even had their eyes moistened with tears while they ate. The only sound remaining was the clinking of bowls and utensils. This kid, Feng Boping, as usual, picked up some stir-fried meat slices and ate them. Soon, it seemed as if something flew out of the spicy meat, giving him an indescribable feeling. It was like a consciousness injected straight into his heart, without the need for verbal communication, yet he could taste the intensity of the emotion within. This was no simple dish anymore. Li Hao had Ren Qianqin prepare some food boxes to send to the people of the Heavenly Observatory on the city walls. At this time, he ate his own cooking, sipped his liquor, and although he couldn't absorb the essence of the Demon King's flesh like the others, he could attest that the flavor was indeed excellent. In his leisure time, Li Hao pulled up his panel to check it, and upon seeing that his culinary arts had risen from the 6th to the 7th stage, he showed a hint of a smile. The feeling was not one of surprise but rather a smile of satisfaction, as if everything had naturally fallen into place. The spiritual awakening of culinary arts also helped Li Hao find the way to spiritual awakening in the art of painting and other arts. However, it would still require some trials and errors. After all, talking about it and doing it were two different things. No matter what, he was now finally able to continue leveling up. Outside of Heavenly Gate Pass, 3,000 miles to the north, there is a river called Red Water River, the water an ominous dark red, its bed studded with many red stones, and inhabited by water demons. By the lakeshore stands a mountain, at the foot of which there is a solitary thatched hut, where an idle old man often sits, a demon of the three immortal realms who calls himself the Red God. The Red God commands the demons within 1,000 miles. This Red Water River is his ancestral ground, originally a red blood python in the river, which, after swallowing the sun and moon for 300 years, transformed into a flood dragon and then hunted for food everywhere, eventually reaching the three immortal realms. But now, the Red God in front of that thatched hut was kneeling on the ground, quivering. There sat three figures resting beside the hut, all emitting tremendous pressure. Although they deliberately restrained their power, it still made the Red God's heart tremble, not knowing how he had managed to provoke these three demon kings. Damn the Li family, damn that old fart, damn that brat. Wan Shan, the demon king, clenched his fists, his eyes bloodshot, breaths heavy. He was gravely wounded, currently suppressing not only his injuries but also his rage. His vengeance for his son's murder had not been carried out, and he had also lost a brother in the process. Furthermore, the cooperation with these two beside him had come at a great cost, with all his subordinates wiped out. The Millennium Foundation he had built in the Wan Shan demon territory, all ruined in an instant. His hatred for that young man in his heart was almost driving him mad. With that old Li family geezer showing up here, the Divine General Mansion should be at its weakest in defense. I heard the Li family still has two old biddies who married off years ago, one's whereabouts unknown, the other stationed in the Ancestral Hall. It's a pity, but sending a message now might be too late. We should have foreseen this point. If we had contacted the Holy Palace or the Dragon Gate in advance, and had them lie in wait outside Qingzhou City while we executed that young one, we could have struck a heavy blow during this opportunity. The silver-robed youth squinted as he spoke, a hint of regret in his eyes. It was a rare opportunity. Hard to say, if the Punch Saint dared to show up here, it's possible he might ask those two old dames from the Li family to return and help guard. Beside him, the Dragon Lord shook his head slightly, saying, "Besides, those old fellows in the Ancestral Hall are no pushovers. If the Holy Palace and Dragon Gate are willing to join forces, then there might be some hope. They've already been in touch with each other in secret." The silver-robed youth revealed shocking news, stating, "The people who came looking for us before, do you think they could have been summoned by merely the Great Void Realm? If I'm not mistaken, they must be banding together by now, and this Deu divine dynasty should be split into 10 states to let us have some comfort." "They're cooperating?" The Dragon Lord froze, looking perplexedly at the silver-robed youth. These few powers, usually non-interfering and competitors for many years, could actually come together one day? The silver-robed youth shook his head slightly and didn't elaborate further, saying, "Let's talk about us now. The Monster Suppression Department at the Frontier Pass will probably soon be on their way and put us on the wanted list. Those dogs from the Monster Suppression Department have very keen noses. Shall we continue together, or shall we part ways?" Upon hearing these words, both the Dragon Lord and Wan Shan the Demon King remained silent. "If we are to stick together, do you plan to take us to the Holy Palace?" The Dragon Lord looked at him and asked. The silver-robed youth nodded slightly, sighing. I left the Holy Palace in the past, hoping to live at ease. I didn't expect that for Wanshan brothers' matter, I'd be forced to return. Bowing our heads, aside from the Holy Palace, I wouldn't want to go to the great wilderness heaven. The lot there is too frightening. Wanshan, the Demon King, had a chilling gaze, his heart still grieving over his inability to exact revenge, as well as Gao's death. Meanwhile, his two companions were already considering their escape routes and destinations. To put it bluntly, they came only because of the deal they had made earlier, indifferent to his feelings. I have no interest in the Holy Palace. What about you? If you were to go, you would probably choose the Dragon Gate. Wanshan the Demon King said to the Dragon Lord. The Dragon Lord nodded slightly, sighing. Going to the Dragon Gate isn't great either. The Dragon Gate sent an invitation years ago, but I wanted some freedom and declined. Now, showing up there with my tail between my legs doesn't look good. Wanshan, the Demon King, sneered. One talks about wanting peace, the other about wanting freedom. What bullshit. They simply weren't tempted by the benefits. They had all anticipated the worst outcomes of this operation and had their fallback plans ready. Since both of you have a destination, then let's part ways here. Wanshan, the Demon King, said. He was injured more severely than the other two at his side and held some trepidation about traveling together. What about you? Where do you plan to go, the Great Void Realm? The Dragon Lord asked. Wanshan, the Demon King nodded. Given the circumstances, that's the only option. I hear those people are all about purity and detachment from the worldly affairs, ha. The Dragon Lord picked up on his scorn, unsure if it was directed at the Great Void Realm or at himself, but he didn't mind and said, the Great Void Realm is about to attack Liangzhou. You could take that opportunity for your revenge. Revenge my ass. Wanshan, the Demon King, had an icy look. Those fools' battle plans deliberately bypass Heavenly Gate Pass, avoiding this thorn and deciding to fill their bellies first. Nothing but a bunch of brainless clowns, he thought to himself, but he didn't vocalize this lest it reach the Great Void Realm and cause discomfort for himself. They have been in seclusion for many years, coming out now, naturally, they want to start with a full meal, it's normal. The silver-robed youth said. He then stood up, saying, if that's the case, I wish both of you a journey of 1,000 miles and hope that when we meet again, we can still share a drink and a piece of meat. Well said, we three have known each other for many years and have had some camaraderie. The Dragon Lord said with a light laugh, presenting an amiable smile. The young man in the silver robe smiled indifferently, not saying another word, glanced at the kneeling red god on the ground, and without looking back, he turned and raced away. Seeing this, the Dragon Lord said to the Wanshan Demon King, old brother, I'll be on my way too, until we meet again. The Wanshan Demon King nodded slightly. The Dragon Lord looked at the red god and asked, are you willing to come with me to Dragon Gate? The red god felt a bitterness in his mouth. He had cultivated for thousands of years, had adventured all over in his early years, and had heard of the demon powers mentioned by these great demon kings, having received invitations from them in the past. However, like these demon kings, he had declined because he wanted a quiet life. He had been guarding this ancestral river for 400 or 500 years, meditating and apprehending the way here comfortably. But now, he could feel the implied threat in the gaze of the Dragon Lord Demon King when he spoke. If he did not agree, he would most likely lose his life. These three demon kings were wanted by the Dayu divine dynasty, and since he knew of their whereabouts, he would certainly not be left alive. I am willing. The red god bowed his head, expressing gratitude, though bitterness filled his heart. Good, since that is the case, then come with me, said the Dragon Lord. May I pack my belongings? Asked the red god. Granted. Moments later, the Dragon Lord had taken the red god and left. Only the Wanshan Demon King remained seated in front of the thatched cottage, his expression particularly dark. Suddenly, a breeze drifted by and a figure in clean clothes slowly emerged from behind him. The Wanshan Demon King's expression changed slightly, but he did not turn around. You have caused such a calamity this time, do you still insist on going your own way? The figure in clean clothes said flatly. Hey, did he send you to take me back? Asked the Wanshan Demon King, his eyes displaying ridicule. If you're willing to eliminate your demonic nature and cultivate kindness, you can still be redeemed, said the figure in clean clothes. You've never lost a son before, have you? The Wanshan Demon King scoffed. But this time, he wasn't your first, responded the figure indifferently. But he was my last, the Wan Shan Demon King suddenly turned and roared. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the figure in clean clothes. I will never be able to cultivate another son as bright as him. Do you understand? You should know just how terrible my son's talents were. With time, he could have united the entire clan. What damned holy palace, what dragon gate, they would all grovel at my son's feet and listen to his commands. The figure in clean clothes faced his roaring without changing expression, calmly stating, although your son was bright, reaching such a level would require at least 1,000 years. And given the current situation, I'm afraid he won't have 1,000 years. Wan Shan Demon King glared at him angrily, but he knew that what the other party said was the truth. To reach that level, at least 1,000 years were needed, and that would be considered incredibly rapid progress. But those guys have become restless. He took a deep breath, restraining his anger, and said in a low voice, I cannot go back with you. I want revenge. I also have to avenge Gao. You are obstinate and unrepentant. Do you truly seek death? The figure's gaze turned sharp. The Wan Shan Demon King sneered, looking straight at him. If you want to stop me, come and try. The figure in clean clothes stared at him for a moment, then slowly said, your demonic nature is profound, and you refuse to repent. If you continue to be confused, I can't stop you, but some cultivation techniques you should not use in front of others, otherwise don't blame me for coming to capture you. The Wan Shan Demon King's expression was stern, but he said nothing. This is a Saint Heart talisman. Keep it to save your life. This is your last chance. A talisman wrapped in dark green light was handed out by the figure in clean clothes, coldly warning, before his figure vanished in a flash. The Wan Shan Demon King took the talisman and put it away, his gaze turning dark as he sneered. Do they really think I'm a dog? I've cultivated for 10,000 years. I am a king, the king of the mountains and forests, the king of demons. Infuriated, he looked towards the south, where Heavenly Gate Pass lay, and then, turning, he soared into the sky. When he crossed the Redwater River below, he raised his hand and furiously slapped down. Demonic chi churned within his palm, surging into the river. The figures of demons playing in the river were suddenly filled with panic and terror as they looked to the sky in horror. Red God, save us! Some of the demons called out in fear, but their voices were drowned out. In an instant, the entire Redwater River turned into a river of blood, its bright red color visible from the sky, resembling a sinuous trail of tears on the land. And the figure of the Wan Shan Demon King had vanished from the sky. Shortly after his departure, the figure in clean clothes appeared high above. Looking down at the river of blood below, he softly chanted a verse and mused to himself, is this also considered subduing demons and eliminating evil? The next day, Li Hao had the 9 Cauldrons Demon King's treasured blood escorted back to Qingzhou by Li Hongzhuang. This was the second favor he was repaying to the Li family. Although he heard that they were no longer in Qingzhou, it did not matter, as long as the item was returned to that courtyard. What followed was only the last agreement, to guard for 3 years. Since it was already past half a year, and spring was about to begin, only slightly more than 2 years were left. The snow outside the frontier pass had stopped, but the cold wind still cut to the bone. In 2 months' time, the regions to the south would welcome the spring rains. And Liangzhou, being part of the southern regions of the Deu Divine Dynasty, would see the arrival of spring earlier than places like Yanzhou. Kangya City was still being built and perfected. The residential buildings within the city continued to rise. People from the Heavenly Observatory were constructing arrays on the city walls, and Li Hao flew out of the city to a solitary peak 100 miles away. He laid some hidden traps around him and then called up his system panel to check his attributes. Now, his physical body path, control path, sword technique, and fist technique were all at level 6. His movement technique was at the 3rd stage. As for the fishing Dao and art of painting, both were at the 6th stage, with experience points also nearly maxed out. Chess was at the 5th stage, musical rhythm at the 3rd stage, poetry and books at the 3rd stage, and the carving arts had also reached the 3rd stage, which Li Hao had honed during his spare time over the last half a year while polishing the pig's tooth sword. The pig's tooth sword had been polished into the shape of a sword, but with the dragon's sword, the pig's tooth sword had completely become an ornamental piece, or rather, an artistic piece crafted through carving. With his now 7th stage cooking art, the total skill points he had accumulated were 33. He had already spent 27 points, leaving 6 points remaining. The abundance of skill points and the movement technique stagnating at stage 3 was because he had no energy to immerse himself in poetry and books or musical rhythm to break through to the 4th stage. Without acquiring a new state of mind to help break through the stage 3 bottleneck of his movement technique, he was temporarily stuck there. However, in his attribute panel's state of mind section, aside from the already expended states like the chess state of mind, there was a new state that had appeared. State of mind, cooking spiritual awakening, available for use. Without a doubt, Li Hao chose to use this state on the physical body path. First, he would raise his own realm. Following the prompt to add points, Li Hao chose to use it, and afterward, the skill points disappeared. At the same time, his physical body path broke through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage. A long-awaited advancement. In an instant, a torrent of majestic information poured into his mind. The amount of information received this time made Li Hao feel slightly dazed. But his present constitution meant these messages didn't give him a headache, it was just that the sheer volume was like trying to cram the knowledge of 100 books all at once. Li Hao methodically digested and absorbed this information, and as he integrated it, his body also subconsciously adjusted and transformed according to these insights. His bones and flesh squirmed slowly. The 3 immortal realms: undying, indestructible, and unfading. At this moment, as the skill point was invested, all the information about the 3 realms was revealed. After a long time, Li Hao opened his eyes. He stood up and the many physical cultivation skills on his panel had all transformed, reaching heights far beyond their original levels. Physical skills: Golden Skin 100 Refinement, Vajra, True State, which he originally practiced casually as a low-grade cultivation technique, had transformed to a high-grade one at the 6th stage of the physical body path. Now, it had transformed again, 100 Refined Invulnerable Body, Immovable Ming King, Transcendent. Compared to the initial, Stone Skin 100 refinements, the name had completely changed. What's most important is that Li Hao saw a new realm level behind it. Beyond perfection, beyond true state, a transcendent level. Spiritual awakening, transcendent. Li Hao understood and comprehended in an instant. If the true state represented the ultimate manifestation of a technique by worldly standards, then the transcendent level was no longer in the realm of ordinary cultivation techniques. Li Hao took a deep breath and, all of a sudden, displayed the profoundness of this technique, Immovable Ming King. Suddenly, as if a cold wind had stirred up the entire world, Li Hao's muscles and flesh bulged, like countless small plates swelling and coming together. Every inch of his skin contained thumbnail-sized chunks of muscle, coalescing and pulsing. In the end, the surface of his body had grown slightly larger, increasing his height from 1.80 meters to nearly 2 meters. This size was incomparable to that of demons, but the aura emanating from his body was far more terrifying. Those congregated physical strength and muscles seemed to be outlined on his body as fleshly talismans. Behind him, a shadowy figure appeared, as if born from the power of heaven and earth. The figure was like a divine soul, like a Dharma aspect, 8 meters tall, standing majestically with hands in prayer, like a silent and peaceful deity, its presence so profound that even the wind stopped, not daring to disturb it. That was the transcendent force revealed by cultivating this technique to the transcendent level. Surpassing the technique itself, it was another power formed by resonating with the marvelous forces between heaven and earth. Li Hao raised his hand and slowly pressed forward with a palm. The immovable Ming King shadow behind him also slowly lifted its palm, pushing it forward. But the force generated by the two motions was starkly different. The shadow's movement seemed to transform the entire world into a sea and thick cloth, moving extremely slowly yet possessing an unstoppable force. On the ground 200 meters in front of the mountain, the earth gradually depressed into a huge palm imprint crater. Without any sound of impact, just slowly pressured into subsidence. In no time, there was a palm imprint about 4 to 5 meters in diameter on the ground. And Li Hao felt as if he had barely exerted any effort, merely lifting his hand. Li Hao took a deep breath, feeling the surging power within his body, and a glow flashed in his eyes, overflowing with the urge to have another battle with the great Demon King. At this moment, as his practice came to an end, his physical realm had also experienced a long-awaited climb. Of course, this long-awaited is relative to Li Hao. For others, breaking through the bottleneck from the heavenly human realm to the 3 immortal realms in just over half a year would be too far-fetched even for a play, and they would be booed off the stage. But at this very moment, that blockade had naturally dissolved away, like ice and snow melting. From the limit of the Grandmaster realm, through the land immortal realm, he had officially stepped into the 3 immortal realms. And directly surpassed the undying realm, reaching the indestructible realm, His body was transforming, with the power of the universe pouring into it, constantly hammering at his physical form. This mountain was engulfed by the power of the universe, like a hurricane enveloping it, shrouding the entire peak. The vast aura alerted the people in Kenya City 100 miles away. Many headed out to investigate, and Ren Qianqin, who was waiting at the foot of the mountain, immediately stopped the crowd to prevent them from disturbing Li Hao. Upon learning from this little girl that it was Li Hao who was cultivating, these martial artists were finally able to breathe easy, having initially thought it was some sort of demon attack. However, even as they relaxed, the sight of this energy hurricane left them feeling both shocked and astounded. Was this the cultivation of Dao, the unparalleled genius of all ages? This was like absorbing the power of heaven and earth as if downing a huge gulp. No wonder the gap between them was so vast. Compared to Li Hao, their cultivation was like counting rice grains while eating, one per bite, whereas Li Hao was feasting from an entire table with a full plate. Li Hongzhuang also hurried over, and upon learning that it was Li Hao who was cultivating, she heaved a sigh of relief and quickly sealed off the area, instructing the onlookers to leave. Despite these martial artists having come earlier to assist, the matter of cultivation was extremely secretive. Even she, if not out of curiosity, ought to avoid the situation. However, having previously witnessed Li Hao's cultivation, Hongzhuang now felt mentally prepared for it. Meanwhile, in the mist outside the mountain, Feng, holding a small wine pot, had been leisurely sipping now and then, but now he stopped in his tracks. He stared blankly at the mountain, eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. That kid broke through to the three immortal realms? 14 years old in the three immortal realms. Even for Feng Boping, who had seen much of the world and could bear a lot, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. When that kid enters the four stands realm, he won't be 20 years old yet, will he? Thinking this, he felt as if his heart had been struck yet again. It's just as well, as long as I'm old enough, I won't be considered his peer, that's not too embarrassing. Consoling himself with these thoughts, Feng Boping felt his mind broaden once again. Taking another hearty swig, he slapped his thigh, his face filled with mirth. In the midst of the mountain, after practicing the mysteries of the 100 refined indestructible body and the immovable Ming King, Li Hao went on to practice other cultivation techniques. The original 1,000 flood dragons sage transform into dragon had now evolved into the 10,000 flood dragons body true dragon, true form. This cultivation technique was inherently of a high level, meaning with his 7th stage physical body path, he had not yet grasped its transcendent level. Yet, its true form was no less remarkable than the immovable Ming King. As he practiced, Li Hao's flesh and blood throbbed, no longer confined by his body. Every part of his flesh seemed to harbor its own independent power and consciousness. Li Hao's physique rapidly grew more robust, his bones elongating, while the power of heaven and earth swiftly nourished him, astonishingly forming patches of true dragon scales on his body. These scales, condensed by the flesh gathering the power of heaven and earth, had already broken the boundaries of ordinary men. Ordinary mortals are also referred to as those with common skin. Upon entering the immortal realm, one's body ceases to be mortal, capable of regrowing limbs, with an indestructible body and unwithering true strength, all signs of a transcendent level. At that moment, Li Hao's body broke free from its previous physical constraints, similar to how demons, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, could use demonic energy and illusions to transform into humans, while still essentially remaining demons. Now, Li Hao was able to transform himself, a more genuine change than that of demons, not an illusion, but through the reconfiguration of flesh and blood, altering the original structure of the body. The exterior could change. Accompanied by a low roar, Li Hao's eyes emitted frightening golden light, his pupils turning a reddish gold color, his hands became claws, and his body transformed into a small true dragon. This was the incredible perception brought by the 7th stage of Tao in the physical body path. It was an understanding of the body far beyond that of a normal individual in the immortal realm. As the body changed, the 48,000 pores all over transformed into 96,000 true scales, increasing the speed at which he absorbed the power of heaven and earth. Li Hao instantly understood why the Dragon Clan was so dominant. Their innate body structure made for a cultivation speed unmatched by humans. The key was that the power absorbed by these scales could be rapidly transformed within the body. Some demons, by their very physical makeup, could easily absorb power, but their internal pathways were fragile. If they absorbed too quickly, they would burst and die. Thus, they had to actively weaken their absorption rate to maintain balance. This is also the principle of yin and yang that underlies all things. The Dragon Clan, however, was different, rough and simple, absorbing quickly and digesting even faster. In an instant, the aura within Li Hao's body climbed once more, moving from the indestructible realm to the unwithering realm. With the bottleneck broken and the gate of life within his flesh pierced, a robust life aura diffused from within Li Hao's body, circulating outside before retracting back into his body. This life force gradually sank into the acupoints and flesh throughout his body, transforming into unwithering power. This unwithering power spread throughout his entire body, ready to activate in times of peril and unleash the maximum extent of strength. Normally, the three realms of the three immortal realms are vastly different from one another. The undying realm breaks through the mortal coil, allowing for limb regeneration, but the indestructible realm doesn't even suffer bodily damage, akin to a divine weapon. One can strike without any worries and need not consider the damage the cultivation technique does to oneself, enabling many cultivation techniques to be executed to even more violent extremes. Thus, in terms of explosive power, the indestructible realm naturally surpasses the undying realm, nearly doubling its crushing force. And the unwithering realm represents a complete release, akin to having two lives while also being able to vent endless strength and execute moves that exceed the normal limits of the body. This is also the deterrent power that makes the unwithering realm so formidable. At this moment, after 2 cultivation sessions, Li Hao had reached the pinnacle of the 3 immortal realms. But Li Hao could feel that this was still far from the true limit. If all other realms had their limits, then the 3 immortal realms also had their limit. The 3 immortal realms take body cultivation to the transcending mortality and entering sainthood stage, a transformation of the body's essence. This is an extremely critical watershed realm in cultivation. Li Hao also wanted to explore the limits of the 3 immortal realms. He did not stop, he continued to practice the 3rd physical cultivation skill. Originally, by relying on the incomplete primordial cultivation skill extrapolated from the 6th stage of the physical body path, the 5th level was the primordial body. Having the cultivation technique named after it could also be considered as perfection. But now, as the insights from the 7th stage of the physical body path surged in, this technique subtly evolved again, transforming into the supreme body. Primordial returns to the root, while supreme remains peerless. If the primordial gathers strength into unity, then the supreme represents transcendence. A breath of immortal chi flowed in and out of Li Hao's body, connecting with the power of heaven and earth, refining his being. His flesh seemed to be imbued with divinity, harboring a faint golden glow. Within his pores, a golden ocean seemed to churn, his flesh rapid transforming as his physical strength continually climbed. The life aura within him grew increasingly rich, constantly churning and condensing. In the unwithering realm, if the regeneration of limbs for others took a day, then for Li Hao, it only required an hour. If combined with the attribute of biding one's time and honing one's skills, it could possibly take just half an hour. With the cultivation of the supreme body, Li Hao's flesh became even more formidable, not just in self-healing ability but also in the degree of indestructibility, surpassing that of a typical practitioner of the 3 immortal realms. After a moment, the turbulent energy around Li Hao subsided. An aura that was vast and elegant began to emanate from all over his body. The supreme body had been perfected, in its genuine state. His body was independent yet seemed like a distant light reflecting here. There was a sense of standing in the mortal world yet transcending it. With the perfection of the supreme body, it represents a physique, not an offensive power, but rather a defense. However, the defensive effect is extremely exaggerated, peerlessly transcendent, with many cultivation techniques and skills unable to take effect against it. When Li Hao walked through a downpour, completely relaxed and without exerting any power, not a single drop touched him. The breath emitting from his pores would make surrounding dust and snow naturally shy away. When under attack, his body would instinctively defend itself, with fists, feet, or weapons unable to make contact. If he were to confront someone of the same realm, fully activating the state of the supreme body could even momentarily turn him into an untargetable being, transcending physical existence. Li Hao didn't know if this state of the supreme body were to encounter a powerful practitioner at the initial step of the Tao heart realm of the 4 stands realm, which would be stronger or weaker. As he concluded his practice, Li Hao suddenly felt his pores trembling minutely. It seems as if something was about to emerge from his body. A scorching heat welled up, as if he were in a furnace, his blood beginning to course uncontrollably fast. His pores seemed to breathe heavily, exhaling a hot breath, his body faintly glowing with golden luster. As his blood's surging speed increased, the golden glow grew even more brilliant. Until a certain valve opened up suddenly during a breath, all the power in Li Hao's body erupted like an explosion, his flesh tensed, and a mighty force emerged. His flesh turned to red gold, his vision and hearing drastically increased, his eyes seemed capable of piercing the void, seeing places 7 or 8 times further away. His hearing became so sensitive that he could hear the sound of insects crawling in the forest dozens of miles away, and like an echo, the image of the insect and the patterns of its tracks through the snow mud emerged in his mind. Li Hao's mind also became clearer, yet it carried a strong sense of excitement and a desire for destruction. Li Hao was astounded. This wasn't a trait of the supreme body. He quickly checked himself, and soon understood the reason. It seemed he had reached the limit of the power passage realm. This peculiar state was just a brief entry into the state after the limit of the power passage realm. Li Hao then felt the physical strength within his body. Previously, when he practiced the bright jade true demon skill, his strength of the flesh reached 5 to 600,000 catties, but now it had surged to 1,000,000 catties. Li Hao's body contracted, shifting from the form of a true dragon back to a human figure. The tension and swelling within his body grew more pronounced. Is this the limit of the power passage realm? But it seems I can cross this limit, and my physical strength can still increase. Li Hao felt the surging of blood throughout his body, as his physical strength climbed higher and higher, from 1,000,000 jin to 4 or 5 million jin, and finally, it reached tens of millions of jin. When he reached this level, the flesh and blood of Li Hao's body turned dark golden, and countless similar dark lights sparkled within his pores like stars. He felt his heart violently throbbing, his breathing somewhat hurried. Li Hao controlled the blood within his body, gradually calming it down, withdrawing from this limit state. After a moment, the strength throughout his body reduced, returning to the initial 1,000,000 jin. The limit of the soul succession realm is the heaven and earth law manifestation. Is the limit of the power passage realm this strange state of physical excitation? Li Hao's eyes flickered, and he temporarily referred to this state as divine power. Power limit realm, divine power. From the effects just now, it could temporarily increase his physical strength by tenfold. And what increased wasn't just strength alone. If it were merely physical strength increasing from 1,000,000 jin to 10 million jin, that wouldn't count for much. After all, the royal Zhou realm cultivators, practicing the peerless meridian clearing skill and the qi circulation skill, could reach 10 million jin of qi force. But under the divine power state, physique was also amplified. Now, in the 3 immortal realms, entering this divine power state with red gold flesh, Li Hao's self-healing ability, and the indestructibility of his body, were all 10 times their original levels. An arm that would heal in an hour could now regrow in mere minutes. And the typical immortals of the 3 immortal realms would need at least a day or 2 to regenerate a severed limb. The disparity was too great. In battle, even if severely injured, a slight restraint would allow his body to heal and burst forth with fighting capability once more. Like Feng, who was previously ambushed by a demon and tore a huge hole in his abdomen, even with the aid of medicinal pills to assist, it took half a day to heal. Although the 4 stands realm was stronger, the healing ability compared to the 3 immortal realms had not increased much. After all, they were not body refinement practitioners. After reaching this limit of the power passage realm, if I practice other cultivation techniques, my physical strength can be elevated further. This divine power state feels unlike the heaven and earth law manifestation of the soul succession realm, not a true limit, but some kind of threshold. Reaching this threshold allows for the temporary excitation of this divine power state. Perhaps, condensing the soul 360 times and opening the heaven and earth law manifestation is not the limit of the soul succession realm. I just haven't reached a higher level yet. Li Hao's eyes shimmered, and if the second possibility were true, then the path of martial arts cultivation would be profoundly deep. After all, the typical soul condensation is less than 100 times. 360 times is already world-shocking, while the royal family reaches only around 160 times. Now, I've touched upon these limits in both the power passage realm and soul succession realm. The great meridians of the Zhou realm are still not fully opened. If I can achieve another spiritual awakening, and raise my control path to the 7th stage, I'll be able to unlock all the major meridians within my body. Another method is to find more meridian opening skills, cross-reference them to find gaps, and open the remaining major meridians one by one. Next time I visit Tianji Tower, maybe I'll find suitable cultivation techniques. Currently, I have 98 unlocked major meridians. The yin and yang dual pulse is already cleared, only 10 shy from the common 108 meridians. I wonder what state will be achieved once all the Zhou Tian realm's meridians are opened. Li Hao's eyes flickered. When he first opened the yin and yang dual pulse, he vaguely glimpsed a golden light, standing like a celestial gate, yet it was unattainably far. If all the body's meridians were opened, perhaps he could step in and touch it. Through the process of cultivation, Li Hao also realized that attaining the state received at the limit of each realm brought forth the strongest combat capability. For instance, in the land immortal realm of the heavenly human realm, with a breath of immortal qi, one could transform into an immortal, even capable of contending with the four stands realm. Of course, the main reason he could slay the Black Bird Demon King was relying on his Yellow Sparrow diagram and its 1% fatal attack attribute. Otherwise, the Black Bird Demon King would have at least had a chance to escape, not doomed to die. However, it's unknown what kind of power one would obtain at the moment of complete transformation into an immortal, and whether it would be possible to slay a Dao Heart Realm practitioner. Li Hao had previously estimated his transformation level at around 30%. Once it surpassed 40%, it would become very difficult to pull oneself back, a critical point. He was able to just barely stop it with the help of Feng and Song Chiumo blocking the heaven and earth. Without external assistance, it would be certain death. But conversely, within 40%, although risky, that portion of power could be sacrificed to borrow. At life and death junctures, it's the most powerful trump card, capable of turning the tide in a desperate situation. I wonder, what could be the limit of the three immortal realms? Li Hao's heart was filled with anticipation, and he faintly guessed at a possibility, but it seemed somewhat inconceivable, furthering his yearning. Gathering his thoughts, Li Hao continued to cultivate the fourth cultivation technique. Dragon Cicada Void Body. This cultivation technique had also been extrapolated to higher levels, already transcending the technique itself. Besides, the Bright Jade True Demon skill and the 5 organs primordial body that Li Hao previously looted, had all been extrapolated to higher levels as well. The storm still swirled around the mountain peak, its imposing presence growing stronger instead of abating. Through the energy tempest, Feng Boping could feel bursts of energy that even he found somewhat daunting. And outside the mountain, Li Hongzhuang's expression was serious. The several vice commanders of the Bloodsha army beside her were also intently focused on that mountain peak, their eyes revealing a frightened look. They could feel that the youth inside seemed to have reached the three immortal realms. The occasional reveal of that breath made them shudder. The other party seemed to be not yet 15 years old. Is this the most outstanding talent that the Li family has produced over thousands of years, surpassing their ancestors? At the foot of the mountain, Ren Qianqin sat cross-legged, holding a sword, while the energy storm sweeping over the mountain peak also dispersed some of its fury, which she absorbed. The aura within her was constantly escalating, her soul form condensing. In front of her knees, a little white fox lay on a clump of snow, looking listless and out of spirits. Since it had eaten the flesh and blood of the Demon King, it had been in a continual state of languor, its eyes changing from their original black to a shade of orange-yellow, a deepening color that grew dull and took on a dark crimson sheen. As the energy storm gathered, it merely lifted its eyelids for a glance, then returned to its position on the snow, but the energy flowing around it was silently absorbed by the fur covering its body. Li Hao's cultivation continued. Many cultivation techniques were practiced one by one, each one understood, each detail mastered. From sunrise to broad daylight, the aura on the mountain peak flickered unpredictably, and the rare glimpse of an indescribable feeling made the eyelids of Li Hongzhuang and others outside the mountain twitch. Finally, there seemed to be a long-lasting calm within the mountain peak. And the heavenly and earthly energy that had enveloped the mountain peak was no longer growing but slowly contracting until it turned into a breeze-like vortex and dissipated without a trace. On the mountain summit, only the figure of Li Hao sat quietly. His clothing was somewhat tattered, the result of the burst seams from the earlier dragon transformation. From the gaps in his frayed clothes, an exposed body could be seen, forged like gold. All sorts of auras were concealed by the myriad attributes. Yet even so, the transcendental detachment inherent to the supreme body, coupled with the suppressed hint of malevolence from the bright jade true demon, endowed the youth with an indescribable quality. Li Hongzhuang gazed intently, her eyes slightly losing focus. She felt that the youth had changed tremendously and was no longer the Li Hao from before. Grandmasters walk alone, and Li Hao had walked his own unique path, reaching for even higher realms. Opening his eyes, Li Hao's pupils seemed to contain concealed stars, his gaze calm, like a peaceful lake. Noticing the two figures at the foot of the mountain, Li Hao looked down, and upon seeing the little white fox curled up as if in deep sleep, his eyes softened. Having practiced and deduced all his cultivation techniques, Li Hao's physique had reached an unprecedented level. Although he had not tested it, Li Hao felt that if he were to encounter the great Demon King again, he might well be able to fight it. The exact extent of his ability needed to be verified firsthand. What was slightly regrettable was that despite having cultivated many techniques to the limit of the unwithering realm, with power vast as an ocean within him, he seemed to have some distance yet to reach the ultimate limit. Li Hao got up and stood naturally, as if his movement urged the celestial and terrestrial forces upon the mountain to lift upward, creating a sensation as if the heaven and earth were rising with him. Li Hao looked toward the clouds, and his gaze could directly penetrate to where Feng Boping lay hidden within. Their eyes met, and Li Hao smiled. Feng Boping sighed in admiration. Indeed, he was at the three immortal realms. Although Li Hao had concealed all his energy, he could still feel that this young man was truly a monster. Li Hao floated down the mountain, and as the celestial and terrestrial forces dissipated, Ren Qianqin gradually ceased her cultivation. Now opening her eyes, she saw standing before her, the gentle and jade-like youth. "Young master." Ren Qianqin quickly stood up from the ground and sweetly called out. Li Hao glanced at her aura, Soul Succession Realm Level 10. Having returned from Deus City, it was quite decent she could reach this level in just half a year of cultivation. The feast from the Demon King had benefited all the martial artists in the city, with most of them experiencing an increase in skills, and Ren Qianqin's improvement was particularly evident. However, below the Grandmaster realm, it was possible to swiftly elevate one's level merely with resources. As long as the resources were sufficient, progressing 1,000 miles in a day wasn't just a madman's dream. Of course, relying on medicinal pills could result in a somewhat hollow realm of progress, whereas nourishment from food was another matter entirely. "It seems you're close to the divine travel realm," said Li Hao. Ren Qianqin smiled. "Yes, I'm going to prepare for soul refining soon." Li Hao nodded. "When we return to the city, I will write a soul refining skill for you, and you can follow it for your cultivation." Ren Qianqin was thrilled. "Really?" Li Hao smiled and immediately bent down to pick up the little white fox in the snow. The little white fox opened its eyelids to look, saw it was Li Hao, and closed its eyes again, reassured. Li Hao noted the changes in the little white fox, but upon investigation, it wasn't sick or anything serious, it was most likely just overfed. "Let's go, let's head back," Li Hao said. Ren Qianqin nodded and followed closely. Li Hongzhuang approached him and quickly said, "How this cultivation? Have you made a breakthrough?" Li Hao nodded slightly without going into detail, leaving Li Hongzhuang standing dumbfounded in the snow. Previously she could vaguely sense some auras but couldn't be certain. Now, there was no longer any doubt. Outside Qingzhou City, at the Divine General Mansion, the enormous 9-honored beast cauldron being transported here, such a spectacle attracted the attention of many passers-by, who stealthily discussed their speculations about the contents sealed within it. Inside the Eternal Spring Court, He Jianlin heard the report and immediately ordered the escort of the Bloodsha army to be admitted from outside the mansion. As the 9-honored beast cauldron was positioned, the ladies from the other courts also rushed to the news, eyeing the beast cauldron, uncertain of what was inside it. The iron seal on top prevented any probing. "What's inside this?" He Jianlin looked at the deputy commander of the Bloodsha army who had escorted the cauldron, knowing he was a trusted follower of Li Hongzhuang and also an illegitimate member of the Li family, and her attitude was quite cordial. "Madam, I am fulfilling General's orders to deliver this precious blood of the Demon King back for young Master Li Hao." The middle-aged deputy bowed respectfully before speaking. He Jianlin was startled, and upon hearing the name Li Hao, the ladies from the other courtyards also showed a moment of surprise. Now, within the Divine General Mansion, those two characters hold a reputation that is as profound as thunder after a lightning strike. Demon King's precious blood? Gao Qingqing looked at the 9-honored beast cauldron with surprise. Such a large volume. Could this be the blood of a great Demon King from the Four Stands realm? Beside him, Li Yun and Li Jining were also staring in bewilderment at the term Demon King, feeling it was incredibly distant. After her moment of distraction, He Jianlin's expression suddenly shifted slightly. She vividly remembered what Li Hao said when he left the mansion. Was this now a repayment for the second favor? He Jianlin's eyes moistened slightly, but she quickly composed herself and said, "Then please trouble everyone to deliver this precious blood of the Demon King to the mountain and river courtyard." "Yes, madam." The middle-aged deputy accepted the command. But before he could leave, He Jianlin hastily inquired, "Is Hao doing well at the frontier pass? This Demon King, is it that little Demon King's father?" The middle-aged deputy shook his head slightly and said, "The Wan Shan Demon King gathered 3 Demon Kings to invade, and this is the precious blood of one of them. The Wan Shan Demon King and the other 2 have already escaped." 4 Demon Kings. Everyone's faces changed drastically as they gasped together. Even on the northern Yan battlefield, such a prominent stage for the world's attention, the simultaneous appearance of 4 Demon Kings would be enough to shake the court. What's more, at the Heavenly Gate Pass, that lone city. Then Hao He Jianlin turned pale, shaking, almost feeling unable to stand. The middle-aged deputy hurriedly said, "Madam, there's no need to worry. The Demon Kings have been driven off. Young Master Li Hao is unharmed. With the help of Master Tianji and the arrival of his uncle, had those demons not fled quickly, they would have all died." He Jianlin's complexion finally relaxed, and she found that her palms were already sweating. Although she had not witnessed it herself, she could imagine just how perilous the battlefield at Heavenly Gate Pass had been. And Li Hao, having survived such a huge catastrophe, chose to send the precious blood of the Demon King back. This was not just to thank the Li family, but to repay a debt of gratitude. However, what Li Tiangang had sent back in the past was merely the blood of a 3 immortal realms demon that had lived for 3,000 years. Now, this was the precious blood of a 10,000 years Demon King. The gap in this reciprocation was too great. In another 2 years, is that child really going to leave the Li family? He Jianlin suppressed her tears, feeling a bitter and uncomfortable sensation in her heart. After a while, she gestured for the middle-aged deputy to step down with a wave of her hand. She then said to a maidservant beside her, "Write a letter to Liangzhou. Tell Tiangong that his son has repaid his gratitude." The others, upon hearing He Jianlin's words, stayed silent. In the crowd, Wang Shangru, the 8th lady, gave a soft sneer but didn't speak. Her daughter Li Ruming was slapped by Li Hao back in the day, and after being investigated for the reason, although no one took a stance, the word "deserved" was practically written on everyone's faces. As a mother, however, she couldn't swallow this insult. Yet, with Li Hao's rising influence now, she couldn't openly say anything. In Liangzhou, at the eastern border war camp, the extensive defense line, a long wall built of black stone, stretched across the border. The land beyond the border is pitch dark, the ground covered with scorched weeds, and the trees within the mountains and forests are all cut down to maximize the field of view. Done to prevent demons from stealthily approaching under the cover of night. Everything is visible for 100 miles. At this moment, outside the war camp, numerous soldiers were dragging the corpses of demons back to the camp. Everywhere on the ground, fresh blood was spattered. On some flatbed carts and stretchers, many wounded soldiers were carried along with the remains of those who had died in battle. They had just gone through a large battle, causing grievous losses to the demons. The soldiers had casualties too, but the numbers were not high. Reporting to the marshal, 43,255 demons have been annihilated. Our side has 720 severely injured, over 1,000 with minor injuries, and 321 killed in action. An officer came before Li Tiangang and reported earnestly. Hearing the war report, Li Tiangang's furrowed brow remained unchanged as he simply nodded slightly. Afterward, his gaze shifted toward the vast expanse of land beyond the black soil. These demons repeatedly harass us, testing our military strength in the eastern regions. With Fifth Brother holding down the western side, the demons have long since investigated and might attack from the north or the south. When he mentioned the south, his eyes narrowed. In the south of Liangzhou lies Heavenly Gate Pass. Thinking of that mountain pass, he pictured the stubborn, unyielding figure of the young man and those stubborn, cold eyes. The wrinkles between his eyebrows deepened. Marshal, since the young master previously slew the little demon king in Deu City, that Wanshan old demon king surely wouldn't let things rest easily. Next to him, Li Fu expressed his concerns with a worried tone. Looking at the wounded and maimed soldiers all around him, he thought of the young man at Heavenly Gate Pass, knowing full well how harsh the borderland winds and snows could be. Li Tiangang remained expressionless, saying, "That little demon king was exceptionally talented, and the Wanshan old demon king will not let this go. He might collude with other demons to invade our territory." Then, Li Fu couldn't help but glance at him. Li Tiangang calmly said, "Hao has a 4 stands realm martial artist secretly protecting him, an old friend of my second uncle, and there's also the Qilin from Tan Palace Academy. He should be safe. As I lead the troops to Liangzhou this time, all matters in the mansion are temporarily handed over to my sister-in-law to manage. With no one to watch over my second uncle, and no one able to restrain him, he's likely to be impatient and head for Heavenly Gate Pass. With them there, even if the Wanshan old demon king summons the other 2 demon kings outside Heavenly Gate Pass to attack, they should be capable of defending themselves. It will also provide an opportunity to sweep clean the demon kings outside the pass, leaving it to the monster suppression department to gnaw at their remains. There will be no need to abandon Heavenly Gate Pass then." The previously determined abandonment of Heavenly Gate Pass was a reluctant measure. If it can be held, that is naturally for the best. After all, this is a place founded by the former emperor and the ancestors of the Li family, soaked with the blood of countless forebearers and soldiers. Li Fu was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean they are using Li Hao to lure the demon kings outside the pass? Wouldn't the young master be in too much danger if he gets involved in a 4 stands realm battle? Li Fu couldn't help but express his concern. If he doesn't want to get involved, he should simply retreat obediently, Li Tiangang said coldly. If he lowers his head, the Divine General Mansion is always there for him to return to. Li Tiangang said in a cold voice, "The letter I sent him before was an opportunity for him to step down. He's too high-spirited and proud to admit any wrongdoing, not even sending a reply back. Since that's the case, let those demon kings discipline him. Let him understand what cruelty is, what despair is. Once he has seen life and death, he will realize how ridiculous his defiance is." But the young master is still young, and it's normal for him to have youthful impetuosity. Might this approach be too? No need to say more. Li Tiangang cut him off with a wave of his hand, saying, "This is the Eastern Territory. Liangzhou could erupt into danger at any time. From the previous investigations, a figure from Longmen has appeared, and the Holy Palace from Northern Yan, an old comrade, intends to relocate, treating Liangzhou as a gap. This could be a fierce battle on a par with Northern Yan. Don't get distracted." Li Fu opened his mouth slightly, let out a bitter laugh, and said no more. At that moment, a sparrow dived down, plunging from the clouds like an arrow. Li Tiangang looked up and raised his hand. The swiftly diving sparrow halted rapidly, perching on his forearm. The sparrow puffed up its chest and spat out a scroll from its beak. "It's the Madam Skylark." Li Fu recognized the little bird demon that served as a war message courier, specially bred by the Divine General Mansion. Li Tiangang took the scroll, unfolded it, and glanced at it, his expression changing ever so slightly. "Marshal, could it be that Qingzhou is in trouble?" Li Fu couldn't help but ask. Li Tiangang's expression darkened, his fingers pinched the scroll, and it turned to ashes. The second favor. The fingers that had crushed the scroll clenched slightly into a fist. He remembered when he was in Northern Yan, hearing about Li Hao's inability to cultivate, he had charged out of the military formation alone, slain an immortal great demon, and transported its treasured blood back. Now, the young man had sent the 9 cauldrons demon king's treasured blood, repaying that favor from the past. Does that settle their debts? An array of emotions, a mix of discomfort and anger, surged in Li Tiangang's heart. He could even visualize the young man's cold eyes when he returned the demon king's treasured blood. Moreover, the scroll mentioned that there were not 3 but 4 demon kings attacking Heavenly Gate Pass. Fortunately, with the help of Tianji Tower and the arrival of his second uncle to reinforce, the demon kings were driven away. 4 demon kings. It was such a formation that, even though Li Tiangang was not in Heavenly Gate Pass, he could sense the dangers there. Towards Tianji Tower and his second uncle who had gone to help, he felt expectantly relieved and yet harbored indescribable complex emotions. He suddenly realized, with the young man's fame spreading far and wide, even without the connections of the Li family, many would value him. Trying to force him back by sheer strength would meet many obstacles. And these people would all become the source of encouragement for the child's stubbornness and pride. So, is he planning to defend Heavenly Gate Pass for 3 years, and then cut ties? Li Tiangang muttered to himself, a chill appearing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, calming his emotions, and refocused on the battlefield in Liangzhou. He understood that with the child's stubbornness, he was certainly determined to see his path through to the end. The great battle in Qingzhou had made the Li family notorious throughout the land, but it was a name met with mockery. After all, a father-son battle, though most people harshly criticized Li Hao, calling him unfilial, at the end of the day it was still about the Li family. He would not let such a scandal happen again. Once the battle situation in Liangzhou was over, or once the situation in the Eastern Territory had stabilized, Li Tiangang planned to personally go to Heavenly Gate Pass and drag the other party back. That so-called agreement, he had never taken seriously to begin with. Tearing it up wouldn't matter. He would not let Li Hao exit the Li family so easily. Outside the long wall of black stone, in a swamp 1,000 miles away. The swamp stretched for hundreds of miles, with mud churning within, and occasionally burst bubbles of mud would appear. Waves of foul stench emanated from the swamp, and suddenly, a stirring of mud in one area extended a huge figure, which turned out to be a Jiao dragon. Its body meandering, coiling in the swamp, covered in scales smeared with mud, its emerald green eyes seemed to hold a strong poison. Have you found them out, that Li Tiangang is indeed stationed in the Eastern Territory? To the west is that Li family's fifth brother, and to the east is Li Tiangang. In Kangzhou, the trace of the Li family's eighth has already been revealed. Those two old fellows from the Li family still need to sit tight in Qingzhou. Several figures appeared above the murky swamp, draped in black robes, but the edges of the robes revealed the clothing inside, which was a dark gold color, the height of luxury. Right now, our people haven't started shifting towards Liangzhou yet, but the mere rumors have already startled the Li family like a spooked bird. One of the figures in black robes let out a strange laugh, occasionally sticking out a forked tongue to lick his own cheek and nose while speaking. Another figure in black robes, upon seeing this subconscious gesture, furrowed his brow in displeasure, saying, "Can you refrain from that disgusting habit? We are aiming for the tribulation to transform into dragons, striving to shed our Jiao form. You still keeping that serpentine nature is truly nauseating." "That's you all. I have no plans to become a dragon. I will become a great snake," the aforementioned figure said with a sinister laugh. In fact, he had truncated some of his thoughts, which was not only to become a great snake but also to become a snake that devoured dragons. HMPH. Upon hearing these words, several others snorted coldly, showing their dissatisfaction. "Did you come here just to quarrel? Speak plainly. I still need to go back for some more sleep," said the mud Jiao lazily in the swamp. The elders said to have you occasionally gather some little ones to attack the Eastern Territory, tying down Li Tiangang and keeping him there. Before long, the Holy Palace will come to take over this place. The Holy Palace and this Li Tiangang are old foes, having fought from northern Yan to here. They swore to flay and eat Li Tiangang alive, and this time without the aid of the Saber Saint from northern Yan or the favors from the Great Desert Sword Saint. Let's see what Li Tiangang can do to block. The lands of Liangzhou are desolate, without producing any prominent heroes. Even if there were any, they are either dead or have long since vanished. HMPH, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't beat him, I would even want to go find trouble with this Li Tiangang. Let's forget about it. This young rascal, Li Tiangang, although not one of Li family's older generation, is also at the peak of 3 immortals. I heard that in northern Yan, he even slew over a dozen immortal great demons, extremely terrifying. Luckily, that 9th of the Li family died in battle in Kangzhou, otherwise our demon race would have one more formidable enemy. Enough idle talk, we still have to go up north to check things out. The north, that area borders Yuzhou, defended by the Xia family. It's somewhat tricky, and cannot be penetrated through that flank. Originally, breaking through from the south would have been best, but it turns out that Li Tiangang's son is over there, guarded by 4 Stan's realm protectors, forcing a change of route. The figures in black robes chatted amongst themselves and waved to the mud Jiao in the swamp, then flew off towards the north. That Xia family, I've heard they're not on the best terms with the Li family. Let's first go test the waters, see if the Xia family will cross the border to help when we invade the north, said one of the figures in black robes. Heavenly Gate Pass, Kenya City. With the assistance of many martial artists, Kenya City was now nearly perfected. An elder from the Heavenly Observatory, a Star Bureau official, along with his few students, was busy setting up arrays, working till they were covered in sweat. Xia Shanglan wasn't as lively and playful as before, remaining quiet by her master's side, diligently assisting and simultaneously observing and learning earnestly. Occasionally, when she looked up, her gaze would fall upon the location within the city, but all she could see was the silhouette of the walled courtyard. Li Hao had written his modified and integrated soul refining skill for Ren Qianqin, a method that could cultivate to a level close to that of the imperial family. The soul refining skill he practiced combined multiple methods, enabling him to surpass the imperial family's version. While Ren Qianqin practiced in the camp, Li Hao grabbed the dragon's sword, tossed the little white fox onto the cool mat in the yard, and then left the mountain pass alone. The 3 demon kings had fled, and he didn't know if he would still encounter them in their lair. Li Hao urgently needed a demon king to practice his skills on. Outside the pass, the cold wind blows in gusts. Li Hao moved through the air, flying toward an even more distant place. This time he no longer needed to worry about the possibility of being ambushed by a demon king at any moment, necessitating seeking refuge with Feng to escape. Though he was only at the peak of the 3 immortal realms, Li Hao felt that even if he encountered a demon king of the Dao Heart realm, he could still fight without having to transform into an immortal. Regrettably, when he tried to increase his level, from the 7th stage to the 8th stage of the physical body path, he was prompted that he needed to condense his Dao Heart. The first step of the 4 stands realm, the Dao Heart realm, might be the weakest, but it's of utmost importance. Li Hao could only rely on himself to find that Dao Heart before being able to level up. Li Hao felt that once he found the Dao Heart and leveled up, he might very likely step directly into the peak of the 4 stands realm, which is the level of the Buddha Lord. By that time, apart from the imperial court, there should be no place in the Deu realm that could stop him. Within 300 miles outside the pass, Li Hao had already fished and flattened the area before. Now passing through again, Li Hao saw only a small number of minor demons, who had wandered here, settling down to seek food, and he killed them with a flick of his hand. The demons in this wild area were like weeds, growing back if not cleared regularly. Li Hao planned to make some of his own banners to plant in these areas afterward, to let these demons know that these lands were off limits to them. 700 miles away lay the Wanshan district. This place was formerly forbidden territory for the human race, entry forbidden, or else the Wanshan demon king would capture and kill those who trespassed, and not even the Deu divine dynasty could issue a warrant for him. But now, Li Hao stepped directly into this land. On his way, he casually slew 4 heavenly human realm demons. These demons occupied their own territories, each extending about 100 miles, not infringing upon each other. Li Hao didn't give them a chance to speak, simply raising his hand to kill them and even flattening their territories. When Li Hao arrived at this once forbidden district, he saw that the once picturesque Wanshan mountains were now deathly silent. Inside, there were only a few minor demons of the Zhou Tian realm, with little spirit intelligence. The rest of the demons had vanished. Either they perished in the great battle, or they fled the area upon hearing the news. Racing through, Li Hao saw caverns the demons had carved into the mountainsides, reeking inside. On the mountaintops, there were demon flags imitating the human race, with Wan Shan written on them, tattered and obliquely positioned against mountain slopes, stripped of their former pride. Li Hao unleashed his divine soul to survey the entire Wanshan territory. Encountering some minor demons with bared teeth, he simply slapped them to death. Nearing the central area, the mountain peak of the Wan Shan Demon King was perilous, with a stone staircase leading to the summit, built in splendor. At the summit stood a hall resembling a golden throne, standing like a palace in the deep mountains, fierce with a touch of demonic eeriness. Around it were giant lion sculptures, depicting the true form of the Wan Shan Demon King, on whose pedestals dragons and phoenixes were carved, as if they were melodiously pleasing the giant lions. Li Hao flew past, casually shattering them. With a physical strength of 1 million jin, he could easily shatter mountains and rocks with his bare hands. If he wielded objects with his power, with one thought he could move mountains, with another he could cleave peaks. You didn't rush off too hastily. Li Hao saw that nothing was left inside the palatial halls, except the jewelry and jade inlaid as decorations, which held little value for demons besides their ability to shine. Making a full round, Li Hao found no gains. The immortal realm demons' dens were also empty, evidently having prepared an escape route before the great battle. Li Hao kicked and shattered the grand hall, resembling a palace, then soared into the sky, leaving the place. He changed direction, heading toward the southern area, to Longshan Taoist Temple. Inside Longshan Taoist Temple, the once bustling temple was now empty and quiet on the vast enlightenment ground. The thin smoke of incense that used to billow was now reduced to just a few sticks burning, barely any ash remained. Two untransformed little demons sneaked in, wriggling through a dog hole at the back of the temple. Seeing the deserted ground, they bared their teeth in secret delight. They then ran to the incense, forcefully puffing up their chests, eager to suckle. But suddenly, a shadow loomed over them, followed by the stench of rotting flesh and the buzzing of swarming insects, covering both small demons. The two small demons showed a look of terror. Before they could struggle or scream, they were completely enveloped and then dissolved into bloody water. The trace of demonic chi squeezed from their bodies wafted into the mouth of a mummy-like demon. Mountain yokels, daring to suckle on dragon incense. The mummy demon snorted coldly. This incense was not ordinary, it was blended with special demon flesh and blood. The burning incense contained a unique demonic chi, which, when inhaled for cultivation, could enhance cultivation levels. The Dragon Lord is taking his time returning. The last information gathered was that the attack on Heavenly Gate Pass failed. A seductive woman with the lower body of a centipede swam over, her fan concealing her face as she spoke softly. "Husband, it's just us here now. Shouldn't we leave as well? The Dragon Lord probably isn't coming back." "Leave? Where can we go?" The mummy demon shook his head. "If the Dragon Lord comes back and sees we're not here, he will hunt us down. We can flee somewhere else, to the north of the Dayu Divine Dynasty, to northern Yan. They just ended a battle there, and I heard that many demons died, so many territories should have been vacated. We could go there and declare ourselves kings," the seductive centipede woman suggested. "There is a holy palace over there. Although they retreated several thousand miles after being defeated, if we go there, we need to signal the holy palace. After all, we're not just any ordinary yokel demons." The mummified corpse shook its head and said, "Moreover, I suspect that the Dragon Lord might have gone to seek refuge with Dragon Gate. I heard him say before that Dragon Gate plans to attack Liangzhou, and I don't know if they will choose Heavenly Gate Pass as the breakthrough point. If they do, the Dragon Lord will come back. When that time comes, we can charge with the Dragon Lord and get a share of the spoils and also gain many benefits." Dragon Gate. The seductive centipede woman's eyes lit up when she heard these two words. As a demon of the Scaled clan, they all longed to enter Dragon Gate. It was said that there are many true dragons there, and moreover, they would impart the demon arts for demons to transform into dragons after surviving calamities. "Since my husband has such a plan, I will listen to you," said the seductive centipede woman softly, her voice carrying a hint of flirtation. The mummified demon smiled and was about to embrace her to say something when suddenly he sensed something and turned his head to look. At that glance, his pupils immediately constricted. Not far away on the Taoist temple grounds, a well-dressed young man was standing there, quietly watching them. "It's you." The mummified demon recognized the young man's appearance and was horrified, almost scared out of his wits. He was the only three immortal demon who had escaped back from Heavenly Gate Pass and had personally witnessed this young man's power. A common fighter of the three immortal realms was no match for him. Yet the opponent had dared to pursue him here, over 1,000 miles from Heavenly Gate Pass. Human race. The seductive centipede woman looked at Li Hao with confusion. She wanted to approach him with her flirtatious smile and eliminate him, but hearing her husband's shocked cry made her heart contract, giving her an ominous premonition. "You just mentioned Dragon Gate. Tell me about it again, in detail," Li Hao said with a smile. "You actually dared to come here? This is our demon's territory?" the mummified corpse said, staring intently at Li Hao, while sending a message to the seductive centipede woman by his side. "You go kill this kid. I'll deal with the people behind him." Upon hearing this, the seductive centipede woman glanced around but saw no other figures. However, she did not dare to take chances. She unleashed a teasing smile and said, "Where is this cute little human coming from? Little brother, do you find your sister beautiful?" Her bottom half, a centipede body, contracted and transformed into a pair of slender and fair legs, as she sashayed towards Li Hao. Gusts of demonic wind swept by, activating her seductive demon art, which would normally affect many in the heavenly human realm. Li Hao stood still, unmoving. Bang! Suddenly, the seductive centipede woman's head exploded as if it was slapped by something, blood spraying everywhere. The flirtatious smile on her face was fixed stiff on her lips. Her body flew backward, landing to the side and transforming into a massive centipede form but with the head already burst open, revealing a frightened divine soul inside. "What kind of monstrous human is this? He's clearly in the immortal realm. How could my husband ask me to kill him?" The mummified demon who was about to flee had only lifted his foot when his expression froze in place. He couldn't even distract the young man for a moment. "I'm not very patient, speak properly," Li Hao said indifferently, as a strand of sword chi rose from the ground like a star, piercing the mummified demon's shoulder, and then flew back, stopping right in front of his eyes. The cold killing intent made the mummified demon's heartbeat quicken. Compared to the previous encounter, the young man's strength seemed to have improved to a level that was somewhat unfathomable to him. Could it be that he had advanced to the Four Stands realm? He felt as though his own mind was failing him. Such a thing was impossible. Under the pressure of imminent death, the mummified demon swallowed and spoke out everything he knew. When he had finished, Li Hao, without any courtesy, released a sword chi that pierced his body and then extinguished his divine soul. As for the divine soul of the seductive centipede woman, Li Hao showed no mercy, and with a raise of his hand, the forces of heaven and earth converged to annihilate her. The mummified corpse, being in the indestructible realm, had tried to reveal his true form and battle with Li Hao, but the gap in strength was too vast. Liangzhou, Dragon Gate. Li Hao's gaze flickered. The mummified demon didn't know much, but demons were eyeing Liangzhou, eager for action, and this aligned with the military report information previously transmitted by Li Xuanli. However, according to Second Elder, Dragon Gate is one of the top forces among demons. The powerhouses within its influence are not much different from those in the Divine General Mansion. If Longmen were to gather all its powerhouses to attack Liangzhou, then flames of war would likely erupt everywhere in Liangzhou. Relaying solely on the Li family may not be enough to hold such a vast territory. Shaking his head slightly, Li Hao didn't think much of it and decided to focus on securing his own heavenly gate pass for now. As his divine soul traveled through the Taoist temple, Li Hao found some leftover demon materials, but nothing particularly rare or precious. Inside, Li Hao found 4 demon cultivation techniques, which he added to his panel, all of them body-refining skills. He stood in the Taoist temple, practicing each one by one, but there was considerable overlap in the parts of the body these techniques fortified, only increasing his strength by 300,000 caddies. Now, his physical strength of the flesh had increased to 1,300,000 caddies. In the state of divine power, it was 13 million caddies. Such a physique was extremely powerful even among demons. After leaving Longshan Taoist Temple, Li Hao stomped down from the sky, collapsing the entire temple, obliterating it in an instant. Only then did he turn away and head towards the peak of the Holy Demon King. But by the time Li Hao arrived, the place was deserted, and the demons from beyond the 3 Heads Pass, who had previously assembled to kill him, had now abandoned their lairs and fled to unknown locations. Li Hao felt a bit regretful. He had previously been afraid of encountering these demon kings and only dared to fish on the outskirts of their territories. Now, when he wanted to find a demon king to practice against, he couldn't find any. With no other choice, Li Hao could only cast his gaze further afield. He destroyed the holy peak and left the place, delving deeper into even more distant lands. Lava Cave. 100 miles around the cave was bare black rock, and inside lied an active volcano, with lava flowing. Red snakes and fire lizards coiled around the edge of the magma pools, some transformed into half-demons, with the upper body of a lizard, but the lower body consisted of snow-white human legs, clinging to the rock walls like geckos. At that moment, a small black-winged sparrow flew in from outside the cave. After landing, it transformed into a girl looking about 6 or 7 years old, cute as a button, but with a mature demeanor. She glanced around quickly before bowing her head and whispering a message. After a short time, the lava surged, and a giant python covered in red scales rose from the bottom of the pool, its demonic aura rolling out unrestrained. The strangest part was that its neck forked into 3 separate snake heads. Tianji Palace, how did the investigation you were tasked with go? Have the people from the Great Void Realm really entered our world? Seeing the massive red-scaled 3-headed python, the little girl was respectfully timid and said crisply, "Triad Chief, please rest assured, Tianji Palace has taken care of everything you need. We've gathered all the information you wanted. The Great Void Realm has indeed entered our world, this time planning to attack Liangzhou. They were invited by the Holy Palace and Longmen, with Longmen taking the lead and the Great Void Realm along with the Holy Palace serving as support. Additionally, Wan Shan, the Demon King, failed to attack Heavenly Gate Mountain and has fled along with the Dragon Lord and the Holy Demon King. Their territories are indeed now vacant. And the National Master of Northern Cold Country, who was under Wan Shan, has also retreated. Northern Cold Country is currently lacking a national master. Triad Chief, if you are interested, you could have someone from your command go there. Hearing the girl's words, one of the heads of the red-scaled three-headed python flashed with a sneer. That old demon king really is foolish. Its foolish son died a good death. It said he was killed by someone from the human race. We really should thank that person. Longmen has invited us. Do you think we should go? Asked another head. The three heads seemed to have independent thoughts, with their voices having distinct differences. The largest head in the middle didn't speak, its gaze sovereign and deep. It spat out two blood-colored agate-like objects towards the little girl. This is your reward. Thank you, Triad Chief, the little girl said, her expression joyful, and then respectfully asked, do you have any other orders? Not for now, you can go, the snake replied. All right, the girl answered obediently. Then her body wrapped in demon chi. She transformed back into her original black bird form and flew out of the cave. After bursting out of the lava cave, the black bird rapidly ascended, aiming for the clouds, and performed a secret technique, vanishing from sight. However, just as she was about to disappear completely, suddenly a streak of golden sword chi came flying at lightning speed, cutting off her wings. The black bird shrieked in horror, looking towards the source of the flying sword. There, a figure was rushing toward it with a burst of flight speed control that alarmed it. The black bird quickly turned to escape toward another direction, but with a wing missing, its speed was greatly reduced. It unleashed its innate demon talents and peerless technique, using demonic chi to form the shadow of a wing, while the wild wind around it split apart, offering it an unimpeded path. It darted away like a sharp arrow, but suddenly, the space around it seemed to collapse, closing in on it swiftly. Bang! The black bird's body was tightly grasped, struggling violently in midair. Li Hao's figure stepped forward as the dragon's sword circled back from afar to its sheath in his hand. So tiny, heavenly human realm. Li Hao sized up the black bird, which revealed its true form to be only half a meter in size. I heard there's a force among the demons named Tianji Palace, modeled after Tianji Tower, made up of a group of weak beasts and birds, roaming among various demon tribes, conveying information, trading information for survival, adept at hiding and searching. The black bird, upon hearing the youth's monologue, had its pupils contract in fear. It had recognized the youth, that peerless genius stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass. How could he appear so deep within demon territory? If it was killed here, even the Dayu divine dynasty would not be able to avenge it. Spare me, I'm just a minor demon, cultivating by absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon. I have never harmed a human life. The black bird hurriedly begged for mercy, no longer daring to struggle. In its information, this youth could tear apart demons of the three immortal realms with his bare hands, let alone itself. Your body reeks of blood and flesh, not as clean as you claim. Li Hao said softly. His gaze swept around, and his divine soul was deployed with a pressuring immortal power inherent to it, making the black bird shudder. His divine soul scoured the surroundings, following the traces of demonic chi from the black bird to locate a mountaintop, where a small amount of demonic chi was gathered, likely its lair. Let's go, take a tour of your nest. Li Hao used his control over objects to carry the black bird, and flew towards the mountaintop. Spare me, I feed on the flesh of demons, I swear I've never harmed a human. The black bird implored in terror, but Li Hao ignored him. You deserve death. The black bird, filled with rage, its eyes blazing with ferocity, suddenly struggled and lunged at Li Hao. But before it could get close, it was stopped by the force controlling objects. The black bird despaired, casting a hateful glance at Li Hao. Its life force surged within, then it spat out a mouthful of blood, and its demonic chi scattered. Li Hao looked on in surprise as the life force of the black bird quickly dissipated, choosing suicide? I haven't even started to interrogate you. A thought crossed Li Hao's mind. Could it really be Tianji Palace? No ordinary bird demon would seek death so readily. Even for Tianji Palace, to cultivate such determination to die was quite commendable. Li Hao squeezed its body, finding its heart torn apart by demonic chi, rendered useless. But within its neck pouch, there lay two blood-red jade-like gemstones. The gems were filled with a rich, fragrant scent of blood and flesh, and extremely vigorous demonic energy. Li Hao pocketed them, thinking that these treats would be quite good for the little white fox. Afterward, Li Hao headed straight for the mountaintop. Inside the lava cave, the three-headed leader was discussing whether to accept the invitation from Dragon Soar. The reason they had refrained from discussing it in front of the Tianji Palace bird demon was to avoid providing free information. The trend is clear. Dragon Soar's move to attack Liangzhou isn't a spur-of-the-moment decision, but a long-standing scheme. The rewards promised by Dragon Soar are quite attractive. I think it's worth the risk to give it a shot. At worst, we'll just be wanted and have to retreat back to the great wilderness heaven. Are you stupid? Once we join Dragon Soar, what's there to fear from a wanted notice? Two of the heads discussed, while the largest head in the middle remained silent. Whoosh! Suddenly, a breeze blew into the cave. All three heads looked at once, seeing a figure float in gracefully. With their arrival, the scorching heat inside the cave seemed to dip sharply. On the rocky walls, those demons that lay like geckos in deep slumber were all startled awake, looking in unison toward the youth entering the cave. Their eyes, lit with demonic ferocity, were fixed on him. Human race? Upon recognizing the youth, the three-headed leader blinked, its expression shifting. That portrait provided by Tianji Palace earlier, it's him, isn't it? The prodigy from the Li family. The two side heads gazed at Li Hao in shock, not expecting the target they just had the black bird gather information on to appear before them. Then, they noticed Li Hao holding a black bird that had already died. It was none other than the same Tianji Palace leader who had just left here. The massive middle head's eyes glowed with fiery golden light, looking past Li Hao, scanning the passage behind him for any hidden figures. Feng accompanied Li Hao but was now leaning on a hillside outside the cave, leisurely drinking wine. Too far to detect Feng Boping's presence, the three-headed leader confirmed that only the young man was inside the cave. Is this a delivery? It feels like I'm dreaming. Is this a pleasant dream? I really don't want to wake up. The two snake heads chuckled. Yet, the massive snake head in the middle stared at Li Hao. Human, what brings you here? Li Hao glanced around the cave. Previously he had seen only a small amount of demonic qi on the mountaintop, but now that he was inside, he found there were quite a few demons in the cave, including one really big creature. However, what disappointed him was that the three-headed snake before him also only possessed the aura of the three immortal realms. It was not a demon king. Came looking for a warm-up, Li Hao said. All three heads of the snake showed puzzled expressions. Was this human prodigy out of his mind? They were 1,800 miles from Heavenly Gate Pass, and their territory surrounded him on all sides. Even if this youth cried for help, it would be too late. Others came to slay demons, yet he came to practice his skills? Big brother, then we must really treat our guest well, one head said. We know the way of hospitality, the other head added with a sly smirk. The two snake heads laughed in a bizarre manner. The large central head stared at Li Hao, hissing a single word: attack. In an instant, the numerous demons on the rock walls screeched as they pounced towards Li Hao as if given a command. Various sharp and strange laughter rang out as they swarmed towards Li Hao like a hive. But the next moment, the crisp sound of a dragon's chant filled the air, followed by a burst of golden light that circled around swiftly. The many demons lunging at Li Hao became as though frozen in midair, then their bodies exploded in unison, their divine souls annihilated along with them. In their number were several demons from the heavenly human realm, indistinguishable from lesser demons, all pierced through by a single sword strike. Demon blood splashed in an instant, and at the same time, Li Hao raised his hand, pointing two fingers like a sword, slashing towards the three-headed red python. A tremendous sword chi lashed out, and the three heads of the creature all showed shock and fury at the same time. The lava beneath it churned, rolling towards Li Hao like fiery seas. However, the onrushing sea of fiery lava, with wave-like momentum, found itself frozen in midair, immobilized by Li Hao's power of object control. Simultaneously, as the sword chi cleaved, it left a horrifying gash on the red scales of its abdomen. What kind of attack is this? One head cried out. It hurts, the other added. My red flame treasure body was actually breached just like that? The two heads screamed in agony. The large central head looked pained as it finally understood why this youth had dared to come here alone. It was near the peak of the three immortals' peak, just below the Demon King, or rather, it was already half a step into the Demon King's realm, but it had been struggling to find its own Tao heart. But at this moment, in front of this youth, it sensed the whiff of death. Merge the three. The large head roared. Its body twisted as it burst out from the magma, with the two screaming heads rapidly sinking into its snake body. Big brother, you must kill him for us. Big brother, it's all up to you now. The two heads let out furious roars as they sank and disappeared. The original three-headed snake turned into a single-headed one, but its aura surged dramatically, spewing out a mouthful of crimson mist. Its tail whipped violently, lashing towards Li Hao. Li Hao stood unmoving, but the heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly revealed itself behind him. With a loud thump, the gigantic arms of the law manifestation fiercely wrapped around the thrashing serpent's tail, blocking the force that seemed as heavy as 10,000 jun. Then, with a sudden pull, it swung the red python into the air. The three immortals' leader watched the young man in stunned horror. Outside the cave, a cold breeze brushed past gently. Feng Boping leaned against a large rock, his snacks finished, he brushed the crumbs from his hands. Suddenly sensing something, he turned to look towards the entrance of the cave. He saw Li Hao, sword in hand, floating out, his clothes unblemished by blood, as if he had just strolled through a scenic spot. That was fast. Feng Boping was somewhat surprised. Although he had anticipated that Li Hao could handle it, it all seemed too easy. Too weak. Li Hao shook his head slightly with some regret. Just the heaven and earth law manifestation alone was enough to easily subdue the serpent demon. He had even given his opponent the chance to unleash some ancient demon king's bloodline. Yet, it turned out to be lackluster, providing little increase in strength. Feng Boping was left speechless. Was the creature from inside, which was at the three immortals' peak and at the same realm as Li Hao, actually crushed? He gave a wry smile thinking back to how Li Hao, in the heavenly human realm, had killed the demon king in that strange state. It no longer seemed unusual. What's next? Continue. All right. The two of them immediately turned into two gusts of wind and left the mountaintop. The depths of the lava cave had turned into a hellish blood pool, where all the demons were slaughtered. The three immortals' colossal body was chopped into sections, its blood extinguishing the magma, its once imposing gigantic serpent head flattened, brains oozing out, leaving behind only one intact eyeball. But the luster in that eyeball dimmed and vanished, leaving only a faint glow that was flickering out. Monster. Its last trace of divine soul slowly sank into oblivion. Peakless mountain. The mountain was steep, its sharp peaks like blades piercing the sky. Named peakless not because of itself but because all other mountains paled in comparison to its presence. Atop the mountain, two mighty figures were eating and drinking heartily, surrounded by trees on which many skins hung like ragged cloth, belonging to both the human race and demons. The place was thick with the smell of blood, littered with remains and bones everywhere. Yuan, that old geezer from the northern cold country, has sent us another batch of meat, truly succulent, one said. Brother, don't be in such a rush to eat. Let's play with it first. The delicate skin and tender flesh of the human race have a unique flavor. Haha, indeed. They guzzled their liquor, casually tearing off a snowy white leg and relishing their meal. Suddenly, a howling sound swept through. What's this thing daring to intrude upon our territory? Both looked up at the same time, only to see a young man dressed in splendid garments, flying through the air. Human? They gazed in surprise, somewhat unexpectedly. Could it be from the northern cold country? Soon, as the youth approached, they realized something was wrong. They could not detect the depth of the youth's aura or discern his realm. This only meant that the other party was either using a concealment skill or was of a higher realm than themselves. But they were all from the three immortal realms. Could it be an old monster from the human race, appearing young through a rejuvenation technique? Before they could ponder further, suddenly, a flying sword whistled out, rushing towards them with lethal speed to strike. The two stunned for a moment, then burst into a furious roar, revealing their monstrous forms. One was a four-armed giant ape, and the other a golden-striped tiger. They exuded a dense aura, both possessing ancient demon king bloodlines, not ordinary breeds, now exposing their fierce demeanor as they pounced towards the youth. Taiji Chenkin's sword. Li Hao casually drew it forth, and the dragon's sword in midair abruptly rotated. Then a yin-yang illusion fiercely appeared in front of the sword, slaughtering its way towards the peak. The two ferocious beasts roared furiously, their bodies leaking a torrent of demon chi, enveloping the area for hundreds of meters. They each brandished their weapons, with the four-armed giant ape wielding four, confronting the Taiji Chenkin sword head-on. Boom! The sword glow contained the power of yin and yang transformation, pulling the four weapons out of its hands, then severing its two arms. In a confrontation, it tumbled from the skies. The other golden-striped tiger, however, roared toward Li Hao. Li Hao raised his palm, slowly pressing it down. The power to command objects in his palm plundered the strength of heaven and earth for tens of miles around, pressing down like a massive mountain. The golden-striped tiger was horrified, roaring as it tried to fend off with its claws, but was still pressed onto peakless mountain below, collapsing the entire summit. Under Li Hao's control, the dragon's sword became a beam of golden light, dancing swiftly, instantly perforating the four-armed giant ape's body, and then, under its gaze of terror, it sliced through in an arc like a flash of lightning, decapitating it, the head tumbling down. The sword light shot into the collapsing mountain below, and soon a tiger's roar could be heard, with a shrill scream. In just a short time, the two great demons of the three immortal realms had perished. The dragon's sword soared into the heavens, returning to Li Hao's scabbard. Li Hao looked on, his divine soul flying out, picking up the bodies of the two great demons, wrapping them with the power to command objects, a bountiful prize of war. Their bodies would yield materials, to be used as scraps for artifact refining. Their flesh was also a rare delicacy, but first, their organs had to be removed. Feng, is there still room in your heaven and earth space? Li Hao turned to ask Feng. Having reached the Dao Heart realm, one can use their Dao Heart to create a heaven and earth space for personal storage. When they were fishing in previous days, the fine wines and fishing rods that Second Master and Feng casually produced came from such a space. These two demons are too big, they won't fit, Feng Boping appeared, slightly shaking his head. The space is very small, good enough for carrying small things. Seeing this, Li Hao could only use two secret lines to bind the bodies of the two demons, dragging them behind him. Let's go, Li Hao said. He then continued to move forward, to explore. Not long after Li Hao and Feng had left, suddenly a dark blue-winged bird came from afar, gliding over to Peakless Mountain. Soon, the sight of the collapsed Peakless Mountain came into its view. The dark blue bird was startled, widening its eyes in shock. This place is gone too. Its body flashed with a deep blue light, swooping down like an illusion, arriving at the destroyed remnants of the mountain, inspecting the surroundings. It soon saw splashes of fresh blood and remnants of the two great demons' chi. Another death. The dark blue bird trembled, suddenly ascending, soaring into the sky, extracting a jade whistle from its wings, blowing it fiercely. Strange sound waves passed by, like some sort of signal. In just moments, every seemingly ordinary demon bird within 300 miles, centered on its body, suddenly halted. They then listened carefully, as though hearing something from the serene void. An invasion by the human race. Upon hearing the message clearly, all the birds were stunned. Invasion was not a foreign word to them, but proceeded with human race, and it became somewhat unfamiliar. Without hesitation, they quickly took out their whistles, blowing rapidly. The sound waves spread out, transmitting the message further afield. Ordinary people couldn't hear this whistle's sound. Only those cultivating a specific technique could discern it. As the sound traveled, the range grew wider, and in the blink of an eye, birds within 1,000 miles halted, and then, two of the birds abruptly changed direction, flying to another location. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the lava cave Li Hao had departed from earlier. A palm-sized bird zipped by, its entire body black, resembling a crow. It landed on a rock, pecking casually and holding a small insect in its mouth. It seemed just like an ordinary bird, but with a flicker of its gaze, sensing no other presence around, it quickly swallowed the little insect, then flew toward the lava cave. Soon, the horrific scene within the lava cave was laid bare. The broken body of the creature with 3 phases and the corpses of demons strewn all around. There, it quickly found the black silhouette of a crow. Master Ming. The crow-like bird swiftly flew to its side, inspecting it thoroughly, and ascertained it indeed died by suicide. No wonder Master Ming's soul talisman has shattered. The bird's eyes revealed sorrow, but it soon used its beak to tear apart the black bird's feathers and then ripped open the flesh inside its chest. Soon, on its squeezed innards, it saw a vein twitch and form demon script. It was an extremely brief message. It was also the last piece of intelligence left by Master Ming before his death. Though their battle strength was not high, the Tianji Palace moved among the top demon forces, mainly by perfecting their intelligence gathering to the extreme. At this moment, seeing the message created by the pulsing veins, the bird's pupils contracted slightly, displaying a look of horror and shock. That human race Li family's young member dares to come alone to the demon territory? It was somewhat shaken. If this news got out, the nearby demons would surely go mad. Furthermore, it knew that the number of demons that held grudges against the Li family was countless. If they learned of the young man's whereabouts, they would certainly rush from thousands of miles away to slay him. Previously, at the pass within the Dayu realm, numerous demons had already attempted to attack, restless and eager. The young man had the protection of the Four Stands realm around him before, which made some demons abandon the idea, but now, even if there were Four Stands realms secretly following, this was not the territory of the Dayu divine dynasty. If those demons learned of this, who would miss the opportunity? As its thoughts spun rapidly, suddenly, it heard a whistle. It paused for a moment, listened carefully, and then its expression involuntarily changed. The young man was actually delving deeper, too insane. Does that young man want to attract all the demons to attack him? It looked at Master Ming on the ground, took a deep breath, pecked the internals to bits, and destroyed the lingering intelligence. Killing Master Ming was also provoking the Tianji Palace. Although the Tianji Palace never engaged in combat, only intelligence, they were best at using others to kill their targets. Whoosh! The bird immediately took off and left the lava cave. As Li Hao galloped through mountains and rivers, continuously hunting demons along the way, news about Li Hao was also being spread by the Tianji Palace. Birds scattered and flew off, landing on various mountaintops. Where did this little bird demon come from, seeking death? On a mountaintop, a demon who was sound asleep opened its eyes and glanced over, ready to crush it. But in the next moment, the bird hurriedly spoke. I am the Qing bird of the Tianji Palace, Black Cloud Lord. Please leave quickly, there is a human race approaching to hunt demons. Tianji Palace? The demon's raised claw paused slightly, and then it chuckled. What human race would dare come here? Are they aware I'm hungry? It's that human race Li family's genius, the predestined true dragon, Li Hao. The Qing bird hurriedly said, he has already killed 5 of the 3 immortal realms' great ones, including the unwithering realm's tri-aspect master. You better flee for your life. Black Cloud Lord's face changed at these words. The Li family? Is it that detestable divine general mansion's Li family? Even the tri-aspect master was killed by him. He was somewhat shaken. The tri-aspect master had a degree of fame and status within 1,000 miles nearby, and yet he too was slain. He's almost here, Black Cloud Lord, you better leave. The Qing bird said anxiously. Realizing the seriousness, Black Cloud Lord immediately didn't dare stay any longer, quickly rose to his feet, took the treasures from his cave, and flew far away. At the same time, he sent a message to the Qing bird. I, Black Cloud Lord, owe the Tianji Palace a favor. I will repay it in the future. I still have to go inform the other lords, so I shall take my leave. The Qing bird said and then flew into the distance. The same scenario was happening in other places. Many of the Tianji Palace's birds spread the news of Li Hao slaughtering the demons. Some demons chose to flee. Others, from the unwithering realm, decided to stay and test their strength against Li Hao. And with the test came death. As more and more blood was consumed by the dragon's sore sword, Li Hao's fame grew, unopposed across 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles beyond the border, in a valley shrouded in poisonous fog, there stood a temple, with numerous birds enveloped in whirlwinds of wind, shuttling through the poison miasma and descending into the temple. Inside the temple, an array was activated to keep the poisonous fog at bay. The birds perched on the temple's railings and pillars, some landed and transformed into the shape of children, petite and delicate in appearance. This was a branch of the Tianji Palace. In the world of demonic forces, Tianji Palace's status was not inferior to that of the Dragon Gate, the Holy Palace, and other such entities. Although it wasn't known for its combat power, its hall master was extremely mysterious. Coupled with the bird demons that held vast intelligence networks and traversed among various factions, their broad connections made them heavily relied upon by major forces. You all received the message, right? That young man is slaughtering demons everywhere. He's too brazen, intruding alone into our demonic territory. This place is not the Dayu divine dynasty. It's all because those Wan Shan demon kings fled from the border. No one there can keep that young man in check. He must have a protector from the Four Stands realms secretly following him. That young man came to Liangzhou from Qingzhou, protected all along by that person from the Four Stands realm, which deterred the demon kings from risking an attack and killing him. Now, by venturing in deep alone, he's digging his own grave. 7 or 8 boys and girls of varying appearances, all short in stature, gathered together. The leader was a girl around the age of 13 or 14, dressed in a red skirt, delicate and fetching, yet her expression was indifferent and mature. Master Ming is dead, killed by that young man, a boy clad in black spoke softly. His voice was immature, yet his eyes were filled with dark shadows. The others were silent, having already been informed through the earlier whistle signals. Tianji Palace moved freely among the demons without any of them laying hands on them, save for the occasional madman. But should any demon harm someone from Tianji Palace, they would surely pay with their life. Now, the young man from the human race had dared to kill their master Ming so brazenly, and he too should face the same fate. You've transmitted the message, right? Just now, I contacted the other states, and the news about the young man has spread. Those great demons and demon kings who hold grudges against the Li family will certainly come. As long as the young man stays here, his death is guaranteed. The girl in the red skirt, her eyes as clear as bright snow, spoke with a chilly voice. Seeing this, the other children nodded, with murder flashing in their eyes. Has it been found out who that Four Stands Realm protector secretly following the young man is? The girl in the red skirt continued to inquire. A few children looked at each other, and another girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll in a green skirt, shook her head. We thought it was Li, but I personally investigated the matter, and he has not left the Mo River. It is not Li. Another child with snow-white hair shook his head, a cold smirk in his eyes, and said, "You would never guess who it is. I watched from a distance when Wan Shan Demon King attacked, and although the person concealed his moves during the fight, I recognized them. I've researched the archives before, and it's related to an incident with the Buddhist sect 30 years ago. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the thief saint, Feng Boping." What? At his words, everyone else was shocked. The bird demons listening nearby also widened their eyes in astonishment. The thief saint? He's protecting the young man? Does the divine general mansion have some secret connection with the thief saint? Good heavens, if the Buddhist sect gets wind of this, the Li family will be in big trouble. It's more than just the Buddhist sect. If other divine general mansions find out, it's top-level confidential information that could fetch a good price. Their voices buzzed with excitement, for this was rare leverage against the Li family. However, they only had information that the thief saint was protecting the young man and no solid evidence of collusion with the divine general mansion. If it was only based on protection, it wouldn't be enough to affect the divine general mansion. After all, who the thief saint chose to protect was his prerogative, and without hard evidence, these claims would merely amount to slander without proof. I will report this to the hall master and let our elders investigate personally. If we can follow the vine and find the melon, gathering evidence will be great news for us. The girl in the red skirt said excitedly, with her eyes sparkling. They of the Tianji Palace thrived on intelligence. Knowing information was their greatest weapon. The more valuable the information they held, the greater the benefit to them. At that moment, a bird shuttled through the poison miasma and descended into the temple. Report to the elders, the young man has just slain Pingshan ancestor to the west and is now heading this way, said the bird demon in an old woman's voice. What? Pingshan ancestor is dead too? The other bird demons were shocked. That was a great demon of the unwithering realm, nearly on par with the three great chiefs, having cultivated for 10,000 years, and it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to say he was half a step into the Four Stands realm. He died too? Didn't he flee? Didn't anyone warn him? They did. He wanted to try his hand and said he wanted to see what that young whelp was capable of. The bird demons fell silent. The girl in the red skirt's expression turned dark as she said, "This poison fog is unlikely to block his probes. That young man was able to tear apart 3 immortals with his bare hands, which is extremely terrifying. We must disperse immediately, stay in contact with the sound whistle, and a demon king is already on his way here. I will go to meet him, and tell him to wait for a while longer until the other demon kings arrive so we can kill the young man together." Yes. All the bird demons nodded in agreement. Following this, numerous birds flew out of the secluded valley of poison gas. Their innate cultivation technique on their wings created air vortexes that kept the surrounding poison fog at bay, allowing them to carve out a path. With the birds dispersing, the temple quickly emptied, desolate and silent. Within Heavenly Gate Pass, Li Hongzhuang stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance, yet Li Hao had still not returned. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, as an inexplicable thumping sensation arose within her heart. It was as though she had a premonition of unease. "General, has Marshal Haoshan not returned yet?" A Grand Master hurriedly came to ask. Li Hongzhuang was taken aback and asked, "What did you call him?" Marshal Haoshan, the Grand Master replied, puzzled. Li Hongzwang's expression shifted slightly. Earlier, Li Hao had been stationed in Dayu City and distinguished himself. Later, having defended Heavenly Gate Pass and contributed greatly, His Majesty had conferred upon him the rank of Marshal. This news had already made its rounds in the court and had long since been relayed back to Qingzhou the Li family. Now, Li Hao's military banners fluttered all around the city's ramparts, with the words, Haoshan, billowing in the wind. Most of the people in the city had changed how they addressed Li Hao. It seemed no one called the young man, young master of the Li family, anymore. Perhaps in private, everyone still remembered that this youth was of the Li family, bearing the honorable surname of the divine general mansion, but as time passed, would anyone still remember? Li Hongzwang's thoughts drifted away until the Grandmaster's question pulled her back. She furrowed her brow and asked, "What do you need him for?" "General, it's not me who's looking for him. The Star Bureau official is seeking Marshal Haoshan," said the Grand Master. "Their array seems to be constructed and they wish to ask the Marshal to test it." Li Hongzwang glanced into the distance and said, "I'll go take a look first." With that, she soared into the air and quickly reached the opposite side of the city's ramparts. Li Hongzwang landed, where an elderly Star Bureau official and a few disciples were waiting. "General," greeted the official, upon seeing Li Hongzwang's bright red armor and the insignia on her shoulder with a slight bow. Li Hongzwang did not dare presume superiority and quickly raised her hand in return, then said, "You've all worked hard." "It is our duty," replied the official. He glanced around and asked, "Where is Marshal Haoshan?" Li Hongzwang's brows imperceptibly furrowed, and she replied calmly, "He's gone beyond the pass to slay demons." "When did he leave, and how come I didn't see any troops marching out?" asked Sha Zhonglan from behind, her curiosity getting the better of her. Li Hongzwang glanced at her and said, "He went alone, without an army." "Alone?" Zhonglan was taken aback, then quickly asked, "Why didn't he take an army? Isn't that dangerous?" Li Hongzwang was momentarily speechless, struck by what seemed like an off-the-cuff question. Was there no danger? How could there not be? To say there was danger, but how could she allow that young man to venture alone? She paused briefly, then realized and responded, "The dangers outside the pass are such that our soldiers cannot keep up with him, they would only slow him down." At this, she suddenly felt a burning sensation on her face. What seemed normal on any given day now felt slightly embarrassing when spoken aloud. Despite also being stationed at the frontier pass, they seemed to be there just for show. "Is he that strong?" Zhonglan looked at her in surprise. Li Hongzwang was silent for a moment, then thought, yes, that young man was indeed very strong. So strong that even she, his younger aunt, could not keep up with his pace. Maybe if her ninth brother were still alive, he could have stood shoulder to shoulder with that young man, or perhaps he would be waiting further ahead, in a distant part of the journey, for him. Zhonglan, show some respect, scolded the Star Bureau official. Although he did not enjoy idle chatter, he could read the room. The rumors about that young man and the Li family were too sensational, and he had heard of them too. He immediately asked Li Hongzwang, "General, do you know when the young marshal will return?" Li Hongzwang had no answer. When Li Hao left, he had said nothing. Seeing Li Hongzwang's silence, the Star Bureau official looked at her with a peculiar gaze and said no more, only adding, "In that case, we will wait a few more days for the young marshal to return." "Thank you for your patience," Li Hongzwang finally replied. "Has he always been like this?" Zhonglan asked Li Hongzwang. Li Hongzwang frowned, as if she had not heard her, feeling almost powerless to respond to the young girl's words. Seeing herself ignored, Zhonglan just pouted slightly. After her master led Li Hongzwang away, she looked towards the outside of the city where the vast expanse of melting snow stretched out. What kind of demon is he battling against? 3,000 li beyond the pass. A dragon bird with a colorful, iridescent glow fled in panic, shooting rapidly between the peaks, shedding its feathers, which scattered in every direction. Behind it, a golden divine light sped after it, dramatically accelerating and slicing toward its wings. The dragon bird let out an angry roar. With a flap of its wings, it created a thunderous sound and a barrage of lightning fell like a dense storm, striking the area nearby. But the golden divine light suddenly curved into an arc, like a crescent moon, slicing at another spot. The sharp edge swiftly drew a line of blood. The dragon bird's side was torn open, its internal organs nearly spilling out. In pain, it screeched and its eyes filled with terror. It said, "I have no quarrel with you. Why must you push me to death?" Li Hao's figure quietly appeared from another direction, throwing a punch. The overwhelming power of the punch seemed to seal the space around the dragon bird, along with the air, all pressing down with that single blow. The dragon bird cried pitifully as it crashed into a mountain peak, creating a large crater as rocks tumbled into the ravines. The golden light followed closely, diving into the dust and piercing through the head of the dragon bird, which hadn't gotten up. You. The dragon bird's eyes widened in despair and anger as it stared at the approaching youth, but it no longer had the strength to rise. The dragon's sword flew back into its sheath. Li Hao looked at the dying dragon bird, shaking his head slightly. He released a slender thread, winding around the dragon bird's corpse, and dragged it up. After that, he reined in his other hidden threads, and from afar, black silhouettes flew in like kites, all the corpses of the demons he had slain along the way. Li Hao soared into the sky with these corpses trailing behind him, like flying a kite, which presented quite a spectacular sight. Pushing horizontally for 3,000 li, from west to east, what frustrated Li Hao was that he never encountered the figure of the Demon King. The most powerful among them was merely at the unwithering realm. Are the demons outside this barrier really just those three? Li Hao was somewhat sullen. Until now, he was barely warmed up. Continuing forward, Li Hao skimmed past some mountaintops, using his divine soul to survey the surroundings for any trails. Atop several mountains, Li Hao detected the caverns of demons, but they were all empty without a trace. Li Hao had seen this kind of situation before. His eyebrows furrowed as he swept his gaze around. Initially, he had occasionally seen some bird demons, but he crushed them with a flick of his hand, and later on, even the bird demons became hard to spot. It seems these demons knew I was coming and ran away in advance. Did the demons from Tianji Palace spread the word? Li Hao sighed inwardly, considering himself to have delivered himself to their doorstep only for these demons to have run away. It simply didn't make sense. After flying for a while and visiting several empty mountains without finding any trace of demons, he felt somewhat bored. He found himself a large mountain to sit upon, and the demons entwined with his hidden threads fell at the mountain's edge. Feng, bring some wine. Li Hao called out. In the void, a wine gourd flew over, yet Feng's figure did not appear. Drink less, this wine is strong, the stronger the better. Li Hao chuckled lightly, popped the wooden stopper off, and took a couple of sips. A few small mountain birds fluttered over, landing on the ground to peck at the mountain fruits. These birds were not demons but ordinary animals. Li Hao glanced at them, not paying much attention, and drank a few more sips before suddenly turning his gaze toward the small birds. The small birds on the ground searched for fallen fruits and insects. Li Hao's eyebrows slightly raised, and with several thudding sounds, the bodies of the small birds burst violently apart, crushed by his manipulation force. He released his hidden threads, extending them outwards to form a net. Then, he continued drinking his wine. Tens of li away, a bird demon concealed its presence, looking like an ordinary small bird, that suddenly let out a pained hum. Blood seeped from its bird eyes, but it quickly buried its head under its wing, worried about being detected. After stabilizing its injury, it calmed its startled heart and took flight. That guy, he could detect me even with that. I was using the divine eye skill, just borrowing those little birds' field of view. It felt a sense of exposure and panicked internally, not daring to linger any longer. Suddenly, as it was flying away, it touched something that felt like a guitar string. Before it could react, the hidden thread suddenly contracted and snapped, wrapping around its body, and then swiftly pulled it toward a certain place. What is this thing? The bird demon was filled with horror as it frantically struggled, but the hidden thread was wound tightly, cutting deep to the bone. It watched itself being dragged all the way to a mountaintop, the very place that young man was. It was terrified to the core and let out a fierce roar. Thump. The body of the flying bird rolled to Li Hao's feet but had already lost its life force, having chosen suicide. Li Hao's eyebrows lifted slightly, just like the black bird before. The bird demons from Tianji Palace were all so well trained that they would rather kill themselves than give their enemy a chance to interrogate them. It seems, with Tianji Palace around, trying to hunt down these demons on a large scale is indeed a bit troublesome. Li Hao muttered to himself. He put away the hidden thread, slapped his hand down to turn the bird demon's body into mush, then handed the wine gourd back to Feng and took off again. He was curious to see how many demons the bird demons of Tianji Palace could deter. Li Hao continued flying eastward, and when he passed a valley shrouded in miasmic poison fog, he discovered an empty temple inside and casually smashed it to pieces. The caves and training grounds established by the demons he encountered along the way were all demolished by Li Hao in his path of destruction. As Li Hao galloped across the land, thousands of li away in the border area of Liangzhou, several figures rushed forward. These figures emitted a surging demonic qi, led by a middle-aged man dressed in white, handsome and godly in appearance, with a gaze that captivated the soul. The other 4 figures were slightly terrified upon seeing this man and hurriedly paid their respects. Feng Shanjun, the white-clothed middle-aged man, glanced at the 4 people and said in a cold voice, "Do you also have a grudge against the Li family?" Yes. The 4 people nodded quickly, feeling nervous in his presence. After all, he was a demon king. Then, 2 birds, one following the other, flew toward them rapidly. The lead bird, a red one, shrank and transformed into the shape of a red-dressed young girl. Feng Shanjun, she respectfully saluted the white-clothed middle-aged man and then nodded slightly to the other 4, saying, "Please wait a moment. Monarch Bai is also on his way here." Monarch Bai? The white-clothed middle-aged man's brows furrowed slightly, having not expected that individual to come as well. However, Monarch Bai had been at odds with the Li family in northern Yan for over a decade, holding deep grudges, so it was normal for him to take this rare opportunity to come. "How soon will he arrive? If he's too slow, I'm not inclined to wait," Feng Shanjun said. Just as the red-dressed girl was about to speak, she suddenly seemed to hear something and looked up into the distance. Several figures were seen approaching rapidly, with a young man dressed in white as snow leading the way, hands clasped behind his back, traversing the sky with an elegant demeanor. Behind him, a few figures were grotesque in appearance, varying in height. Feng Shanjun appeared to notice something and turned to look, his eyes narrowing slightly. "He's arrived." The young girl in the red dress revealed a slight smile, waiting for the other to arrive, and respectfully said, "I have seen Monarch Bai." The youth in white glanced at Feng Shanjun and smiled, "You're here too." Feng Shanjun nodded slightly, but his eyes carried a few traces of chilliness. The other party was from the Saint Palace, and they weren't close to the power backing him. "Recently, I've come solely for personal affairs. Since we are all enemies of the Li family, that makes us temporary allies." Monarch Bai smiled, "Let's go and see what tricks that Li family's brat has up his sleeve." Feng Shanjun just nodded, without speaking. "Ziyu, lead the way for the 2 lords," the girl in the red dress said to the purple-feathered bird beside her. After watching them leave, the girl in the red dress then flew towards the distance. The Li family really has provoked quite a number of enemies. Li Hao crushed a mountain cave with 1 foot and was about to hurry off into the distance when suddenly, he heard Feng's voice transmission. "Little Hao, a demon king is coming." Li Hao's eyes lit up, he looked around, his divine soul was offered up, at the same time, strings of dark tendrils extended out. Soon, within the vision of his divine soul, he saw several figures speeding towards him from afar. The 2 leading figures made no effort to conceal their demonic qi, flying over with demonic qi swirling above their heads like dark clouds, as if dragons and phoenixes were chanting, accompanied by a terrifying oppressive force. Li Hao narrowed his eyes, 2 at once. Huh? They really came prepared. He flung the gathered demon corpses to another hill to avoid affecting the upcoming battle. Afterward, the qi and blood in his body slowly started to oscillate as he began to warm up. "It's over there." The purple bird pointed and then stopped. Seeing this, several demons didn't care much, as they had already seen the figure of the young man. What amused them was that the other party saw them and didn't run away but waited on the spot. "He really is brimming with confidence." Sure enough, there's a protector from the 4 stands realm in secret, but just one. Monarch Bai narrowed his eyes, sensing the hidden powerhouse. "You take on that 4 stands realm, I'll deal with this little ghost." Feng Shanjun immediately said, his eyes revealing a murderous hatred. Monarch Bai's gaze flickered slightly as he looked at him and said, "Fine." Feng Shanjun was secretly relieved to hear him agree so easily. He came here precisely to kill the Li family's bloodline with his own hands. "Attack," he called out, but he wasn't the first to charge. The young man stood still on the spot, too weird. Though he was a demon king, confident he could easily slay the other, his years of caution led him to observe first. The several 3 immortal realm demons who had come for revenge now hesitated. They saw the many demon corpses that Li Hao had thrown to the distant mountains. Those demons were all from the 3 immortal realms, yet were tossed by the young man as if they were kites. According to the intelligence from Tianji Palace, that young man slaughtered many three immortal realm demons. On their own, it would be quite difficult to kill him. What now? Weren't you coming for revenge? Scared? Feng Shanjun saw their hesitation and couldn't help but sneer, though his eyes flashed with ferocity. The few demons felt helpless but were reassured by their numbers, as they could cover for one another. Go, let's strike together. The few three immortal realm demons quickly consulted and then flew directly toward Li Hao. They revealed their true forms, massive figures appearing in the sky, with demonic chi surging like a tide, sweeping over everything. Li Hao stood quietly. Only when a few great demons approached within a few hundred meters did he suddenly strike. Immortal chi circulated within his body, wielding the power of heaven and earth, bearing down from the sky. The dragon's sword drew out with a swoosh, a dazzling golden light burst forth. Kill! A huge turtle-shaped demon roared as it led the charge, relying on its thick skin and great defense to block Li Hao's attack, giving others time to kill. The dragon's sword chopped fiercely, only scraping a minor notch on its indestructible treasure body. Li Hao's eyes opened slightly, and suddenly golden misty radiance tumbled out from the dragon's sword, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's chant as the true dragon took shape. Roar! The dragon's sword ferociously chopped down again, shattering the treasure light on its outer body and directly slashing its neck, ripping open a huge wound. At the same time, several other demons were already roaring towards Li Hao. Whoosh! A giant ape-like demon suddenly drew back its bow, the massive iron bow for demons, seemingly crude, but shimmering with intense silvery frost light, sending arrows shooting from afar towards him. Another that resembled a giant rat, covered in dragon scales and with true dragon's bloodline, leapt forward quickly, opening its mouth to spew a black demonic fog, intending to corrode and consume Li Hao's body. Facing the simultaneous attacks from two demons, Li Hao's expression turned severe, raising his hand and pressing down fiercely. The force hanging between heaven and earth suddenly bore down, and with a loud bang, several demons' bodies shook like they were hit by a mountain. The swift frost arrow veered off course, aiming instead towards the dragon rat. The black demonic fog of the dragon rat was swept away by a slap from Li Hao. Boom! The arrow, shooting askew, missed the dragon mouse but hit a nearby mountain peak, instantly shattering it into ice, freezing all vegetation. What kind of power is this? The demons of the three immortal realms were aghast. The youth had merely lifted his hand and seemed to suppress the heavens and the earth with his overwhelming power to manipulate objects, much stronger than theirs. No wonder he could tear demons apart with his hands. Li Hao was done with pleasantries. He strode forward and, in a blink, rushed in front of the dragon mouse. He raised his fist and brought it down mightily, infusing it with sword intent and harnessing the strength of his body, piercing like a spear. The dragon mouse, seeing the youth daring to approach it, showed a fierce glint in its eyes. Without dodging or avoiding, it suddenly snapped at Li Hao. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, like numerous blades capable of cutting through metal and rock. But Li Hao simply raised his hand, allowing it to bite him, and then smashed his other fist down on its head. Seeing such barbaric attacks from the youth, the other demons were stunned. This didn't seem like the fighting style of the human race. Seeking death, the dragon mouse was thrilled, biting down with all its force. Its bite strength was incredibly formidable, enough to pierce through a true dragon. But suddenly, its teeth seemed to be biting into a divine weapon. All the blades pressed down, only causing the youth's skin to slightly dent, with no sign of breaking. In its moment of stunned bewilderment, Li Hao's fist had already smashed forth. With a bang, it pierced through like a spearhead, creating a hole in the dragon mouse's head and shattering its skull. Blood spurted from the top of its head. As the dragon mouse was left disoriented by the blow, Li Hao's arm, which it had bitten, now swung around to grab its upper jaw. Bending over, he stepped into the gaps of its lower jaw and with a fierce push, pried open the dragon mouse's mouth by force. The dragon mouse regained consciousness, a light of horror in its eyes. It was of the indestructible realm, yet its physical body seemed no match for the terrifying strength of this human race youth. The opponent was like a young ferocious beast. Desperately, it tried to shake Li Hao off, to create some distance. It sensed the breath of death. But Li Hao then drove his arm through its upper jaw and, continuing to punch, shattered its sharp teeth inside its mouth, dazing and swelling its consciousness. Quick, block him! The other demons, witnessing the scene, were alarmed and hurriedly intervened to rescue the dragon mouse. Arrows shot out again, but behind Li Hao, the heaven and earth law manifestation appeared, seizing the arrows before thrusting them into the dragon mouse's head. Another demon released a mist like burning clouds, but was met by a breath of immortal chi from Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation, which blew it apart instantly. Break! Li Hao's arms burst with power, and with a low roar, he violently tore the dragon mouse's head in two. Blood sprayed as the dragon mouse emitted a pitiful wail, with its divine soul trying to escape from its body. Before it could flee, a dragon roar thundered forth, tearing and devouring its divine soul, which was then consumed by dragon soar. With a casual flick, Li Hao threw the dragon mouse's corpse aside, then turned to face the other demons. His heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly surged forward, charging at a fire lion engulfed in flames. The fire lion roared, spewing seas of flames and shooting out a golden leaf, seemingly some kind of demonic weapon. The law manifestation waved its hand, extinguishing the fire, and then forcefully caught the golden leaf, charging at the fire lion to smash the leaf back into its head. The fire lion screamed horribly, trying to flee in a panic. "Save me!" The fire lion's cries for help echoed pitifully. From a distance, Feng Shanjun and Monarch Bai both looked deeply concerned. They could see that the youth was of the three immortal realms, yet his strength was far superior to the other demons from the immortal realm. Moreover, his physical body was extremely resilient, unbreakable and likely impervious to anything less than a divine weapon. "HMPH, no wonder he dared to come out alone so boldly," said Feng Shanjun, with golden flames flickering in his eyes as he spoke to Monarch Bai. "The other one is yours to deal with. Don't interfere with me." After speaking, he let out a phoenix cry, his body spiraling into a fire phoenix, riding a sea of flames as he swooped toward Li Hao. The other demons scattered in fear, realizing that the youth wasn't a being the three immortal realm demons could easily kill. He was like those famed second-generation warriors from the Divine General Mansion, having reached the peak of the three immortal, able to challenge over a dozen of the immortal realm demons alone, terrifying to the utmost. Li Hao caught up with the fire lion and smashed its skull with a slap, sending its divine soul shaking loose. Just as he was about to annihilate it, he felt an intense wave of heat approaching. He turned his head to see a phoenix engulfed in fierce flames, speeding toward him. Before it even reached him, the overwhelming heat seemed to boil the heavens and the earth. Li Hao's eyes narrowed but remained calm as he slapped his palm, extinguishing the escaping divine soul of the fire lion demon. He then turned around, facing the fire phoenix, extreme young divine fire. Feng Shanjun saw Li Hao killing the demon right before him and uttered a furious growl. This was a challenge to him. Divine brilliance bloomed, a ball of fireworks like a blazing sun burst forth. Li Hao did not dodge, but instead called upon the dragon's sword. The heaven and earth law manifestation returned to his side, and the law manifestation held the divine sword, which grew in size. Taking a step forward, the law manifestation swung the sword to cleave fiercely through the air. Flames erupted, divine light scattering like countless sparks, heating the air and scorching everything around. Bathed in this searing heat, Li Hao stood with his black hair billowing. He urged the heaven and earth law manifestation forward, wielding the divine sword. In his rage, Feng Shanjun whipped up cyclones with his wings. Tiny phoenix-like flames, like myriad points of light, rushed toward Li Hao. It propelled itself forward, its talons like curved hooks, aiming to destroy the true dragon sword soul on the dragon sword. Li Hao did not draw back his sword to defend but stood quietly in his original position. He raised both hands, and behind him, an apparition surfaced, the 100 refined indestructible body, a movable Ming King. The Ming King appeared like the projection of a deity, hands pressed together, facing the sky full of the fire phoenix illusion. As Li Hao lifted his arms, the apparition suddenly struck out with hundreds of fist shadows. Boom, boom, boom. Explosive sounds rang out as the fire phoenix flames that charged toward him were all shattered, turning into a sea of fire encircling Li Hao. Under the onslaught of the Ming King apparition, these flames could not get close, leaving only their scorching heat to sear Li Hao's body. But Li Hao, surrounded by the sea of fire, did not even have a single hair on his head wilted, still thick and dark, gleaming with the luster of divine power. He stood tall amidst the firelight, gazing straight at the fire phoenix. His heaven and earth law manifestation was already entangled in battle with the fire phoenix. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 swords had been struck. Feng Shanzhen's offensive was also extremely fierce, its claws aimed mercilessly, wishing to tear the sword soul to pieces. But the sword soul moved with the dragon's soar, and the dragon's sword moved with the heaven and earth law manifestation. The Taiji Chenkin sword unfolded into the Taiji illusion, enveloping Feng Shanzhen. No matter how ferocious its attacks were, they were dissipated like a gentle breeze. "It can't be killed after all," Monarch Bai's voice came through with a trace of light laughter. Enraged, Feng Shanzhen glared viciously at him, but in this moment of distraction, the heaven and earth law manifestation seized the opportunity, striking its sword upon the fire phoenix's torso. The blaze extinguished, and Feng Shanzhen stumbled backward with a pained groan. Although Monarch Bai was mocking Feng Shanzhen, he also deliberately forced it to exert its power. His feelings towards the young man's attack became grave. Merely at the three immortal realms, yet he was matching the Demon King without falling behind. It was terrifying. Back in northern Yan, he had seen Li Tiangang confront a demon, and it wasn't as awe-inspiring as this. This youth was only 14 years old yet had already surpassed his father. If given more time to grow, the Deu divine dynasty would witness the birth of another true person. He had to be stopped. His gaze shifted towards a part of the void where there was an apparition. He could feel the opponent's aura was firmly locked onto him. Should he make any move, the opponent would strike as well. To break the deadlock, Feng Shanzhen must rely on itself. True Phoenix divine blood. Wounded and in pain, humiliation turning to fury, Feng Shanzhen roared. Its body's golden flames surged in intensity, swirling like a vortex around it. The aura within its body became tumultuous, as it charged once more towards Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation. With the drawing of Taoist charm, it spat out crimson flames and radiance like divine rainbows piercing through heaven and earth, streaking towards the law manifestation. With the pull of Taoist charm, this attack was destined to hit. Li Hao sensed that, after cultivating the supreme body, he seemed to be able to catch the trajectory of Taoist charm. He could distinctly feel the locking onto him of the opponent's attack. It was somewhat like sensing the enemy before they struck. Is this the attack of a demon king? Still not strong enough? Li Hao shouted loudly. The young man's voice echoed across the sky, terrifying nearby three immortal demons, and even the hidden bird demon from the distant Tianji palace felt a shiver run through them. Li Hao burst with immortal qi, with countless mists and lights gathering, making the heaven and earth law manifestation dazzle like a giant wielding a divine sword, roaring fiercely as it cut down. The blossoming of flowers on the other shore. Countless flowers bloomed in the sky but wilted in the flames. Yet, even though the sword's momentum was weakened by the flames, they still sliced through the void, striking Feng Shanzhen's head. As the sword light neared, the sword qi abruptly shifted, tearing open a pitch-black portal of reincarnation. The radiance Feng Shanzhen had spewed shattered, swallowed by the black hole opened by the sword light. It revealed a horrified expression. What kind of sword move was this? Li Hao's heaven and earth law manifestation surged out, striking with the sword light once more, pressing down on the phoenix crown. Feng Shanzhen roared, its wings flapping, stirring up a massive sea of fire. Countless phoenix true fires swept across, engulfing and burning Li Hao's law manifestation. Under this intense heat, the law manifestation began to warp and distort. Li Hao could feel the pain in his divine soul. With cold light flashing in his eyes, he pulled back the law manifestation. The dragon's sword also floated over on its own accord, landing in his hand. If the law manifestation was ineffective, then he would use his true body. Li Hao, holding the divine sword, roared and plunged into the sea of fire. Countless true flames wound around him like chains but were immediately snapped as soon as they touched Li Hao's body. Li Hao stepped through the flames, his eyes emitting divine light, slashing down with his sword. The power of heaven and earth gathered, turning into a radiant sword qi that instantly cut through the sea of fire, striking the fire phoenix's chest. Blood splattered, and Feng Shanzhen screamed, retreating hundreds of meters. It looked at the youth who walked through the fire with shock and disbelief in its eyes. Its own phoenix true flame couldn't harm him. It could see that Li Hao's body, even under the scorching flame, only had slight burns, without any damage to the bones or muscles. One should know that even other demon kings, when faced with its phoenix true fire, had to dodge or else skin would peel. Li Hao attacked Feng Shanzhen, harnessing the power of heaven and earth with his immortal qi, imbuing it into his arm, as he launched another earth-shattering sword chi attack without any special technique. Just a pure explosion of true power like an outpouring galaxy, striking down with unstoppable force. Feng Shanjun spat out radiance, attempting to defend, but the sword chi was condensed, shattering the light and bringing its body crashing down. Li Hao's body charged forward, kicking its bird head, causing blood to spray as Feng Shanjun heavily collided with the mountain. The earlier three immortal demons were left speechless with shock, unable to utter a word. This youth is too brutal, being able to beat up the Demon King while pressing him down. Feng Shanjun felt as if his entire blood was about to ignite. His most noble bloodline was being beaten up like this? Before he could even stand up, Li Hao had already used his power to control objects to form a giant hand, plucking up a nearby peak and fiercely smashing it down on the Firebird. As the mountain fell, the earth roared as if the sky was collapsing and the ground was cracking. Feng Shanjun's body was suppressed under the mountain, spewing out golden blood. It roared angrily, exerting its unwithering strength. Its aura quickly surged, and golden flames burned the mountain into magma, turning it red. Li Hao, however, was relentless, wielding the dragon's sword, chopping down fiercely again with another sword strike. This sword, infused with the falling snow sword skill and the essence of an avalanche and powered by the immortal chi, possessed immense power. As the long sword swung, it was as if thousands of snow-capped mountains had collapsed, snow rolling down. Just as Feng Shanjun struggled out from the rubble of the mountain, and before he could even rise, he was pressed down once again by this sword, a huge wound opening up on his chest. The true dragon coiled around Li Hao's arms, enhancing his strength. Qi surged within Li Hao's body, and as the power of 7-star lighting was depleted, he used it again immediately. With his current physique, he could use the characteristic of 7-star lighting 3 times in a row without effort. Kill! Li Hao's foot gathered the force of heaven and earth, crashing down in suppression. Feng Shanjun's pupils constricted, feeling a sense of death approaching. It roared, flapping its wings, its feathers seeming to melt into bloody fiery light, lunging toward Li Hao. Li Hao felt waves of scorching heat coming from his skin, the first time feeling the sensation of burning. His eyes widened with rage, but he did not dodge. Instead, he activated his supreme body, and his flesh emitted gusts of air, avoiding the high-temperature fiery light. Then, with one sword strike, he cleaved open the Fire Phoenix's chest to reveal its huge heart. Just as Li Hao was about to extract that heart, Feng Shanjun roared, and behind it, in the void, there seemed to be an ancient cry that resonated. Li Hao's head buzzed, and he felt a sense of dizziness. In this moment of pause, the Firebird before him disappeared, turning into a streak of fiery light and fleeing to the distance. Li Hao looked up and locked eyes with Feng Shanjun from afar. Bastard! However, Feng Shanjun's eyes were about to split with rage. This youth had actually forced out its second chance at defying fate. Its second life was gone. Beside him, Monarch Bai was also in shock. Feng Shanjun was on par with him in terms of realm, but had been forced to use its chance at defying fate. This was definitely not an act of holding back or hiding strength. It was because the youth was too strong, with a terrifying physical divine body, unharmed by the Phoenix true fire. 3 immortal realms, how can he be this strong? Could it be that you've been possessed by a saint? Feng Shanjun roared, unable to believe it had been defeated, which was simply unbelievable. Even with the prodigies from the divine general mansion being as common as hair, someone of this caliber was surely unique through the ages? The youth was like a cub of a ferocious beast from the great wilderness heaven, brutal and terrifying. You've never seen it before because you haven't encountered me. Li Hao stepped forward, his eyes cold and sharp, ready to strike his opponent down. Monarch Bai stepped out, taking a deep breath, and said to Feng Shanjun, "Let's join forces." "I'm not playing this game anymore." Feng Shanjun felt ashamed and angry. Its second life was gone. Even if it truly fought to serious injury, it had to worry about other demons lurking around. It didn't want to become nourishment for other demons, forging an invincible path for someone else. Monarch Bai's face was gloomy. Was he really going to make this long journey for nothing? Wait, at that moment, a loud cry came from a distance. Feng Shanjun and Monarch Bai looked in that direction, only to see the red-dressed girl flying towards them, with a man and a woman speeding towards them from in front of her. Heaven-devouring demon ancestor, 10,000 caverns ghost mother. Recognizing the pair, Feng Shanjun's eyes sharpened, surprised they had also arrived. Not good. Feng Boping transmitted a message to Li Hao, "Kid, it's time to go, there are a bit too many demon kings coming." Li Hao paused slightly, looking at the two demons rushing over, his gaze becoming focused before sensing their aura. They did not hide their presence, both being demon kings, but the female's aura seemed weaker, apparently only at the Dao Heart realm. "No worries, Master Feng, you help me deal with one, and if it's three, I can try." Li Hao transmitted back. At this moment, he had not yet released his full strength and wanted to test his own limits. "Three of them, you sure you can handle it?" Even Feng Boping couldn't help but look at Li Hao in shock. Although he knew that Li Hao had cultivated to the three immortal realms and had previously killed a demon king while in the heavenly human realm, facing three demon kings alone still seemed too much. But after receiving Li Hao's affirmative response, he took a deep breath, didn't persuade him further and said, "If that's the case, I'll accompany you in this battle." From the divine general mansion of Qingzhou, he had accompanied Li Hao all this way, through wind and snow, without dissuading him, only providing companionship. At this moment, he did not persist further, because in his eyes, although Li Hao was his junior, he was also a friend. Between friends, there was equal respect. Advice was only meant to be given once, which was a reminder. If he continued to advise, it would be like commanding in the guise of giving reminders. "Good." Li Hao stepped forward, bursting with a soaring fighting spirit. He wanted to see his limit. Three demon kings, though slightly overwhelming, were not necessarily beyond his challenge. "Feng Shanjun, let's attack together, are we to just leave it at this?" The approaching man, engulfed in swirling demonic chi, and with densely packed lumps on his head, looked terrifying. He coldly stared at Li Hao in the distance and said, "A mere three immortal, wielding such ferocity. Even royals can't achieve this. I heard this kid's mother is from the great wilderness heaven, most likely inheriting some secret technique. We must smother him, otherwise where would we reside in the future?" "That's right, we came here because we all have a score to settle with the Li family. Such a rare opportunity shouldn't be let go of so easily." The woman beside him had a ghastly pale complexion, emanating an aura of death, and her eyes were of a piercing green. Feng Shanjun was momentarily taken aback, not expecting so many demon kings to have gathered here. Feeling a mix of surprise and regret, he thought to himself that had he known that brat to be so terrifying, he would have waited instead of facing him alone and wasting the precious opportunity to defy fate. But this thought flashed through his mind without lingering, as it was too shameful to consider. As a demon king, not being able to take down this youth on his own was a disgrace. "Kill." He did not waste any more words and simply gave the command. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor and the 10,000 caverns ghost mother also refrained from idle talk and charged toward Li Hao. Monarch Bai, noting the situation, made a move toward the concealed individuals in the Four Stands realm, pressing them to reveal themselves. Now, with three demon kings attacking the youth, unless another being of the Four Stands realm came to his aid, no one could save him. Overwhelming demonic chi obscured the sky as chilling ghostly winds howled. The heaven-devouring demon clan brought forth an ancient bronze mirror, reflecting Li Hao's image, and from the mirror, an identical figure to Li Hao emerged, rushing toward him. Li Hao's hair fluttered wildly as he stepped forth as if ascending the heavens, his presence overwhelming. At this moment, the immortal chi within him erupted with full force, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth, as the powers of all 10 directions converged upon him. Simultaneously, his physical body unlocked the power of the extreme realm, turning his flesh and blood to red gold and his hair transformed to gold, rendering him an imposing golden deity. Majestic and terrifying power surged torrentially from within his body. It wasn't just his power that was rapidly increasing, but also his physical defense and the speed of his thought processes were enhanced in all aspects. Confronting the approaching shadow from the mirror, Li Hao neither dodged nor avoided, but struck out fiercely with his fist. The golden fist seemed to puncture the heavens, and as the shadow raised its sword in fury, a single punch shattered both the sword light and pierced through the phantom. How is this possible? The heaven-devouring demon ancestor was stunned, showing an expression of shock. His ancient treasure was capable of reflecting a demonic body of the same realm as the original, which allowed him to easily suppress those of the same realm, a truly dreadful artifact. Yet, the demonic body it reflected was defeated by a single punch from the youth's true form? He did not realize that while the ancient treasure could reflect a demonic body, it could not mirror the power of the extreme realm. Li Hao at this moment, bolstered by the power of the extreme realm, had his physique enhanced and absorbed power of heaven and earth exponentially, greatly increasing his overall strength. Breaking through the demonic body, Li Hao's arms erupted with divine power, slashing his sword towards the numerous ghostly shadows cast into the void. Yanluo Ghost Sprites, kill, the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, with blue veins surfacing on her cheeks as if exerting tremendous effort, unleashed countless ghost shadows from her sleeves, covering heaven and earth as if turning the area into the realm of the dead. These layered ghost shadows could easily drain the power of their enemies under their cover. However, at this moment, a resonant sword light with the roar of a dragon burst forth, leaving the ghostly shadows to howl in anguish under its divine radiance. They were instantly pierced through. A single sword cleared the sky of all the ghostly shadows. No more than this. Li Hao laughed heartily, his sword moving to strike. With a single step, space between heaven and earth compressed beneath his feet as distance instantly shortened. As he approached the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, a torrent of sword chi slashed out like waves from the sea, emerging from the fabric of the world, then turned into roaring sword dragons. The gathering ghost shadows were annihilated the moment they encountered the sword dragons. Among them, countless sword shadows rained down upon the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's body. 10 infernal suppressing demon body. The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother let out a piercing scream, her body expanding with a male-sounding roar, erupting with terrifying might. But as the sword chi relentlessly washed over her, suddenly one strand penetrated her body. The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother shuddered violently, the roiling ghostly chi stilled for a moment before collapsing entirely. What is this? The 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Li Hao, feeling her life being rapidly drained away, as though something was voraciously absorbing her life force and pulling it toward a distant place. She tried to muster her strength and remove her divine soul from her body, but all her power and divine soul were ensnared by some force, unable to escape. She had the sensation of being devoured by something invisible. Death. She felt the dreadful shadow of death looming over her. In the instant her body ceased, the dragon's sword in Li Hao's hand had already cleaved down, bisecting her body. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor and Feng Shanjun arrived in time to see, puzzled why she did not evade, then witnessed the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's cloven body disintegrating and crumbling away, her life force fading swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was utterly extinguished. Dead. This sudden turn of events left both demon kings astounded and wide-eyed, almost unable to believe it. At first contact, this Dao Heartrealm Ghost Mother had been slain by Li Hao. And you too, Li Hao knew that he had triggered that fatal attack. Although the chances were exceedingly slim, the sheer number of sword chi that had washed over the opponent was enough. At least tens of thousands. Had she taken it seriously and countered with an attack to cancel out his, she might have dodged, but choosing to endure with her flesh, she was more susceptible to triggering that effect. The Demon King has fallen. Watching as Li Hao cleaved the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother's body in half and her breath ceased, Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor felt chills throughout their bodies. Especially Feng Shanjun, who now had no second life to spare. The death of the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother was too strange. It could not detect any signs of how Li Hao had dealt a fatal blow. It could not see how at all. Monarch Bai, who was just exchanging blows with Feng Boping from afar, also noticed the shocking change here. His pupils constricted, and his heart was filled with terror. That youth, he actually killed the Demon King. This scene also fell into the eyes of a girl in a red dress from a distance. Her face, originally smiling with cold disdain, now froze in shock before turning to look at Li Hao in horror. How could this 14-year-old boy possess such terrifying abilities? While everyone was still in shock, Li Hao had already charged forward with his sword. He raised his hand and made a slashing motion, as sword chi split like ice fracturing, turning into a roaring tidal wave. It was still the same move as before, but this time, both Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor realized the danger and did not dare to receive the attack as easily as the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother had. The attack contained a fearsome killing move that they could not discern yet, they could only avoid getting close. Whoosh! Fire blazed to the heavens as Feng Shanjun waved out a sea of flames, with the phoenix true flame scorching, instantly distorting and reshaping the sword chi tide. At the same time, the heaven-devouring demon ancestor also used its demonic powers, covering the sky with demonic chi like dark clouds, shrouding Li Hao's body. It coiled its body, revealing its true form, a giant snake over 100 jong long with bulging flesh and scales standing on end like blades. It roared as it spat out a demonic saber. This demonic saber, dark as a black rainbow, contained terrifying martial Dao extreme meaning, leveling the sword chi and cleaving towards Li Hao. Li Hao's eyes burst with divine light as a mouthful of immortal chi was infused into the dragon's sword, producing a Milky Way-like sword light, illuminating the void. With a bang, the clash of the divine weapons erupted with a shock that rippled through the area like tidal waves. Li Hao's body shook, and then he soared into the sky, his second sword suppressing the void and generating snowflakes that filled the sky. The heart of the heaven-devouring demon ancestor trembled as Li Hao's strength seemed in no way inferior to its own. It was of the defying fate realm. Its chi force had long since transformed into great Dao true force, a mighty power evolved through the condensation of Dao heart. A strand of true force could withstand tens of thousands of chi forces. This was also why the Four Stands realm could easily suppress the three immortals, with a huge disparity in strength, and yet this youth's power seemed not in the least bit inferior. Bang! In its annoyance, it manipulated the demonic saber, slashing continuously at Li Hao. Countless saber shadows filled the sky, colliding with countless snowflakes, saber chi flowing like a long river, aiming to swirl Li Hao into it and shred him. Li Hao did not dodge, but instead leapt into the saber light. He executed the dragon cicada void body, his flesh forming a symphony of clinks within the saber light. Countless waves of saber chi slashed at his body, yet they could not harm him in the slightest. His body seemed shrouded in a hazy white light, which was the dragon cicada's golden body, akin to a divine weapon armor. Even the dragon's sword could not injure him at this moment. It should be known that after the 7th stage of the physical body path, he had elevated these pinnacle body refinement techniques to even higher levels. Numerous other body refinements had also progressed to high-grade levels, bringing his physical body terrifying tempering and improvement. From the standpoint of mere bodily defense, even the demons and monsters before him were not his equals. With a terrifying body, Li Hao feared nothing, striding toward the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. Every step he took in the void produced booming sounds, like a young fierce beast. The destructive aura of the reincarnation sword skill concentrated on the sword's edge as it slashed towards the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. Bastard! The heaven-devouring demon ancestor was shocked. Even a true dragon wouldn't have such frightening defensive power, right? Li Hao advanced, passing through the demonic sky saber light and the true phoenix fire sea, emerging unscathed. It was horrifying. It roared, flicking its tail, viciously striking towards Li Hao. The heaven and earth law manifestation suddenly appeared behind Li Hao, and facing that massive snake tail, the huge manifestation showed no fear, boldly reaching out and fiercely grabbing the tail. Roar! The law manifestation seemed to emit a silent roar. Though soundless, a vibrating wave spread out. Li Hao drew on the power of heaven and earth, crazily channeling it into the heaven and earth law manifestation. The golden light burst forth, exerting a force capable of moving mountains and filling seas, and the tail was suddenly swung around. With a thud, the body of the heaven-devouring demon ancestor was whipped up and smashed into a nearby mountain peak. The heaven and earth law manifestation roared again, dragging its body up and once more brutally smashing it into the ground. The earth shook violently, with dozens of nearby mountains and the land hundreds of miles away trembling with ferocious ripples. This shock, even felt by the demons and monsters floating in the sky, left them all startled and speechless. How dare you ignore me? Feng Shanjun let out an enraged roar, charging head-on at Li Hao, igniting his phoenix true blood within. Flames wrapped around his body like divine patterns, akin to a burning meteorite, speeding toward Li Hao in a swift collision. Under the pull of Dao charm, Li Hao sensed the location of its attack, unable to evade. But he had no intention of dodging in the first place. Stepping forward, his fingers tightened into fists as he roared and punched out. This punch combined his understanding of the half-step invincible fist and the heaven and earth penetrating fist into the penetrating invincible fist. The sky was enveloped in flames around the young man, but the flames suddenly exploded. An earth-shaking might of a punch unfurled, accompanied by the lament of a myriad of birds. The fiery silhouette was sent flying backward, vomiting large amounts of golden demonic blood. Li Hao stood arrayed in red gold, like a divinity, towering in midair. Behind him, totems emerged, the shadow of a mountain born from the Plate Mountain illustration. rendering him unmovable as a pine, unfazed. All the demons were dumbstruck with shock, intimidated by the unwavering aura of this youth. Elsewhere, the heaven and earth law manifestation continued to drag the heaven-devouring demon ancestor, furiously smashing it into the ground and creating deep trenches as if the earth were cracking open. The nearby mountains were shattered by the impacts, scales on the demon ancestor's head were knocked loose, and its skin was ripped open, flesh bursting forth. It let out a roar of rage and humiliation, suddenly shooting out countless scales from its tail, slicing the palms of the heaven and earth law manifestation, and then with a fierce twist of its tail, broke free. The divine light surged within the heaven and earth law manifestation, healing the rips in its palms. Li Hao watched the demon ancestor struggling to break free and chased after it with his sword drawn. "Bastard, do you really think you are invincible?" The heaven-devouring demon ancestor roared, its majesty as a demon king completely swept away, rage turning its eyes blood red as it charged at Li Hao instead of retreating. As it neared, the ferocity in its eyes became apparent, and it suddenly opened its mouth wide, which, aside from two exceedingly long fangs, contained numerous small sharp teeth. At this moment, it used its most powerful cultivation technique, the heaven-devouring demon skill. Like a vortex, a powerful sucking force suddenly enveloped Li Hao. At such a close distance, it didn't believe that Li Hao could escape. However, Feng Boping, who was far away, saw this and his complexion changed drastically. Just as he was about to hurry over, Monarch Bai suddenly sensed something, roared loudly, and transformed into a white tiger, pouncing at him. Li Hao saw his opponent's gaping maw and, although he had anticipated it, was unable to avoid the enveloping suction force. His eyes cold, he held the dragon's sword in his hand, and seeing that trying to pull away was useless, he suddenly accelerated and headed straight into its mouth. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Li Hao was swallowed by the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. In its eyes gleamed a bloodthirst. "Boy, even true dragons have been devoured by me, you." Before it could finish speaking, its expression abruptly changed, and then it fiercely opened its mouth, spewing out a mouthful of black demonic blood. At the same time, a whirlpool-like sword chi swept out from inside its body, sending numerous sword chi flying in all directions. One of those sword chi struck through its body and burst out with a strange light. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor was about to struggle and spit out Li Hao, but suddenly, as the eerie sword chi penetrated, its body convulsed as if its spine was being drawn out, shrouded by the shadow of death. No. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor immediately thought of the 10,000 Caverns ghost mother who had strangely perished not long ago, its pupils constricting with terror. As it watched its life diminish beyond recovery, it hastily used its defying fate power. Its body split open violently, and from the huge flesh on the back, another demon body emerged, only 30 to 50 feet long, much smaller than the original. The smaller demon body flew out and immediately fled into the distance. Meanwhile, the massive body of the heaven-devouring demon fell straight down. Just before it hit the ground, a dragon roar and a flash of golden light emerged from its spine, soaring to the sky. It was Li Hao, who had been swallowed. Li Hao looked toward the fleeing heaven-devouring demon ancestor. Its energy was feeble, and it seemed its cultivation realm had fallen, making it an excellent opportunity to kill it. Just as he was about to pursue, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness as if something indefinable in the void had briefly disturbed him. When he looked again, he could no longer lock onto the figure of the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. It had vanished without a trace. The remaining demon aura traces also disappeared, seemingly erased by some kind of fate-like power. Li Hao's eyes became somber. This was the power of the defying fate realm. It was far more than simply a second life, it was a guaranteed escape from death. Even in the face of his fatal attributes, it could survive, which was truly terrifying. No wonder those families with a defying fate realm powerhouse can prosper indefinitely, even if they are besieged and assassinated, causing their families to be destroyed. But with defying fate as a safety net, after escaping, one would have antagonized a lurking four-stands realm powerhouse. Like a venomous scorpion, a situation no one would want to provoke or confront. Li Hao's gaze withdrew and looked towards the other side at the phoenix. Feng Shanjun, upon seeing the heaven-devouring demon ancestor's body fall, realized something was wrong. At this moment, as Li Hao looked over, it felt a surge of horror and immediately used its fastest movement technique, transforming into a red cloud and swiftly flying away into the distance. As a defying fate realm demon king, Having come from far away, it was now fleeing in a panic. With its true phoenix bloodline, it felt indescribably stifled and ashamed, but fear was dominant, the fear of being chased down by Li Hao. Li Hao's movement technique was only at the third stage, and even though the illustrated handbook attributes enhanced his speed, he was still much slower than the fire phoenix. It was too late to catch up on his own. He threw the dragon's soar sword, enshrouding it with the power of item control and adding the hidden bow and flying phase properties. The dragon's soar sword turned into a streak of golden light and flew out at extreme speed. Boom! The sword slashed towards the body of the fire phoenix. Feng Shanjun sensed the danger and narrowly avoided it, failing to trigger the double assassination property of the hidden bow, only managing to nick the edge of its wings. It was wounded and in pain, feeling both shocked and furious, and released a vast expanse of fiery clouds that enveloped the surroundings, transforming into a domain of a sea of fire. The dragon's soar sword caught up again but was blocked by the sea of fire, its lethality greatly reduced. It kept hacking away, but Feng Shanjun, with its feathers hard as iron, barely resisted, cutting a path 100 miles away, yet it could not be stopped. Li Hao watched as the opponent got away, frowning slightly with some regret. Movement was currently his weak point. It seemed necessary to quickly immerse himself in poetry and books or musical rhythm to reach a state of mind, raise his movement technique to the 4th stage, then add points to reach the 6th stage. Then, together with the illustrated handbook's enhancement, probably few demon kings would be able to outrun him. Li Hao summoned back the dragon's soar sword and turned to attack Monarch Bai, who was entangled with Feng. Monarch Bai was constantly monitoring the situation here, and when the heaven-devouring demon ancestor was forced to use the defying fate opportunity, he paled, realizing that the situation was dire and started to flee. But Feng Boping responded quickly and tangled with him, blocking his way. Get lost! Monarch Bai, vexed by Feng Boping's persistent engagement, let out a roar. It was furious, not expecting that it would be the last one to remain. It let out a tiger's roar, its fierce presence shaking everything around it. Li Hao narrowed his eyes as he watched and suddenly charged forward, all the illustrated handbook attributes embedded in his flesh bursting forth. The Changqi Mountains painting, Tiger Press, Blood Sea Fierce Jiao painting. Who the hell are you roaring at? Li Hao roared back, his might shaking the heavens. The combined ferocity of the many illustrated handbooks caused Monarch Bai to falter, feeling a chill in his gut. Back when he faced this young man's father, he had looked down on him, and if not for his wariness of the sword saint from northern Yan, he would have personally taken the field rather than lying low behind the scenes of the northern Yan war, merely acting as a commander. You, Monarch Bai, outraged and seeing the countless streams of sword chi gathering in the sky, felt his anger turn to fear, knowing that faced with a 2-on-1 situation, it was impossible for him to escape unscathed. I will remember you. Monarch Bai gritted his teeth and immediately used the defying fate opportunity. Its body suddenly rushed toward the distance, turning into a streak of white light. Li Hao manipulated countless streams of sword chi to chase and kill, but they all missed. It was as if a certain power was guiding them, causing them to veer off course. The opponent seemed to stand amidst the oncoming torrent of arrows, yet remained unharmed, possessed of an astonishing luck. Feng Boping saw the opponent forced to use the defying fate opportunity and stopped in his tracks as well. He knew that under normal circumstances, with his heaven and earth law manifestation, there were few in the defying fate realm who could see his movements or catch up to him. But once the opponent used defying fate, he could be as fast as he liked and still would not catch up. Various accidents would occur, leading to the loss of the opponent. If he pushed too hard, provoking a backlash from that power, even some accidents could severely injure him. As Monarch Bai fled, the young girl in the red dress had already taken the lead to retreat. She realized that the plan to besiege the young man was crumbling when she saw the heaven-devouring demon ancestor forced to flee. The battle was over, and the young man's fighting god ferocity could no longer be blocked. It's terrifying. This young man's physique is comparable to a true dragon. 3 demon kings couldn't besiege him, and he even turned the tables and killed them. The young girl, transformed into a red bird, flew into the distant clouds and away from the battlefield. But the scenes left on the battlefield were branded in her mind like scars, causing her heart to race with fear and shock. Quick, send out the message, everyone clear the way wherever this young man goes. She suddenly snapped back to reality and urgently sent out the message with a mysterious whistle. That young man, unstoppable, with the demon king's defeat, Those 3 immortal realm demons that had come from far away also recognized the grim situation and prepared to flee. But their speed couldn't compare to the Demon King's. After his failed pursuit of the Demon King, Li Hao immediately infused his immortal power into the Dragon Source Sword and went full force after them. With the flying phase complemented by the hidden bow attribute, he also laid many traps around the area. As the 3 immortal realm demons attempted to flee, they ran into these hidden strings and were immediately entangled and strangled, incidentally granting Li Hao a wealth of fishing experience. Spare our lives. The 3 immortal realm great demons trembled and shivered, begging for mercy in front of Li Hao. Li Hao paid them no heed. The Dragon Source Sword flew past, piercing through these demons. These great demons had come from thousands of miles away seeking revenge, only to face such an outcome, filled with regret and anger until their deaths. Li Hao controlled the Dragon Source Sword, pursuing and slaying all the demons within 100 li, quickly sweeping clean all the living beings visible nearby. Releasing the strings, Li Hao strung the corpses of these demons together. The body of the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, with countless ghoul-like limbs inside it, looked extremely terrifying and was also strung up by the strings. These strings, dragging numerous demon corpses, fluttered like a string of kites along the way, exuding an aura of death. Far away, a bird demon from the Tianji Palace was hidden in the clouds, secretly witnessing this scene and trembling uncontrollably, having never seen such a terrifying spectacle. To the demons, this scene was as if a demon had attacked and killed people from the human race's cities, binding their crushed corpses to his belt in a grisly and horrifying manner. At this moment, in their eyes, Li Hao was such a demon, extremely terrifying. The Demon King couldn't stop him. It's over, we're doomed. The Tianji Palace's bird demon, stricken with horror, quietly transmitted Li Hao's movements. As Li Hao sped along his way, what he saw were empty mountaintops where the demons had long since fled. What, the human race is invading? More like entering, you call this an invasion? He killed the Demon King. Upon hearing the information from the Tianji Palace, the many demons at first looked down upon it, but when they learned that the human had slain the Demon King, they were all shocked and stricken with terror. Some hurriedly packed their belongings and fled, while a few remained half-doubting, depending on their own abilities, hiding nearby in caves, hoping to secretly catch a glimpse of the truth about this member of the human race. But it was this very idea that cost them their lives. In a mountain lake 500 li away, a portly middle-aged man lay in the middle of the lake, surrounded by fish demon beauties, like orioles and swallows, having a joyful time, when suddenly a bird rushed in, speaking anxiously. Paying respects to Lord Abyss Lake. The portly man looked askance, recognizing the bird demon from the Tianji Palace, and nonchalantly said, "What's the matter?" "Lord Abyss Lake, I beg you to leave quickly. A young human is heading this way, slaughtering demons," said the bird urgently. The portly man was stunned, then burst into laughter. "Do you know what you're saying? You want me to leave? That young man just fought with 3 demon kings. Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor were defeated, and the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother died at his hand. Please, my lord, do not underestimate him," the bird hurriedly said. The smile froze on the portly man's face, and he turned serious. He had heard of the names Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor. They were defeated by that human race youth? Who is that? When did the human race have such a young generation? Could it be a disciple of that true immortal? The portly man asked. No, that young man is Marshal Haoshin from the Heavenly Gate Pass, from the Li family. The Li family? The portly man frowned. He knew of the divine general mansion of the Dayu divine dynasty but had spent many years dominating the demon territories and had not approached that dynasty. He had not paid much attention to it, content to live out his days as a mountain king in comfort. "My lord, please leave quickly to avoid harm," the bird urged. The portly man's expression soured. He had spent thousands of years in this mountain lake, and now he was being driven away by a brash youngster from the human race. Without even seeing his face, yet he was a demon king. When had he ever lost his dignity like this? Absolutely absurd, he exclaimed furiously. The portly man, despite his anger, knew that the Tianji Palace would not provide false information nor dare to deceive him. He took a deep breath and gathered the fish demons around him, saying, "My beloved wives, my children, come with me, we must leave for now." Though they left, using his demon art, he instructed some common small fish demons to stay behind and watch what happened. Then, he took his whole family of demons and flew away from that place. Not long after the portly man had left, Li Hao's figure rushed in. Coming upon a mountain lake, Li Hao's divine soul surged into it and discovered a demon lair built at the lake bottom, ostentatiously luxurious, decorated with many pearls and jewels. In the fault trenches inside and outside the lake were also piles of bones from many demons and the human race. Li Hao snorted coldly, his divine soul transformed into the heaven and earth law manifestation, standing in the lake like a towering giant, stirring the water with his arms and raising thousands of layers high, killing all the small demons and aquatic life within. With his arms, he scooped up the lake water and splashed it around, then brought over 2 large mountains from nearby to fill in the lake, causing the water to spread and irrigate the surroundings, leaving a trail of devastation before continuing forward. As he advanced, he flattened mountains and lakes in his path, leaving behind a terrifying trail of destruction. The earth was scarred, the demon territory laid to waste. Wherever he passed, it was as if iron hooves had trampled, plowing 1,000 miles of wasteland. The number of bird demons in Tianji Palace was limited, so they only reported to the demons of high cultivation levels. Those of lower realms, such as the demons of the heavenly human realm, didn't even have time to be notified, while the smaller demon clans were simply overlooked. And these demon clans, still basking in comfort and pleasure, saw a youth galloping towards them from the horizon. Behind the youth was a kite-like string of countless demon corpses, densely packed and terrifying to behold. When these demons realized what was happening, it was already too late to flee. They were pierced by the sword chi that Li Hao pressed out with a single finger, leaving corpses strewn everywhere. A great number of demons perished or escaped, fleeing elsewhere. As Li Hao continued to press forward, the bird demons of the Tianji Palace realized that his area of clearance was not aimless but radiated in a fan shape from the foundation of Heavenly Gate Pass, extending widely sideways, and the youth did not progress further there. He's clearing out the demons' territories outside Heavenly Gate Pass. The bird demons of Tianji Palace quickly grasped the thoughts of this youth but were both shocked and fearful in their hearts. Although it was just clearing the region reflected by Heavenly Gate Pass, the scope of the cleanup was too deep, extending 4,000 to 5,000 miles from Heavenly Gate Pass. Li Hao had already driven away 3 demon kings along his path and destroyed their lairs. These demon kings, upon receiving the information from Tianji Palace, could only suppress their anger and temporarily leave their dens, planning to return and inspect the damage later. The clamorous disturbance here also reached even further away. The 3 major demon forces gathered outside Liangzhou received the reports from Tianji Palace. Tianji Palace in Liangzhou was short of members, so the main hall of Tianji Palace dispatched an additional batch and divided it into 3 branches, specifically to stay outside Heavenly Gate Pass to monitor the situation there. Such treatment was second only to that of the headquarters of the 5 great divine general mansions. That youth can actually kill demon kings now. How old is he? Isn't he just 14 years old? Wasn't he just entering the heavenly human realm in Qingzhou? How did he become capable of killing demon kings in the blink of an eye? The Liangzhou branches of the 3 major demon forces were shocked upon receiving the news. However, when they learned that the youth was only clearing the area outside Heavenly Gate Pass, they breathed a sigh of relief. They then recalled the youth and his father's deeds in the great battle in Qingzhou. Maybe the news is true, otherwise, the Li family wouldn't need to concoct any schemes, letting such a scandal splatter onto themselves. If this youth is really just abiding by the agreement, then our attack on Liangzhou shouldn't have much impact on him. Why not? Let's start from the east side of Liangzhou. If we can't defeat the small ones, let's kill his father first. Good idea. I've also had enough of Li Tiangang. He was as stubborn as a lump of dog shit in Yanzhou, causing us heavy losses. The 3 major demon forces were secretly discussing. Our Dragon Gate's Grand Elder will not leave seclusion until a year later, so let's wait and see then. First, let's confuse them with a feigned attack, making them think we're just trying to draw their attention and not actually planning a real assault. The 3 forces were discussing their plans. Meanwhile, Feng Shanjun and the heaven-devouring demon ancestor, who had previously fled, were severely injured. The heaven-devouring demon ancestor, though having survived, was greatly weakened and stripped of most of its power during the escape from death, plunging its cultivation level down to the 3 immortal realms. It would need some time to accumulate power in order to return to the Demon King status. It desired revenge but had to bide its time. As for Feng Shanjun, after escaping, it was only wounded and would recover after a period of convalescence. Hearing about the gathering of demons in Liangzhou, it immediately rushed over, hoping to gain information and possibly leverage the power of these demons for revenge. Li Hao pushed forward relentlessly, slaying countless demons, and sat atop a hill surrounded by remains. Gazing at the stars and moon above, Li Hao knew it was time to head back. Having cleared such a great distance, it was about time. After resting for a night, Li Hao dragged back numerous demon corpses the next day, making his way back. On his way back, he selected and brought back some of the higher cultivation level demon corpses from those he had previously slain. As Li Hao returned, the bird demons of Tianji Palace who had been stealthily tailing him were suddenly overjoyed and immediately notified the escaped demon kings and great demons that the scourge was finally gone. These demons felt both aggrieved and relieved, and they hurried back to their dens. However, when they arrived at their territories, they found their lands were devastated and no longer suitable for habitation. The Abyss Lake Demon King returned to his mountains and lakes, and although frustrated, he thought he could bear it. But upon seeing that 2 mountains had filled in his lake and that all the lesser demons had died tragically, he nearly vomited blood from rage. I will have my revenge, the Abyss Lake Demon King roared in fury. The other 2 demon kings with similar sentiments did the same. Containing their towering rage, they obtained information from Tianji Palace and headed to join the 3 major demon forces on the borders of Liangzhou, willing to temporarily pledge their allegiance. Heavenly Gate Pass, Kenya City. The arrays atop the city walls had been fully constructed, with troops of the Bloodsha army and voluntary martial artists patrolling for any signs of demon activity. Clad in bright crimson armor, Li Hongzhuang ascended the city walls, her gaze reaching out to the horizon beyond the pass, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. It has been 2 days, why hasn't this child returned? Worry filled her heart. Although those 3 demon kings were wanted by the monster suppression department and most likely had fled their lairs, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be lurking nearby, possibly crossing paths with Li Hao. They shared deep enmity, and outside the pass lay the demon's domain, perilous in the extreme. Li Yi, after contemplating for a long time, Li Hongzhuang suddenly spoke up, calling over her deputy. She planned to dispatch a squad of elite warriors to scout the 3 demon kings' lair. A middle-aged deputy general walked toward her upon hearing her summons, but all at once, cries of alarm rose in the distance. The deputy and Li Hongzhuang, as though by reflex, tensed up and turned toward the source of the commotion, and then followed the gaze of the soldiers on the wall to look eastward, outside the pass. There, against the azure sky, a black dot appeared, expanding gradually, like a floating hill approaching swiftly. A demon attack? Li Hongzhuang's complexion shifted subtly, and she took a few steps forward, her hand resting on the parapet as she peered intently into the distance. When her gaze focused and she made out the shape of the approaching shadow, her stern expression froze in place. Whoosh! Li Hao soared toward the interior of the pass, trailing behind him the entangled and dragged bodies of numerous demon corpses, like kites swaying just below him, the fishing lines taut. Seeing the walls of Kenya City, Li Hao felt a sense of long absence and hastened his flight. As Li Hao entered the pass, all the soldiers on the walls also saw the frightening sight, shaking with alarm, and they couldn't help but burst out in astonished cries. It's Marshal Haoshan. Are these all demons slain by the Marshal? My heavens, all these demons are from the 3 immortal realms, and there are so many. The soldiers of the Bloodsha army were somewhat restrained, but the martial artists who had come to reinforce were unceasing with their exclamations. Great demons from the 3 immortal realms were a rare sight even on a normal day, formidable beings that could dominate a region spanning hundreds or even thousands of miles, extremely uncommon. Yet now, they hung like a net full of fish caught midair, all felled by Li Hao's fishing. Upon Li Hao's return, the entire city received the news, and when they heard that Li Hao had slain numerous great demons, everyone excitedly rushed to see. Li Hao returned to the city, laying the corpses of the demons on the ground that had previously held the Black Bird Demon King's body, and when he saw Li Hongzhuang rushing over, he smiled and said to her, "Help me look after these, and later, when I have some time, let's have a feast for everyone." Li Hongzhuang was stunned for a moment, then puzzledly said, "Did you hunt all these? How far did you go?" "Not that far, just strolled around outside," Li Hao answered nonchalantly. Li Hongzhuang looked at him skeptically. One couldn't encounter so many great demons without going, not that far. She suspected that Li Hao had gone beyond the lair of those 3 demon kings, 1,000 miles away, to much farther places. "Did you visit the lair of those 3 demon kings? Is it already empty?" she asked. Li Hao nodded. They've all fled. Li Hongzhuang sighed with relief and said, it's good that they've run. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. With your exceptional talent, why risk yourself now? After 10 years of hard cultivation, you'll most likely step into the Four Stands realm. It's not too late to adventure then. She was full of confidence in Li Hao. To enter the Four Stands realm 10 years later, Li Hao would only be 24, still far ahead and breaking records. After all, for most people to reach the 3 immortal realms by the age of 24 would leave them grinning ear to ear, considered a top-tier genius. She had only recently found out that Li Hao's father, her own 7th brother, was also extremely talented, having entered the immortal realm at the age of 23. Therefore, to step into the Four Stands realm at 24 would be astonishing. When Li Hao heard her words, he couldn't help but give her an odd look. Was this little ant cursing him? Entering the Four Stands realm only after 10 years, what a vicious curse. I'm a bit tired, I'll go rest now, Li Hao said. Li Hongzhuang caught on and, noticing Li Hao's tattered clothes, her expression changed as she asked, are your injuries severe? Quite severe, Li Hao replied, I need to get a good sleep for a couple of days. Bidding farewell to Li Hongzhuang, Li Hao returned to the wicker-fenced courtyard and immediately noticed that something had changed in Ren Qianqin, who came to greet him. Her aura seemed transformed, and there was a kind of divine light contained within her. Have you entered the divine travel realm? Li Hao said with a smile. Ren Qianqin was a year younger than him, only 13 now. Stepping into the divine travel realm at her age was quite a good pace for her cultivation progress. The vast majority of 9th grade martial talents, even after joining major forces, would only reach the divine travel realm at 14, and at 15 or 16, they'd achieve more. After that, it all depended on innate talent. Those with high comprehension might step into the heavenly human realm at 18 or 19, maintaining their breakneck speed through the realms and could be hailed as geniuses. Those with lesser talents might need to reach their 20s or 30s, and others, perhaps in their 40s or 50s. Young master, you're not hurt, are you? Ren Qianqin's voice was low and full of surprise as she looked at Li Hao's ragged clothing, her eyes brimming with distress and urgency. Li Hao chuckled, handing her the sword, it's just a minor wound, already healed. Just find me a new set of clothes. Accepting the dragon's sword from him, Ren Qianqin, reassured by Li Hao's words and seeing no wounds on his exposed body, finally felt relieved and said, I'll go find some for you. Then she ran back to the room in the courtyard with the sword in her arms. Li Hao went to the tea room in the courtyard, picked up the teapot and shook it, finding it had water, and drank directly from the spout. After 2 days of relentless battle, he felt quite thirsty. Before long, Ren Qianqin came running back with new clothes. Li Hao took them and then went to bathe. After washing himself from head to toe and rinsing the blood from his hair, he put on the new clothes and emerged fresh and clean. The little white fox was waiting outside the door. Li Hao bent down to pick it up and rubbed its fluffy head. Then he went back to the tea room, brewed a full pot of hot tea and said with a smile, Feng, care for some? No need for me, there's too many prying eyes in the city right now. Feng's voice floated into his ears. Li Hao's smile slightly faded, but after a moment of silence, he picked up the teapot and the tea table, told Ren Qianqin and the little white fox to go about their business in the courtyard, and then took to the skies, landing on a hilltop not far outside the city. There's no one around now. Li Hao set the tea table, personally brewed the tea, and gestured for his guest to sit. You, lad. Feng Boping appeared, drifting like a breeze across, and sat opposite him at the table. I certainly don't need your tea, said Feng Boping, but he still lifted the cup, drained it in one gulp, his face beaming with smiles and contentment. But I do, Li Hao replied. Then he also filled his own cup, sitting atop the hill with the cold wind blowing, yet his supreme body automatically isolated it so that not a bit could penetrate. His true energy enshrouded the teapot, keeping the tea from cooling too fast. Spring will soon be here. Feng Boping gazed out at the expanse of sky and earth, took a deep breath, the warmth of the tea steaming from his mouth. Li Hao nodded. With the great battle over, they both had a rare moment of relaxation, drinking together in peace and tranquility. When the teapot was empty, Li Hao stood up, bid farewell to Feng, and returned to the wicker-fenced courtyard. After practicing her sword for a while, Ren Qianqin saw Li Hao come back and quickly ran over, asking, Young master, did you go far these past 2 days? Not too far, just a few thousand miles, Li Hao said with a smile, hugging the little white fox that jumped into his arms, but noticing the dim red in its eyes was receding, and it seemed a bit livelier than before. Ren Qianqin was taken aback and then said with a hint of melancholy, "Young master, you have already climbed to the peak. When will I be able to catch up with your pace?" Her cultivation was quick, yet compared to Li Hao, there was a vast gap. She feared she would become more distant from him and participate less in his undertakings as time passed. "No need to catch up," Li Hao said with a smile. "I will come down the mountain to see you." Ren Qianqin paused briefly, then looked up at Li Hao, her eyes sparkling. Soon after Li Hao's return, numerous martial artists arrived at the wicker-fenced courtyard, voices chattering. Li Hao learned they wanted to serve, to join the army. But they didn't want to join Li Hongzhuang's bloodshed army. Instead, they wished to serve under Li Hao's command. Li Hao did not resist this. The emperor had bestowed upon him the right to recruit soldiers, albeit on a limited scale. To accommodate these coming warriors, however, was well within his means. After all, only 1,000 or 2,000 warriors wished to stay, and of them, merely 700 or 800 were willing to serve under him. Li Hao promptly pulled up a stool in the wicker-fenced courtyard. He tasked Ren Qianqin with the registration while he had the warriors demonstrate their talents one by one. Based on their cultivation realms and other skills, he assigned different positions. Some were suited for reconnaissance, others for spearheading charges, and some for joining the cooking squadron to assist him. The days passed in these quiet, cheerful moments. Liangzhou Western Frontier. On the towering city walls, 100 feet high, soldiers clad in dark armor stood in ranks, on strict guard. Inside the city, numerous large-scale war machines were being assembled, as well as massive dragons, elephants, and flood dragons pulling war carriages as big as small buildings from within the territory, filled with arrows, weapons, and provisions. In the barracks, everyone had their duties from patrolling to standing watch. War eagles continually returned to the camp from beyond the borders, bringing back the intelligence they had gathered. Strange, these demons have gone quiet. In the camp, Li Xuanli sat in his commander's seat, frowning in thought. The intelligence had detected a group of demons 800 li away, retreating towards the east. This group of demons had been circling the western frontier for a long time, launching occasional attacks. Among them lurked 3 great demons of the 3 immortal realms, acting as if they intentionally provoked them, trying to lure them over the defense line in pursuit, but he wasn't fooled. Now, these demons had chosen to retreat, which seemed abrupt. Taking other intelligence into account, could the attacks by demons beyond the Liangzhou territory really be a feint? Was their purpose to tie down the military strength of the Li family? "Dad." A figure ran into the military tent. It was Li Wushuang. Seeing his precious daughter, Li Xuanli's tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he chuckled lightly. "I heard that earlier, outside the defense line, you led a team and slaughtered a group of demons. How did it feel?" At the mention of this, Li Wushuang replied irritably, "They were just a bunch of minor demons." Li Xuanli chuckled inwardly. He wouldn't have let you engage if he hadn't known they were minor demons. Even though they were minor demons, you should not pursue them too deeply. You must understand that in the army, military law is as immovable as a mountain. These cunning demons are beyond your imagination, especially those attacking the border, all controlled by military strategists. You must treat them as sly and cunning ghosts, Li Xuanli instructed. "I know," Li Wushuang said, "that's what I came to talk to you about. I got intel from the mouth of one of the minor demons. They are feigning an attack, but in reality, they have already retreated." "Oh," Li Xuanli raised an eyebrow and asked, "How exactly did you get that minor demon to confess?" "I've been to the torture chamber before, and I learned a few things," Li Wushuang replied. Li Xuanli fell silent, letting out a wry smile. "What is a girl like you doing in a torture chamber? Such a dirty and chaotic place." "Nevertheless, this matter still needs to be deliberated. I will investigate further." "More investigation?" Li Wushuang was surprised. "Of course," Li Xuanli said irritably. "The group of minor demons you were sent to kill was at most in the divine travel realm. How could such low-level demons possibly know anything about battle plans, their cannon fodder in an actual fight, unless what they know was intended to be known by them from those great demons?" Li Wushuang was taken aback. "Dad, are you saying this is a trap within a trap?" Li Xuanli nodded slightly, "But it's also possible I'm just overthinking it. Either way, I will investigate further. You just go and rest easy." "All right then." Seeing this, Li Wushuang could only nod and leave. After she left, Li Xuanli's expression turned serious. He pondered for a moment before summoning his personal aide, instructing him to write 2 letters. One was to be sent to Qingzhou, insisting that they must guard against demon activities in their area. The other was destined for Li Tian gang in the eastern frontier. If these demons are a decoy, the target must be Qingzhou. If it's a genuine attack, this retreat could be a feint to strike the eastern frontier. I wonder how Tiangong is faring. His gaze flickered, and suddenly, another thought crossed his mind, prompting him to have the aide write another letter, to be sent to Heavenly Gate Pass. That lad, even though he has just repelled 3 demon kings, those demon kings harbor resentment, and are likely to unleash their fury on Liangzhou. They might even collude with other demon kings to attack Heavenly Gate Pass. Now that Dragon Soar's trail has been revealed, the Holy Palace, holding an old grudge against the Li family, might send people as well. I must warn him to be careful. Liangzhou, Eastern Frontier Warfront. The black stone Great Wall stretched endlessly, completely covering the warfront. 600 li outside the city, 2 figures swooped down with their auras concealed. One of them was clad in a luxurious robe of red gold, with a face fair as jade, handsome and sumptuous. The other was dressed in a black robe, with a cap covering his entire body, shrouded in shadows. That's the place guarded by Li Tian gang up ahead. The man in the black robe spoke in a deep voice. Feng Shanjun, I know you want revenge, but even if you charge in now, you might not be able to kill Li Tian gang. This border is protected by arrays, and with our strength, we cannot easily break through. On the contrary, attacking now would alert them, the equivalent of disturbing the grass to alert the snake. The man in the red gold robe, none other than Feng Shanjun, who had barely escaped with his life from Li Hao. His eyes flamed with golden fire as he gazed through the void at the military camp within the defense line, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I'm aware. I've promised not to act rashly and jeopardize your plans. At these words, the man in the black robe slightly relaxed, smiling. Feng Shanjun, there's no need to be hasty. A year from now, when our clan's elder emerges, we will certainly trample Liangzhou, and we can take that opportunity to deal with that brat for you. Feng Shanjun replied coldly, dealing with that brat is one thing. Li Tian gang must be left for me to torment to death with my own hands. No problem, the man in the black robe agreed readily with a smile. Feng Shanjun deeply looked at the distant defense lines, feeling a surge of anger in his heart, but he still restrained himself. There was the Li family's army. They surely couldn't breach the formation and achieve victory in such a short amount of time. Within Heavenly Gate Pass, 700 people were willing to enlist in the army to defend Kenya City, to protect this pass. Li Hao incorporated them into the ranks, registered them, and handed over the household registries to the governor of the Liangzhou military department, the 5th uncle, Li Xuanli. He was entrusted with the defense of Liangzhou and also took over as the governor of its military department, with the authority to deploy troops from different cities within the Liangzhou territory, including the city guards. Under his command, they were to obey unconditionally. This register needed to be entered and reviewed by him, otherwise, if these soldiers died in battle and Li Hao didn't step in, there would be no one to collect their remains or erect monuments in their honor. They would only be considered as martial artists who died in battle, solitary ghosts. Not long after returning, Li Hao received the Star Bureau official, an elderly man. Accompanied by him, Li Hao started to test the array protecting Kenya City. Being a frontier city, the level of its array was the 5 mysterious star formation, which sealed the fighting spirits of 5 great demons at the peak of the 3 immortals' peak, amplified by the power of the heavens and earth's stars, barely able to match the fighting strength of 2 demon kings from the Dao Heart realm. Defending against an attack from a single demon king was not an issue, they could at least hold out for half a day. Furthermore, all the soldiers in the city could channel their strength into the array to amplify the power of the fighting spirits further. They could also borrow strength from the array to enhance their own abilities, significantly increasing the commanding officer's fighting power. Please, Commander, conduct the inspection. As the array was activated, Li Hao saw the shadowy outlines of 5 great demons fighting spirits emerge in various parts of the city, at the 4 city walls and the city center. These fighting spirits were the consumables of the array and the accumulation of the royal family's battle achievements over hundreds of years. Li Hao flew out of the city and saw the entire city covered by the array. From any point of attack, the 5 demons could use the power of the array to instantly reach a location and launch an attack simultaneously. Then I'll just give it a simple try, Li Hao said. Whether the array had any flaws would depend on whether the fighting spirits could exercise their corresponding combat power. Li Hao didn't use the dragon's source sword but instead threw a punch with his bare hand. The power of the punch drew from the surrounding heavens and earth, forming a gigantic fist imprint that pressed down mightily. At the city walls, everyone initially had faces full of excitement and anticipation, but as the punch continued to expand, their expressions turned solemn and tense. Roar! The 5 demons roared and charged forward. Yet, under the suppression of the punch, the mighty demons appeared like tiny insects against a mountain. Unable to halt the punch's momentum, they were pushed back step by step. Boom, boom, boom. All 5 demon fighting spirits crashed against the array's golden shield, causing ripples to undulate like wavy light, making the array's color appear much fainter. Li Hao quickly retracted his power and flew back. The Star Bureau official stared blankly at Li Hao before he finally reacted and asked, "Commander, did you use your full strength?" "No." Li Hao shook his head. It was just a casual punch, using only 30% of his strength. The Star Bureau official was slightly stunned, then furrowed his brow, looked around at the array patterns on the city walls, and murmured, "That shouldn't be." Li Hao also felt that the 5 great demons shouldn't be so weak. He immediately comforted the old man. "Senior, no need to rush. Take your time and check again. Maybe there's a small issue somewhere." The Star Bureau official pondered and agreed. Even though Li Hao's attack was intimidating and powerful, he felt that even if Li Hao had reached the 4 stands realm, he shouldn't have been able to suppress the 5 demons so easily. There must have been an issue with the transmission of power in the array. "Apologies for the trouble, Commander. I will investigate further," he said. Sha Shanglan suddenly felt guilty. Was it the secret pattern she had engraved earlier that caused the problem? After bidding farewell to the Star Bureau official, Li Hao found the martial artists who had recently enlisted and instructed them to purchase a batch of cloth to make military flags. The more, the better. The next day, Li Hao received a message from the governor of the Liangzhou military department. The 700 recruits had passed their enrollment. Additionally, he received a letter from the 5th uncle filled with concern, cautioning him to be very careful of the Demon King's retaliation. Li Hao sighed and put away the letter, asking Ren Qianqin to place it in the wooden box in his room. That afternoon, a bird demon arrived in front of the pass, requesting to see Li Hao from the guards. A visit from demons was something Li Hao hadn't expected, and he immediately called for an audience. The bird demon transformed into the likeness of a 7 or 8-year-old child, dressed in plain orange clothes. As the soldiers led the child into the bamboo-fenced courtyard, the child glimpsed a young girl practicing swordplay and a boy casually sketching on the opposite bench. At the boy's feet, a little white fox lay lazily, glancing at him. The boy flinched inwardly at the sight and approached Li Hao with a nervous expression. "Calm, Commander. From Tianji Palace?" Li Hao continued sketching the ghastly corpse in the distance, gathering painting experience. Without turning his head, he simply replied. With his divine soul seated high in the sky and overseeing the surroundings, Li Hao could see the ghastly bloated body of the ghost mother from beyond the courtyard's fence. Seeing his identity revealed by a mere glance from Li Hao, the boy's expression slightly changed. He quietly observed the calm and gentle-looking youth, finding it hard to connect him with the fierce figure he had seen outside the pass. But he knew that with the slightest carelessness, he would lose his life. "I pay my respects to the junior general," he respectfully saluted, then said somewhat nervously. "Sir, I was sent here because, when you were sweeping the area outside of the pass, you destroyed the palaces of 3 demon kings, and they had us from Tianji Palace come to ask, how does the junior general plan to compensate?" "Compensate?" Li Hao looked at him with some surprise. "What kind of compensation do they want?" "They hope that you will apologize and promise not to invade again, so as to avoid any interference with each other. That way, they too can assure that Heavenly Gate Pass will remain peaceful, allowing you to successfully hold it for 3 years, the boy said respectfully, yet his voice trembled slightly. Li Hao narrowed his eyes slightly and chuckled. "They even know I'll be stationed here for 3 years. It seems you know quite a bit about me. Well then, tell them that the compensation is right here. They can have whatever they want, but they must come and get it themselves." The boy looked troubled and said, "Junior General, we're here to negotiate. Please don't get angry. You can't possibly stay at Heavenly Gate Pass forever. I advise you to think it over." Li Hao looked at him, his gaze suddenly intense as if it contained the weight of 10,000 caddies, pressing down on the boy, scaring him so much that feathers appeared on his skin, nearly revealing his true form. And his body, too, bent down and knelt on the ground. "Junior General, please spare my life, Junior General, please spare my life." The boy's protruding bird beak frantically pleaded. Li Hao's gaze withdrew, and he said indifferently, "I've said what I needed to. If they want compensation, let them come here themselves." Hiding and still expecting compensation, did your Tianji palace not tell them how I flattened their territories? The boy nervously said, "We told them, but they are very angry." Li Hao interrupted him, "Could it be that the real purpose of your visit is to test my patience, or something else?" The boy's heart suddenly constricted, scared out of his wits, but he managed a forced smile on his face and said, "How could that be? Although Tianji Palace is a demon force, we never participate in wars and have some cooperation with the human race. We are only here to pass on a message." "Oh, then tell me who you have cooperated with among the human race?" "That, I do not know. My cultivation level is too low." The boy trembled. Tired of playing along with such a minor character, Li Hao said coldly, "Get lost." "Yes, thank you for sparing my life, Junior General." Feeling the pressure on his body dissipate like a piercing chill, the boy quickly scrambled up, ready to leave. "Wait a moment." Li Hao stopped him with a cold voice, "Just like that, leaving empty-handed? Qianqin, give him my military flag." Ren Qianqin was listening intently on the side, and upon hearing this, she was startled but quickly reacted, pulling out a military flag from the side of the courtyard and tossing it to the bird demon boy. The bird demon boy caught it, looking at Li Hao nervously and confusedly. "Take my military flag, go back to your demon territory, and plant my flag on the mountaintop where I last traveled. Tianji Palace should know which mountaintop that is, right?" Li Hao's eyes were cold and piercing as he stared at the boy who was a bird demon. "Next time I patrol, if I see my flag has fallen or is damaged, I will once again sweep through everything outside the pass and will increase the range. Furthermore, Tianji Palace should be more careful when you see me in the future." Feeling the undisguised killing intent from Li Hao, the bird demon boy was stunned and trembling all over. A demon, helping this young man plant a military flag? And it could not fall or be damaged. You should know that the distance Li Hao had previously pushed through was 5,000 li outside the gate, which was deep in demon territory. Now, this young man was going to have his military flag stand under the eyes of all those demons. It was a blatant humiliation and deterrence. Domineering, brazen, and arrogant, at this moment, in the boy's eyes, the previously amiable and gentle youth had long disappeared, to be replaced by a sovereign fighting god who looked down upon all, making people bow in trepidation. I understand." After the shock, the bird demon boy tremblingly agreed. He knew the only reason he could walk out of here alive was to do this task for Li Hao. Otherwise, he would never be able to leave this courtyard. When the bird demon boy left shakily, Ren Qianqin approached with an astonished expression and said, "Young master, when you went outside the pass, you flattened the demon king's lairs?" Li Hao nodded slightly, and seeing her astonished expression, he smiled and said, "Practice your sword well, and in the future, you can too." Ren Qianqin's heart skipped a beat and she smiled wryly to herself. Her pursuit had only been to surpass a grandmaster. Demon kings. They are beings of the four stands realm. Nevertheless, Li Hao's words seemed to open a much broader door for her heart, and her eyes sparkled with increased motivation for cultivation. As she turned, eager to practice her sword, Li Hao called her back and asked her to bring some stationery because he wanted to write a letter. Ren Qianqin obediently went to find paper in the room, puzzled. "Young master, who is this letter for?" "To Liangzhou Military Department," Li Hao said. "Ah?" Ren Qianqin was confused. Li Hao didn't seem to have a close relationship with them. "This demon from Tianji Palace came here, it must be a test for me." Li Hao said as he wrote the letter. These demons kings asking for compensation, if their intelligence was accurate, they wouldn't dare to mention it, let alone threaten me. I think this bird demon came here to test my limits, or whether I would actually be stationed here for 3 years. Combining the military report previously sent by Fifth Uncle with his own caution, Li Hao had some speculations in his heart. Maybe it was just his own overthinking, but it was always better to be on guard. Ren Qianqin's eyes widened slightly. The amount of information in Li Hao's words was quite substantial, and she had some difficulty digesting it all at once. She only caught one point, that the Demon King didn't even have the guts to offer any compensation when facing Li Hao. What on earth had Li Hao done outside that pass? Soon, Li Hao finished writing the letter and handed it to Ren Qianqin. instructing her to deliver it to Li Hongzhuang to be sent to fifth uncle, Li Xuanli. Having done all this, Li Hao withdrew his thoughts and resumed painting. The boy-bird demon, under the watchful eyes of many martial artists and soldiers, flew out of the new city at the frontier pass, trembling with trepidation, then shot straight up into the sky. After entering the clouds, he began to accelerate until he was 700 or 800 miles away before he slowed down slightly. A few birds were waiting in the clouds ahead as he approached them. "Why did you even steal a military flag to bring back?" One of the red birds transformed into the figure of a girl in a red dress. Recognizing the military flag in the boy-bird demon's hand as Li Hao's banner, she couldn't help but speak with an incredulous tone. The boy-bird demon almost choked upon hearing this. "Steal? Did I eat too much and decide to steal that guy's military flag?" "Protector, I didn't steal it, that kid forced it into my hands," the boy-bird demon explained, referring to the young man simply as kid. The girl in the red dress looked puzzled and asked, "Why would he give you his military flag?" "He asked me to plant it on a mountain he's flattened, and the flag must not be damaged, otherwise he said he'd trouble our Tianji palace again and carry out another massacre beyond the pass," the boy-bird demon said indignantly. The girl in the red dress and the three birds beside her were astonished. Wasn't that a bit too overbearing? "What about the task he entrusted you with? How did the probing go?" As the girl in the red dress glanced toward Heavenly Gate Pass, she inquired further. "That kid is too shrewd. I only mentioned it slightly and nearly got caught by him." The boy-bird demon recalled the prior events with a hint of trepidation in his voice, saying, "From what he implied, he really isn't planning to leave Heavenly Gate Pass. That agreement is real." The girl in the red dress furrowed her brows and asked him to recount the events carefully. After listening, her frown deepened further. "This young man is indeed a great concern for us. It's time to inform Longmen and Shegong. Such a hidden danger, if not eliminated, could lead to endless troubles in the future." Indeed, the boy-bird demon nodded in agreement. But judging by the situation, he probably won't leave Heavenly Gate Pass easily to take part in the war in Liangzhou. "When that elder of Longmen is out, we can just take care of him then," the girl in the red dress said, glancing at the military flag in his hand and instructed. "Let's go, plant this flag," as if sealing off a mountain for him. "Just send a message to the surrounding demons to stay clear of that mountain for now. Let's avoid the sharp edge for the time being." Understood. The several birds immediately flew off to even farther distances. Liangzhou, Western Region. A blood eagle flew into the military camp and landed on the arm of a deputy general's retainer, who retrieved an oil paper-wrapped letter the eagle spit out and swiftly handed it to Li Xuanli inside the tent. "A letter from my sister, Li Xuanli," upon hearing the deputy general's retainer's report, was somewhat surprised. He'd only just sent a letter to Heavenly Gate Pass and had already received a reply. Now was a delicate period. Frequent correspondence was not a good thing, as it was easy for messages to be intercepted. He hastily opened the envelope and skimmed through the letter. His expression soon turned grave. "Demons intend to attack Liangzhou? How did Hao find out?" Li Xuanli was surprised that the letter was actually from the young man, and while he felt astonished, he was also somewhat incredulous. The letter did not explain the reasons, only mentioned his guess and asked him to pay attention to the movements of the demons. Considering the previous retreat of the demons outside the borders, a chill ran through Li Xuanli's heart. Could it be that the withdrawal of the demons was just a feint and they never really intended to leave Liangzhou? He put away the letter, immediately summoned his deputy general's retainer, and strictly ordered them to closely monitor every blade of grass and tree beyond the pass. He tasked the original scouting teams to search even further afield. Time flew by. Heavenly Gate Pass, Kenya City. Shortly after the boy-bird demon left, Li Hao set off once again for the territory beyond the pass. Upon cleaning up areas where demons had roamed anew after his last patrol, like mushrooms after the rain, they were easily dealt with. Reaching the furthest mountain top, Li Hao saw the military flag he had planted. There were no demons in sight, as if the area was sealed off. Spotting secret birdwatchers, Li Hao was satisfied and proceeded to patrol from east to west. Everywhere he went, Tianji Palace seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, hurriedly signaling the demons in all areas to take urgent precautions. The demons fled in panic from their not yet fully established lairs, only to slowly return after the young man flew past. Yet, this harrowing existence had grown wearisome for some demons, who could no longer endure it and chose to move away from this place in search of other lands. Even if it meant squeezing into territories already ruled over by other great demons, it was better than living in such unrest. Once peace returned beyond the pass, Li Hao summoned his warriors and instructed them to use their connections to spread word. They were to seek out masters skilled in the art of painting and chess style, inviting them as guests to Kenya City. During this period, Li Hao dissected the corpse of the ghost woman, along with other great demons, cooking them daily to prepare meals for the group. His experience in cooking soared, reaching 7th stage. Now, a full 500,000 points were needed to level up to stage 8. A single great demon from the 4 stands realm could provide a massive 30 or 40,000 experience points, which for the original 100,000 experience bar, was nearly half full per demon. But now, it was less than 1/10 of that. Even including all the great demons that were resolved by cooking, it only amounted to just over 70,000 experience points. Fortunately, sketching the bodies of these demons allowed Li Hao's painting experience to reach the bottleneck of the 6th stage, and with spiritual awakening in painting, he could be promoted to the 7th stage. But before that, Li Hao planned to seek an art form to solidify heart entry first, shattering the shackles of the 3rd stage in movement technique. That way, he could directly invest points into the 6th stage, drastically increasing his movement technique to the point where even some great demon kings of the 4 stands realm might not be able to escape from his grasp. Li Hao sent various materials for artifact refining, extracted from the bodies of the demons, along with the dragon's sword, to the 10,000 artifacts tower. Leaving his signature for a second reforging, the 10,000 artifacts tower, being a semi-official power, and Li Hao being a young general at the frontier pass, wouldn't dare to embezzle his possessions. The array set up by the elderly Star Bureau official was tested by Li Hao 2 more times, and each time he effortlessly suppressed those 5 great demons. The Star Bureau official and his students checked repeatedly but couldn't find any issue. It was not until Li Hongzhuang, the 3 Immortals' peak general, was proposed to test the array, that they finally realized the problem was with Li Hao, not the array. Outside the array, Li Hongzhuang was beaten black and blue by the 5 great demons and had to retreat in defeat, finally confirming that there was no issue with the array, but Li Hao was the issue. Because of this, the elderly Star Bureau official and his students were all speechless. They had combed through their scalps during their repeated checks without finding the cause, only to discover that the problem wasn't with them at all. It was this young man's strength that was outlandish. Who could have imagined that this 14-year-old youth would possess strength surpassing that of ordinary demon kings? The elderly Star Bureau official and others felt helpless but also excited. Li Hao's existence undoubtedly signified the upcoming rise of the Deu divine dynasty. Given more time, Deu would have another new war god, standing shoulder to shoulder with the immortal of Gondao Palace. Taking his students with him, the elderly Star Bureau official bid farewell to Li Hao. Prior to leaving, Sha Shanglan looked back at Li Hao with some reluctance and asked, "Will you always be here?" "Once there are no demons daring to invade here, I will leave," Li Hao replied with a smile. Sha Shanglan nodded, and then added, "I am from the Sha family, and we are all from Divine General Mansions. If you have time, you're welcome to visit the Sha family anytime." Li Hao shook his head slightly, "But I'm not from a Divine General Mansion, I'm just an independent individual." "But you..." Sha Shanglan wanted to say something more, but she was called by the elderly Star Bureau official, who glanced at Li Hao with a silent sigh and led his students away. Li Hao sent them off through Dragon Pass Road before turning back. In the leisure of idleness, time hurried by. The dangerous land beyond the pass had become rarely quiet, and the city within grew even more bustling and lively. The merchant caravans and armed escorts from various cities, through spreading the word on their return, also made known to the people of each city that Heavenly Gate Pass was now a very solid fortress and Kenya City a bustling place of great prosperity. With the convergence of merchants and visitors, gradually, people started to settle here, buying or renting houses, conducting business. Sparing the back and forth of transportation, they could sell their goods for higher prices than in the inner regions, yet still at reasonable rates. All under heaven are bustling for profit. More and more people came to Kenya City. Where there is demand, there is supply. Soon, visitors and many famous heroes from Jianghu came to visit Kenya City, wishing to witness the scenery beyond the pass. Li Hao then sat in a small fenced-in courtyard within the city. Undisturbed, he chose musical rhythm as his focus, played the zither daily, and listened to the sounds. Occasionally, he would sit on the snowy mountains outside the city, silently listening to the sounds of spring arriving, the sound of melting snow. Now, the accumulated snow outside the pass was gradually subsiding, revealing large swaths of black soil buried beneath the white. From the black soil, tender green sprouts were beginning to grow, bringing new life. During the process of heart entry, in musical rhythm, the martial artists under his command, thanks to their connections, had invited some art masters to visit Kenya City. Li Hao invited them to his courtyard and engaged with them in playing the zither, discussing painting, playing chess, and tasting wine, appearing much like a carefree noble scion indulging in enjoyment. But the martial artists within the frontier pass knew full well just how exceptional this young man's talents were. Aside from curiosity, they harbored no other thoughts toward him. Li Hongzhuang found it strange that Li Hao was not cultivating but instead spent his days enjoying leisure and refining his sentiments. However, she did not intervene, focusing on results. No matter how Li Hao pursued his cultivation, the outcome was already unattainable for most. That was sufficient. These art masters initially thought Li Hao was just acting on a whim, mainly for the sake of social networking, but upon closer examination during their discussions, some of the masters were nearly stumped. The professional questions asked by Li Hao left some unable to respond, which quietly astonished them and also filled them with respect for the youth. While they revered martial artists for their strength, it was a different respect entirely when someone could discuss the subjects they had spent years studying. This respect was out of admiration, appreciation, amazement, and joy. Through these art masters, Li Hao sought out famous art collections. And he did indeed find some unexpected gains. A master painter was willing to offer a famous painting he had treasured for many years. And a chess Dao expert, known as the Junior Chess Saint, gifted Li Hao 2 sets of chess manuals. Unfortunately, one of the chess manuals was not considered a famous manual and couldn't be included. Furthermore, they mentioned clues to other famous paintings and who might possess them. Li Hao took note of each one, intending to have someone investigate later to see if the owners were willing to transfer them. Time stealthily fled. In the blink of an eye, the snow had melted. It was the beginning of spring the following year. Spring rain drizzled endlessly. The distant mountains and nearby forests beyond the gate were shrouded in a curtain of silvery rain threads. The incessant patter of raindrops struck the small fenced courtyard before splattering into the crevices of the bluestone slabs, bringing up the scent of the earth. In the kitchen stood a kettle of tea, and seated at the mat were 2 people. One was Li Hao, the other, also Li Hao. That's right. At this moment, the 2 figures sipping tea and playing chess in this small courtyard were both Li Hao. Looking at them, they were indistinguishable from each other. It was only that the other Li Hao appeared somewhat dull, his gaze slightly wooden. As expected, not quite as quick-witted, Li Hao remarked. As Li Hao placed a piece on the board, he won the game again, but he gained no experience from it. Even a game in this form was determined by the panel as him playing against himself. But no matter, experience wasn't important. Having integrated chess Dao into his heart, Li Hao enjoyed every match, experience or not. The figure with the same appearance in front of him was obtained from an ancient painting brought to him by that painter. The painting was named Doppelganger. It depicted a young girl with a long skirt gazing wistfully into the distance at the setting sun. A seemingly simple artwork, it contained countless details, blending techniques such as light and darkness, symmetry, and so forth in a way that brought it to life. Through the thick and thin lines, with but a few simple strokes, the artist had outlined the fluttering hem of the dress, with every fold's play of light and shadow both natural and symmetric, a terrifying level of mastery. The residual light of the sunset, a light red, also diffused such hues, like flames melting on the canvas, truly ablaze. With his own art of painting at the 6th stage, Li Hao felt he was far from reaching this level. He thought that to meet the requirements for panel collection, he might need skills of the 9th stage. Such a superb artistic conception, scarcely seen in the mortal world. Among the renowned paintings or famous music scores passed down through thousands of years, there were not many. And each one carried the heritage of a millennium, with extraordinary significance. This doppelganger disappeared from the world after being collected, which made Li Hao deeply regretful. When doppelganger was integrated into Li Hao's physical body path, it brought an extremely peculiar trait. Doppelganger. From one's own flesh and blood, one can construct a shadow physique possessing 30% of the original's capabilities. If the shadow physique is destroyed, the original remains unharmed. The original and the shadow have no connection, there is no sharing of memories or vision. When the shadow physique is destroyed, the property will reset, only one shadow physique can be constructed. The original can give orders to the shadow physique, which will possess the original's basic thought processes. Previously, when Li Hao collected other chess scores and famous paintings, including musical scores, the attributes he received were always to amplify a certain attribute, but this doppelganger directly provided him with a capability. Or rather, the previous attributes were also a kind of ability. For instance, a lethal attribute was an exceptionally eerie power that had a 1% chance of being fatal. However, the ability from the doppelganger was materialized. This special trait, when used in battle, didn't add much to Li Hao's strength, essentially giving him an extra helper with only 1/3 of his own capabilities. After testing, Li Hao found that while it was said to be 1/3, the actual combat strength was far less. Because of the reduced abilities, this shadow doppelganger couldn't execute the special states of martial arts at the extreme realm, such as heaven and earth law manifestation, divine power, and immortal chi transformation. These were all unusable. The physical strength was only 300,000 jin. The energy within was chi force, not immortal chi, and the total eruption of chi force was less than 4 million jin. To know, royal family members could reach 2 million jin of chi force. Yuan camp's soldiers were at 500,000 jin, only equivalent to twice that of the royal family. Luckily, the yin and yang dual pulse wasn't sealed. Activating the power of the dual pulse resulted in 8 million jin. That equaled 4 times the explosive force of the royal family. Divine traveling, control path, etc., were also reduced, only amounting to about twice that of the royal family. Considering only this shadow doppelganger's combat strength, Li Hao estimated that it could suppress some great demons of the unwithering realm, but if it faced a demon king, it would likely be squashed in an instant. Fortunately, Li Hao didn't intend to use this doppelganger for fighting, but merely as company for a game of chess during his leisure or to help him run errands, which was convenient. Moreover, the creation of this shadow doppelganger was effortless, condensed from one of his fingers. His original severed finger regenerated, growing back within a few minutes. But the shadow doppelganger's healing speed if injured was also significantly reduced. Li Hao had tested it with Li Hongzhuang, and it was only about twice as fast as hers. All of these were secondary. What truly made Li Hao helpless was that this shadow doppelganger's chess skills were too lousy, having only about 1/3 of his own capabilities in this area. But chess and martial arts were different. Playing against someone with only 1/3 of your own skills was like seeing straight through them, far too inferior, and winning brought no pleasure at all. The one consolation was that when there was nothing else to do, the shadow doppelganger could help him with errands, like occasionally clearing out the demons outside the gate. Unfortunately, the shadow doppelganger couldn't earn panel experience from its work. Otherwise, with experience doubling, that would truly be joyous. Apart from the attributes brought by this painting, the chess score given by that young chess sage also brought a special attribute. The name of the chess score was the Chang'an diagram. Chang'an refers to heaven and earth. The score extends horizontally and vertically, with 19 horizontal lines and 19 vertical lines, needing 361 pieces to fill. Li Hao embedded this score into his control path and also obtained an unusual trait. Chang'an diagram. One may select any object as a mark and invest half of one's power into it. Once the mark is destroyed, the power will be released and explode. Number of marks. 180. These 180 marks, represented by black or white pieces, were also the total number of marks Li Hao could make at once. During Li Hao's experiments, he poured his power into a military flag, and during the infusion process, he was able to incorporate his swordsmanship as well. He infused a sword technique and 50% of his power into the flag, which then became one of the marks. When the flag was destroyed, the sealed sword chi and power would erupt, indiscriminately covering the surroundings. This was somewhat like the array constructed by the elderly Star Bureau official. However, Li Hao's method was simpler, being a single entity type and only suited for his use. Under the attribute of laying low, the 50% power Li Hao consumed would take half a day to recover. That is to say, he could only create 2 power-infused flags per day. Li Hao was in no hurry, having nothing else to do, and would create a flag whenever he recovered some strength each day. Now, his courtyard had accumulated 16 marked flags. Once the rain stopped, Li Hao would have his shadow self take the marked flags beyond the pass, planting one on every mountaintop previously permeated with the aura of the 3 immortal demons. Claiming mountains as kings, he wanted to make the places where his flags stood prohibited grounds for demons. In the courtyard, Ren Qianqin saw the shadow self, initially startled, but after learning it was Li Hao's cultivation technique, she regained her composure. Such peculiar instances as a shadow self were not unique. Li Hao had perused many ancient books in Listening Rain Tower and knew that some practitioners from the three immortal realms could cultivate second selves, just that the quality of those selves varied. Furthermore, some powers of the Four Stands realm would specifically forge a mortal body, transferring their mortal mind into it while their true self condensed the Tao heart to step into the Four Stands. This was also a technique for breaking through to the Tao heart realm. However, this technique was not advocated, as it was not perfect. If the mortal mind shattered, the Tao heart would be affected as well, like an inverted bowl with a notch. For a family like the Li family, or the Four Stands realm powers Li Hao knew, they all transformed from mortal to Tao with just one true self without condensing a mortal body. Among demons, however, dividing the mind to combine with the Tao was an encouraged practice for cultivation. Like the triple-headed serpent demon Li Hao had encountered earlier, if it could fuse its three heads into one brain, it could then transform into the Tao heart realm. The 10,000 Caverns ghost mother was even more exaggerated. Gathering thousands of ghosts, it tore its mortal mind to pieces and then melded the hearts of myriad ghosts into one, ultimately forming a Tao heart demon seed. This process was extremely easy to lose oneself, turning into a lonely wandering ghost or mountain spirit. Success in this transformation also depended on destiny and strategic layout. Every demon king who had cultivated to the Four Stands realm had gone through an exceptionally tumultuous journey. And once they entered the Four Stands realm and became kings, unless they sought their death, they rarely had concerns about their lives. If they reached the Defying Fate realm, it was even harder for them to die. Despite Li Hao's capability to slay several demon kings, in the end, only the Tao heart realm 10,000 Caverns ghost mother remained, as the rest of the demon kings had all escaped. Time flew by. The spring rain became increasingly persistent, the occasional clear skies fleeting. More and more flags were planted outside the pass, each flag seemingly a slap on the faces of the demons there. As the number of flags grew, eventually a demon couldn't bear the humiliation any longer. In the pouring rain, an indestructible realm demon roared as it rushed to the mountaintop where flags had been recently planted. The site was its newly half-completed home, now leveled, and left only with a bare mountain and the flag bathed in the torrential downpour. Seeing the two characters for Haoshin on the flag, the demon's eyes blazed with bloodlust, howling in fury. Lord Longzi, don't! A bird from Tianji Palace hurriedly flew over, shouting. But the demon had already thrown caution to the wind. Instead of living a life of constant fear and fleeing every so often beyond the pass, it preferred to find another place to settle down. It had made up its mind to shred the accursed human's flag and then leave without looking back. After all, the world was wide and home was wherever it chose. Boom! As its sharp claws struck down, the flag was submerged, its pole shattered and banner torn. Before the demon could sneer triumphantly, suddenly, a surge of sword chi burst forth from the flag, as if a sword was cutting open the heavens and earth. It swept and severed the torrential spring rain. Then, the sword chi broke through the clouds, tearing apart the dense clouds and stopping the spring rain. Afterward, it fiercely slashed downward, like an ethereal immortal between heaven and earth casually releasing a streak of sword chi. The demon's pupils constricted in terrified shock, disbelieving at this attack from out of nowhere. It roared with rage, releasing vast demonic chi, its scaled armor swelling in an attempt to block the sword chi. But the next moment, the sword chi slashed straight down, a loud boom echoing as it split the demon's body from head to tail, cleaving it in two. Then, the sword chi dissolved, breaking into countless minute sword chi particles that rained down furiously. If it were just its body being cleaved, this demon might have escaped with its life, for a mere fatal injury was not enough to kill a three immortal realms demon. Even if its heart was shattered, as long as it could quickly leave the battlefield, take some medicine, or preserve its life essence, it could still survive. Depending on the regeneration speed of its flesh, mending a broken heart was not so difficult. But at this moment, with the onslaught of countless sword chi, one streak entered its body, and before the demon could struggle, its divine soul abruptly perished. The gigantic body fell heavily on the mountain slope, before the shattered flag. The bird demon that rushed over was terrified when the sword chi soared into the sky. It stopped abruptly, hurriedly retreating to shrink away at a rapid pace, dodging out of the range of the sword chi. Only when it saw that the myriad sword chi continued to baptize the corpses of the demons until they vanished did the bird come back to its senses, too shocked to speak. This banner has a sword array on it, how is that possible? Since when could the heavenly observatory of the Daewoo divine dynasty arrange such terrifying, such precise arrays? The bird trembled all over, its feathers quivering as if its blood had congealed. Though spring had arrived, it felt colder than the depths of winter. For some, it might be their spring, but for them, the demons, it was a harsh winter. The bird was so weak that it blew the mysterious whistle, and before long, numerous birds from the Tianji Palace gathered. Upon seeing the ring of clear sky above the mountain peak, they were astonished, chirping and chirping as they inquired about the situation. After learning the reason, all the birds were stunned, staring dumbfounded at the tranquil mountaintop. The corpse of the three immortal demon lay there sprawled out. A single banner had vanquished a great demon of the three immortal realms. And such banners, if they remembered correctly, more than 30 had already been planted. Moreover, every once in a while, a few more would be added, covering all the peaks of the eastern sector outside the pass, places where the energy of heaven and earth was dense with them. These are all that youth's battle flags. He wants to turn this entire 5,000-mile region into his territory? The numerous birds of the Tianji Palace trembled with fear and palpitations. The power and capability of that youth were something they could no longer comprehend. The red bird transformed into a red-dressed girl, her face cute and lively with spirits, but filled with horror. She worked in intelligence, was widely traveled, and had seen many geniuses of the Daewoo divine dynasty over the past 100 years. But that glittering century paled in comparison to what had been witnessed in this short year. The terror of the astonishing youth seemed to emanate a majestic authority that suppressed the present age, even from thousands of miles away. Suddenly, she somewhat understood why that youth dared to come alone to oversee the Heavenly Gate Pass. It wasn't a blessing for them, the demons, but for that youth himself. He was far more ferocious and fearsome than rumored in Qingzhou, like a fierce deity released from its cage, truly unleashing its sharp edges and claws. Quickly relay the message, do not approach this banner at any cost, and we will find someone to transport one back to see what kind of sword array is on this banner. The girl in the red dress hastily said. The numerous birds were solemn and rapidly dispersed. Inside the small fenced courtyard, Li Hao's panel flashed before his eyes, and he saw the marker count jump from 35 180ths to 34 180ths. Immediately, he knew that one of the markers had been destroyed. Li Hao's eyebrows slightly raised, and he immediately sent his shadow alter ego to investigate and to demand an explanation from the Tianji Palace. It wasn't long before the shadow alter ego returned, bringing along the corpse of a three immortal realm demon. Meanwhile, birds from the Tianji Palace awaited along the way, treating the shadow alter ego as Li Hao, offering apologies and explanations. The shadow alter ego didn't speak but casually crushed the bird demon to death. The Tianji Palace, furious upon hearing this, dared not retaliate. The next day, they sent another bird demon to inquire about the cause, and Li Hao stated it was just a first-time lesson. Actions often spoke louder than words. The messenger bird shakily returned, relaying Li Hao's words to the Tianji Palace, which was shocked and angry but powerless to act. Yet after this incident, the Tianji Palace promoted Li Hao's notorious reputation even more vigorously. The three immortal realm demons, though skeptical, dared not really take the risk and eventually slowly left the area beyond the pass, seeking other places to find their fortunes. Even though some of the mountains, hills, and marshlands outside the pass were the ancestral lands of numerous demons, the place of their birth, even as demons, they felt affection and reliance on their birthplace. But they knew that as long as that youth oversaw the Heavenly Gate Pass, the ancestral land didn't belong to them. Fortunately, the demons had lifespans that stretched eons and were more patient than the human race. They could wait decades, or even a century before returning, by which time that young man would have most likely left. And to some great demons, a century was merely a period for secluded meditation and cultivation. The area beyond the pass became ever more silent. All that remained was the empty scenery. Thousands of miles beyond the frontier pass, demons had vanished, with only the occasional ignorant lesser demon wandering in. Time flew by. After the spring rains, the scorching days of summer arrived. Kengya City became increasingly bustling and prosperous, and the number of passers-by grew. In the blazing summer heat, on the Dragon Pass road leading to Kengya City, there were a few scattered travelers heading towards the city, as well as a merchant caravan. And, tens of miles outside Dragon Pass Road, within a dense forest, a bloated demon crawled out from the woods. Soon, it caught sight of the broad and white Dragon Pass Road ahead, and bloodlust appeared in its eyes. Just as it was about to crawl forward, an old tree in the dense forest suddenly spoke, "You should not go any further." The demon stopped, turning to look at the old tree demon that had spoken. Had it not said anything, the demon might not have noticed it at all. Its face shifted slightly, and it said coldly, "What's the matter?" The old tree demon said hoarsely, "Go any further, and you'll be on Dragon Pass Road." HMPH, what road? What does it matter if it's Dragon Pass Road? The bloated demon snorted. Once you reach Dragon Pass Road, you can't continue forward. That territory belongs to the human race. The old tree demon sighed. Human race? Wasn't this road long since claimed as the territory of our demon kind? How dare the human race come here? You must be from another province. The old tree demon swayed its branches slightly as if shaking its head. What you're talking about is from the past. Now, what demons are there? There are only the corpses of our kind, mountains of bodies and seas of blood. The bloated demon frowned and looked towards Dragon Pass Road, but all it saw were some tasty-looking members of the human race, like walking little sweets. Do you see that military flag? The old tree demon's branches moved, pointing to a military flag pierced into a high rock next to Dragon Pass Road. Once you see that military flag, you better leave quickly. The strong scent of human blood on you will bring you deadly trouble. HMPH, resorting to trickery, trying to scare me with just a military flag? The bloated demon scoffed. Forget the flag. I've even devoured an entire army before. Old thing, if you weren't such a dry stick, I'd have used you to whet my appetite. Having said that, it couldn't be bothered to listen any further and charged directly onto Dragon Pass Road. Grandfather, it's not heeding your warning. A small branch next to the old tree demon swayed as it spoke. The old tree demon sighed and said nothing. At that moment, the bloated demon had already rushed onto Dragon Pass Road, speeding towards a few figures in the distance. Its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent, and the wind brought forth by its body caused the battle flag on the high rock to flutter upward. But as it dashed closer in haste, a mystical wind suddenly swept through. In the hot summer, the cool breeze was refreshing as it swept past the bloated demon. The demon's pupils sharply constricted, trying to evade, but it was already too late. Its body suddenly split open, entrails scattered everywhere, blood flowing. The mystical wind seemed to come from Kenya City at the end of Dragon Pass Road. It was as if the sword chi the young man had casually released a year ago, which had killed that demon back then, was now circling above this official road, and a year later, it had blown back to where it once began. In the scorching summer days, within Kenya City, Li Hao sat in the small fenced courtyard eating chilled fruits, occasionally offering pointers on Ren Qianqin's swordsmanship. With another spring turned, he was now 15 years old. And Ren Qianqin had just turned 14. By now, Ren Qianqin had mastered a top-notch sword technique to a state of perfection. Among her peers, aside from those from the royal family, there were hardly any who could match her. Having consumed dishes cooked from the meat of great demons and the ghastly Demon King, which were rich in energy, her cultivation level had advanced by leaps and bounds. In just half a year, she had broken through from the Divine Travel Realm to the 7th layer of Divine Travel Realm. This strength had already far surpassed that of the city lord of Kongyu City in Qi State, whom Li Hao had encountered when he was slaying demons. Just over 14, Ren Qianqin already possessed the strength to independently hold command over an inland city. After all, many cities within the realm enjoyed tranquil lives, with the wild demons nearby generally not strong. The Divine Travel Realm was enough to deter them. Coupled with the city protecting formations, even heavenly human realm demons could be temporarily held back a bit, allowing enough time to call for help. Besides practicing swordsmanship, Li Hao also shared his insights on opening the yin and yang dual pulse with her. Learning that Li Hao had actually opened both mystic veins, Ren Qianqin was both shocked and yet felt it made sense, considering how much more powerful Li Hao was compared to others within his realm. Following Li Hao's insights, Ren Qianqin, by a stroke of luck, also opened a mystic vein, the yin pulse. However, opening the yang meridian is extremely perilous for those not naturally attuned to it. A slight mishap could result in a brain explosion. Throughout history, numerous geniuses have perished while attempting to forcibly open the yang meridian, including some who were deemed capable of taking up the position of the true immortal. Ren Qianqin had attempted multiple times but was not confident. Li Hao did not advise her to try. This matter was not about bravery. Luck played a part as well. Otherwise, in the world of martial artists, though there are countless who are brave, very few could successfully open the Yang Meridian. The difference between a brave person and a reckless one is often in the outcome, good or bad. Knowing when to stop is also a form of wisdom, and with the opening of the mystic vein, Ren Qianqin now had the capital to compete with the royal family. Most of the prodigies within the royal family had opened one mystic vein. Those who had opened two were the elites of the current generation, and only a few could be counted on one's fingers. Besides practicing swordsmanship, Li Hao would occasionally stroll outside the frontier pass, sometimes bringing her with him. The regions they visited were farther in the east-west direction. 5,000 li was deep enough vertically, but only about 1,000 li had been opened up horizontally. Li Hao's journey caused a flutter and a scurry among the demons monitored by the Tianji Palace. Li Hao captured some demons of the 15 Li realm for Ren Qianqin to use as sparring partners. The training was intense but, with Li Hao nearby to keep watch, it was thrilling yet safe. Under such actual combat training, Ren Qianqin's combat prowess also improved rapidly. Her encounters with the demons outside the frontier were detected by Tianji Tower and led to Ren Qianqin being added to the Chang'an list. Now, atop both lists of the Chang'an list sat Li Hao. And Ren Qianqin had entered as the 5th on the Kun Phoenix list. And 29th on the Qian Dragon list. Such a surge in reputation drew the attention of many powers. The most important aspect was Ren Qianqin's young age. To achieve such rankings and successes at only 14, it was highly likely she would enter the top 10 of the Qian Dragon list and step into the Celestial Master realm before reaching the age of 22. As her fame spread, many sought out Ren Qianqin's basic information, learning that she was the daughter of a Grand Master and a once student of the Tan Palace, but she had dropped out and was now following Li Hao, serving as his sword attendant. When Li Hao's name appeared within this information, all the powers that were paying attention twitched, and their focus immediately shifted. Ever since Li Hao demonstrated his might in front of the world's Grand Masters, suppressing the Buddhist child and defeating all Grand Masters, his name had become renowned among the young generation of the Deu Divine Dynasty. Any news related to Li Hao swiftly catches everyone's attention. Over this half-year, many young people from various states had rushed to the Heavenly Gate Pass, hoping to catch a glimpse of the young paragon. Others came to discuss and spar with Li Hao, as even a defeat under his sword could make them famous throughout the world. This caused Kenya City to become livelier and more prosperous. In times of chaos, one seeks survival; in times of prosperity, one seeks fame. Currently, the Deu Divine Dynasty was transitioning from prosperity to decline, but such a subtle trend of decay went unnoticed by many. Amidst the empire's landscapes and cities, numerous spirited youths in fine clothing ride horses far and wide, seeking that fame and glory. Princes, generals, and all manner of officials are all caught up in the turmoil, unable to see through it, let alone the young, inexperienced boys and girls. When the elders of these youths learned of the reconstruction of Kenya City's formations and heard of the 4 Stands realms secretly stationed there, having twice dismembered a demon king, cooking and hosting a feast for the entire city, they no longer prevented their children from traveling to this dangerous frontier. However, these young people who arrived in Kenya City were all kept out of the small fenced courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a young man was playing the zither and painting, while the Haitian army diligently guarded outside, with Grand Masters patrolling the 4 directions outside the courtyard. Even if a young person managed to send in a visiting card after a great deal of effort, Li Hao handed it to Ren Qianqin to deal with. It was also a good opportunity for her to practice sparring. Among the younger generation capable of defeating Ren Qianqin, there were very few, barely over 20 when combined from the Chang'an list, and those were all prodigies backed by renowned families who wouldn't come to the frontier seeking to make a name by challenging Li Hao. The rest, mostly those over the age of 22, youth in their 30s or even 40s, still managed to exert pressure on Ren Qianqin. However, even after defeating Ren Qianqin, there was no chance to see Li Hao. The young man, whose reputation was known throughout the world, was in the courtyard, where countless people looked forward to catching a glimpse, but to no avail. Fame and disgrace were but a wall apart. The pursuit of one's path is always arduous, which is why Li Hao chose to sit and rest all year round. Painting, playing chess, playing the zither, all were done while sitting. If possible, he would never stand when he could sit. Over the past half year, Li Hao had integrated the musical rhythm into his heart, and had already reached the 4th stage. And the state of mind he obtained, he applied to his movement technique. With his state of mind breaking through the bottleneck of the 3rd stage of the movement technique, and after adding points thrice in succession, Li Hao's movement technique directly advanced to the 6th stage. When he previously added points to reach the 7th stage of the physical body path, he had 5 skill points left. Now that the musical rhythm reached the 4th stage, gaining 1 more point, and having used up 3 points, he was left with 3 points. These 3 points, Li Hao saved to wait for the spiritual awakening of his state of mind, ready to be used on the control path or sword path anytime. After reaching the 6th stage in movement technique, the techniques previously mastered by Li Hao underwent a qualitative improvement, evolving the cultivation technique on his own into a peerless movement technique, and cultivated it to the true state. Now, if he were to encounter those demon kings from before, Li Hao was confident that he could pursue and slay each one. Unless they used forbidden arts, relying on fate to interfere with him. But they no longer had that chance. That day, the Dragon Sword, which had been sent to the 10,000 Artifacts Tower for forging, was personally delivered by a representative from the 3 immortal realms of the 10,000 Artifacts Tower. The man was a robust and sturdy middle-aged person, who handed over the Dragon Sword directly to Li Hao. His personal delivery of the sword, while partly out of fear of losing this divine weapon, was also motivated by a desire to lay eyes on this world-renowned youth. At 14, Li Hao's slaying of the small demon king of the 3 immortal realms caused many long-established experts to grow restless. Young general, this Dragon Sword has undergone 3 forges and has been tempered with starfire. You can feel its grip," said the middle-aged man named Lu Cheng, very politely and naturally speaking to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, already aware of this beforehand. It was originally intended to be forged twice, using the physical remains of the Black Bird Demon King and its demon soul. But then he had slain the 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother, allowing for another melt and forge. If a divine weapon could be forged 9 times, there was hope for it to evolve into a Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure. That is a weapon coveted by those in the 4 Stands realm, owned by only a few. Each Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure is an extremely terrifying weapon, its lethality easily deterring those in the same realm. And the prerequisite for being called a divine weapon is that it must at least be forged with the demon soul of a demon king. Originally, Dragon Sword qualified as a top-tier divine weapon mainly because the true dragon divine soul sealed within was far stronger than the souls of the Black Bird Demon King and 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother now sealed inside. With 3 forges, its might greatly increased, and the sword's own true dragon sword soul being manipulated could harm a demon king at the Tao Heart realm. Kill 6 more demon kings, and I can forge it 9 times, striking at becoming a Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure. Li Hao's eyes flashed. To become a Saint Heart Heavenly Treasure, at least 9 true souls of the 4 Stands realm are needed for smelting, including those of demon kings and the human race itself. Taking hold of the Dragon Sword, Li Hao immediately felt the difference, not just in appearance, but also in its lighter and heavier touch. Originally concealing the fervent power of a true dragon, it now has a gentler touch, resembling the feeling after the harmonization of yin and yang. Moreover, the sword's edge seemed to be sharper than before, exhibiting a profoundly deeper hue. Li Hao didn't test it in the city, for if he summoned the sealed sword soul within, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. "Thank you," said Li Hao. "Of course. The leftover Demon King corpses that you gifted us are considered the forging fee. All told, we are still profiting," laughed Lu Cheng, showing his magnanimous nature. Li Hao smiled and said, "If I find more Demon Kings in the future, I will still need your assistance." Lu Cheng was taken aback, then laughed. Hearing Li Hao speak so casually of Demon Kings, as if encountering and slaying them was almost guaranteed, this boldness was indeed unlike that of ordinary youths. But he also knew that with the 4 Stands realm's protection behind Li Hao, it might not be long before they received more Demon King remains as materials. After all, beyond the frontier, the place was fraught with danger, and encountering Demon Kings was not uncommon. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Hao sent off the burly man. Later that evening, after a full meal, Li Hao went beyond the wall to test the sword. Beyond the original true dragon sword soul, the demon souls of the Black Bird Demon King and 10,000 Caverns Ghost Mother were also forged into the blade. The combined true souls of 3 demon kings unleashed, the heavens and earth were like a gale of yin winds and dragon chants, extremely daunting in their might. Sword light flew everywhere, easily carving out ravines hundreds of meters long. Li Hao exclaimed in admiration, put away dragon's soar, and returned to the city for a comfortable night's sleep. Time passed. Unbeknownst to Li Hao, more than half a year had gone by since his first clearing outside the pass, and scaring away several demon kings. Using the Chenkin diagram property, Li Hao turned all 180 chess moves into military banners. A total of 180 military banners, with 80 placed on the energy-rich peaks outside the pass, preventing demons from occupying the mountains for cultivation. The remaining 100 were spread around Kenya City, ready to block demon invasions at critical moments. Only when the number of banners increased did Li Hao begin to realize the terrifying nature of this property. They were like small bombs, each mark storing half of his power. What did that mean? If 100 banners were destroyed at the same time, the released energy would undoubtedly be a terrifying storm. Although this force could not stack linearly, simultaneous explosions could turn a 200-mile radius into a violent forbidden zone. Even the Demon King would have to avoid its edge. The only drawback is that the attack unleashed by the damaged battle flag is indiscriminate, so Li Hao could only plant the flag 100 miles outside the city. Although ordinary military flags are not placed that far or that aggressively, afraid of accidentally damaging the flag and triggering the burst of the markers, Li Hao had no choice but to do so. With these battle flags in the array, along with his own shadow clone stationed there, Li Hao felt that Kenya City, even without him, would hold firm should the Demon King attack, at least for the time being. With this in mind, he was free to attend to another matter. He had long been concerned about the reward from the Listening Rain Tower. The cultivation techniques in the Listening Rain Tower were numerous and in no way inferior to Listening Rain Tower. Should he find some other peerless meridian opening skills and chi circulation skills, Li Hao felt he might be able to open all 108 major meridians. Combining this with the yin and yang dual pulse, achieving full meridian circulation through his body, would undoubtedly bring a great enhancement, and he might well reach the extreme realm. To this day, the Dayu Divine Dynasty's records seem to have no one who has achieved full meridian circulation. Perhaps there were such people, just unrecorded, or perhaps the books in Listening Rain Tower are not comprehensive enough. For example, that Buddha or that true person, Li Hao guessed, might have possibly achieved full meridian circulation, considering they have lived far too long, had enough time to practice many cultivation techniques, to temper themselves, and to open more acupoints. On this trip to Tianji Tower, Li Hao did not bring Ren Qianqin, planning to make a quick visit and return. He left the dragon's sword with his shadow clone to oversee Heavenly Gate Pass and also told Feng to stay and guard the place instead of following him. Now, even if he encountered a powerful demon king, he would be able to fight or flee. Moreover, after reaching the 6th stage of his movement technique, Feng passed on his movement technique, the Heaven and Earth Traceless skill, to Li Hao. Li Hao's proficiency in this skill was only slightly inferior to Feng's. However, relying on the acceleration attribute of the manual, he could make up for it. Therefore, in escaping, Li Hao was now already quite adept. More than his own safety, Li Hao was concerned about demons taking advantage of his absence to launch a sneak attack on the Heavenly Gate Pass. At the moment, using the myriad attributes to conceal his aura, Li Hao followed the guide from Tianji Tower out of the pass. However, as soon as the guide left Heavenly Gate Pass, the bird demon from Tianji Palace hiding in the dark corners of Kenya City perceived his movements and relayed the news. The guide from Tianji Tower has left the pass. Previously, we received information that he was coming to Kenya City to meet Marshal Haoshin, who gained the first place in the Grandmasters tournament and was awarded the opportunity to visit Tianji Tower to peruse the cultivation techniques. He finally left the pass. Is he going to leave Liangzhou? Did you see him? No, but he might have hidden his tracks. Could this be a decoy? In Tianji Palace, a chorus of bird demons chattered and discussed. Standing beside the girl in the red dress was a girl in a purple dress, a few years older, around 15 or 16, with an attractive appearance. A tuft of purple feather adorned the black hair on her forehead, adding a noble grace to her liveliness. Actually, he doesn't need to deliberately deceive us unless he wants to lure us into attacking Heavenly Gate Pass. But both the Dragon Gate and the Sacred Palace have already agreed to devour Liangzhou first before pulling out this thorn last. He cannot possibly know our plan, so there is only one possibility for his actions. He fears we will attack Heavenly Gate Pass during his absence, which is why he's hiding his tracks, said the girl in red briskly. The girl in purple nodded slightly and said, correct, but his concerns are unnecessary. Without killing him, attacking Heavenly Gate Pass is pointless. Now, while the young man is away learning new cultivation techniques at Tianji Tower, which will take some time, this is the perfect opportunity to attack Liangzhou. Go notify the Dragon Gate immediately and see how much longer their elder needs to leave the pass. Yes, elder. On the western border of Liangzhou, deep within a lake 2,000 miles away. Within the lake, dark shadows slowly sank and rose beneath the surface, like colossal creatures lurking in the abyss, emanating a terrifying aura. Suddenly, a red bird came swooping in with a shrill cry. As it approached the lake, it transformed into the figure of a girl in a red dress. She stopped above the deep lake, bent over, and respectfully said, Hongyun of Tianji Palace pays her respects to the elders of Dragon Gate. At the tranquil surface of the lake, a shadow suddenly emerged, then its body rapidly shrank, taking on the appearance of an elder. What's the matter? The elder asked the girl in the long dress, calmly. I've just received news. Marshal Haoshan of Heavenly Gate Pass has just emerged from his retreat and seems to be heading to Tianji Tower. He will be leaving Liangzhou for a while. Our palace believes that now is a good opportunity to attack Liangzhou, Hongyun said respectfully. Although their powers were different, Tianji Palace treated these great demons and demon kings with the utmost courtesy. That yellow-mouthed child from the Li family? The elder raised his eyebrows slightly. He had heard about the young man from Heavenly Gate Pass before. The demons outside Liangzhou already knew that Heavenly Gate Pass was not to be approached. According to the intelligence from Feng Shanjun, who had joined the Divine Palace, the young man indeed had the ability to slay a demon king. Even the 10,000 Caverns ghost mother had perished at his hand, which made him extremely vicious. Wish, the water surface suddenly rippled, and then a fierce dragon head emerged, covered in golden light, morphing into an elderly Taoist with an easygoing demeanor, the wanted Dragon Lord. Having joined Dragon Gate, he had now become one of its elders. Did you witness this yourselves? Dragon Lord immediately stared at Hongyun and asked. Hongyun replied respectfully, we did not witness it with our own eyes, but according to our intelligence analysis, there's a 90% chance it is so. You want to ambush and kill that youth? The elder beside him saw through Dragon Lord's thoughts at a glance, his eyes cold as he said. Don't get any ideas. According to previous intelligence, to kill that youth, it would take at least the combined efforts of 3 demon kings. Set aside your personal vendetta for now. Since you've joined Dragon Gate, you should prioritize its interests. Dragon Lord's brows furrowed slightly, and with a grim face, he said, I am not motivated by personal grudges. This is a rare opportunity. That youth's growth rate far exceeds your expectations. I'm worried that if we don't kill him now, Dayu Divine Dynasty will have another immortal. You're worrying too much. The elder shook his head. Do you really think we would allow him to grow unchallenged? Even if he is a genius, what of it if we gave him 10 years? To make it even more exaggerated, 5 years? HMPH, not to mention 5 years, he won't have even 5 months. Once the Grand Elder emerges from his retreat, he will take care of him, and no one will be able to stop it. Dragon Lord's expression shifted slightly, and he nodded. If that's the case, then I shall say no more. Hongyun cautiously asked, are you all going to wait for the Grand Elder to emerge before attacking Liangzhou? We will consider this matter ourselves. Thank you, Miss Hongyun, for your report, the elder said with a slight smile. Hongyun immediately understood that this was their way of dismissing her. In her heart, she cursed silently, but outwardly she smiled and exchanged a few pleasantries. Seeing that the other party's response was lukewarm, she did not linger any longer and turned to fly away. HMPH, they don't want to offer anything but are keen to extract intelligence. Once she had left, the smile on the elder's face faded, and he said to Dragon Lord, this time the Grand Elder will emerge from his retreat earlier, probably within the next few days. By then, it won't matter whether or not that young man is in Liangzhou. Go notify all the halls of Dragon Gate. It's time to assemble. We're finally going to attack. Dragon Lord took a deep breath, and a look of fervor appeared on his immortal-like countenance, with a bloodthirsty gleam surfacing in the depths of his eyes. The main tower of Tianji Tower is located in Yangzhou, neighboring Liangzhou. Compared to the vast and sparsely populated Liangzhou, Yangzhou is close to the south with spring-like weather year-round and abundant resources. The Lord of Tianji Tower resides here year-round, and it's also heavily guarded by the Helian clan, one of the 5 divine general mansions. To this day, there has been no record of demons breaching the city in Yangzhou for 300 years. The people here live in peace and contentment. This serenity also attracts many noble families to relocate here. After a stable development, several prominent centennial noble families have emerged. It takes 6 days to ride from Heavenly Gate Pass in Liangzhou to the main tower of Tianji Tower in Yangzhou. Li Hao, following the master of the three immortal realms who was guiding him, traveled through the air, making the round trip in just 2 days. If Li Hao were to travel at full speed by himself, he could make it in 1 day. This guide was the hermit Tianji, who had presided over the conference on Taoism. He had seen Li Hao slay a lesser demon king at that conference and was now guiding Li Hao very courteously, without putting on the airs of an elder. Martial artists are different from civil officials, valuing strength above all else. Civil officials like to say that the accomplished can be one's teachers, but in everyday life, they follow the practice of respect for their elders and teachers. Even if a young top scholar criticizes an ordinary, ignorant elder, they can be bashed, even by some acerbic people, to the point of being denounced as worthless and encouraged to take their own life. And with the current emperor valuing civil servants, many military officials and martial artists in Zhonghu have also adopted some scholarly air, favoring the order of seniority and lineage. Master Lu has said that if General Haoshan wishes to come and meditate for as long as he likes, he may do so, Hermit Tianji said to Li Hao with a smile. If you say that, I might just stay and not leave, Li Hao said. That would be most welcome, Hermit Tianji laughed heartily. Li Hao's 3 years at Heavenly Gate Pass were no secret to Tianji Tower, and they naturally knew that Li Hao was unlikely to stay long in Tianji Tower. Before long, the two arrived at the heart of Yangzhou, a city called Tianji City. In the distance, they could see a towering tower standing within the city. Li Hao's gaze swept towards the city, where the streets were bustling with an extremely lively and prosperous crowd. Along the way, he felt the unique ambiance of Yangzhou, slightly different from other states. This place had more young warriors in fine clothes, and on many hilltops, one could see groups of youth banding together to slay demons. The perilous outskirts also had a visible presence of merchant caravans. It was clear that the number of demons here was significantly fewer than in other states. Li Hao had already sensed the peace and prosperity of the region. Only in a peaceful and prosperous place like this would there be so many young people, full and idle, out to make a name for themselves by slaying demons. Soon, the two arrived at the main building of Tianji Tower. There are 7 Tianji towers, each guarded by a tower master. Although Hermit Tianji is also a tower master, he belongs to the floor of the tower. To be precise, he should be considered a floor master. Each Tianji tower has 9 floors, managed by 3 floor masters like Hermit Tianji and 1 true sub-tower master. Its foundation is incredibly strong. This is also one of the reasons why Tianji Tower has a strong presence in Yangzhou, and seldom any demons dare to invade. At this moment, Li Hao was brought in front of the main building. Outside the main building, on the training ground, many disciples of Tianji Tower were cultivating. In the distance, there were high mountains with waterfalls, deep pools, and deep gorges and precipices resembling a moat, shrouded in misty clouds, appearing like a fairyland and sacred place. No sooner had Li Hao's figure landed than he looked up at the plaque of Tianji Tower and heard a voice drifting to his ears. "Marshal, the tea is ready. Please come up." It was the voice of Master Lu, the main tower master, Lu Chunsheng. Li Hao looked up and saw a figure in white on the top of Tianji Tower, smiling at him. "The main tower master is waiting for you," said Hermit Tianji with a smile. Only those in the 4 stands realm, who could receive tea hospitality from the main tower master, enjoyed such treatment. Even those esteemed princes of the royal family rarely received such attention, and the young man before him was an exception. "Thank you for guiding the way." Li Hao smiled, bid him farewell, and then flew up to the top of the building, entering from the outside of the tower. The roof of the building was a spacious area like a private chamber, with a long table for burning incense, a guqin placed horizontally, and the fragrance of tea wafting through the air. "Please," said Lu Chunsheng, in his snow-white clothing. He appeared elegant and gentle, gesturing lightly with his hand towards Li Hao. Li Hao sat down on the cushion beside the tea table and said with a smile, "Thank you for the invitation, Master Lu. It's only the reward you deserve." Lu Chunsheng smiled, sizing up Li Hao with a gaze that briefly intensified, then softened again with a smile. "It seems the rumors are true, Marshal. Could it be that you have already stepped into the 3 immortal realms?" To ask such a question of any other person Li Hao's age would seem ridiculous and insane, but given it was Li Hao, it wasn't that hard to understand. Li Hao saw that he had been figured out and didn't hide it, considering he had already exposed himself while slaying demons outside the pass. Hearing Li Hao's admission, and although Lu Chunsheng was prepared, his eyes still cast a slight, intense gaze, and the teacup he lifted gently rippled. Martial is indeed a rare talent of the ages. Lu Chunsheng spoke with a smile, a light sigh of admiration in his tone. Although he was well-learned and well-informed, such natural talent astonished him, and he felt even more admiration for the emperor, who had a discerning eye. Li Hao chuckled, took a sip of tea, and said, "Excellent tea. It is made with spring dew from March, just slightly sweet," Lu Chunsheng said casually but with satisfaction in his tone. Seeing this, Li Hao did not hold back and drank several more cups before looking at the Guqin beside him. "Master Lu, you also understand the Guqin?" "I know a little, just a little." Lu Chunsheng laughed. "I heard the martial has broad interests and is quite learned. Would you care to play a tune?" "Why not have Master Lu start first and cleanse my ears?" Li Hao replied modestly. At these words, Lu Chunsheng laughed, did not insist further, and went over to the Guqin. He sat down with a proper posture, made a slight gesture, and then raised his hand to play the instrument. The melodious sound of the Guqin filled the space around the building. Li Hao listened quietly and then felt surprised. He had thought the other's claim of knowing a little was out of modesty, but it turned out, it was indeed just a little. Seeing Master Lu engrossed in playing, Li Hao had no choice but to carry on savoring his tea slowly. The tea was flavorful, at least. Master Lu's musicianship, Li Hao estimated, was about the level of the second rank. That level could be reached by a talented individual after 7 or 8 years of study. For one with no talent, it would take 20 or 30 years of practice. Soon, the piece ended, and Lu Chunsheng opened his eyes, smiling at Li Hao. "I have shown my lack of skill." Indeed, Li Hao thought inwardly, but outwardly he smiled and said, "Not at all. Master Lu's skill on the Guqin is quite impressive. You must have practiced for a long time, right?" "For a little less than half of a solar term," Lu Chunsheng replied with a light laugh. "You play very well. Better not to play next time," Li Hao outwardly complimented. "Would the marshal like to play a tune?" Lu Chunsheng's smile grew wider, and his eyes held more warmth when he looked at Li Hao. Li Hao shook his head. "My skill on the Guqin is modest. I would prefer not to embarrass myself." "The marshal is still young. It is admirable that you can spare the time to delve into music on top of your cultivation. There's no need for self-deprecation," Lu Chunsheng immediately reassured, feeling a pang of guilt for having perhaps played too passionately and dented Li Hao's confidence. Li Hao shook his head slightly. "Master Lu, I need to hurry back to Heavenly Gate Pass where I am stationed. Perhaps it is time for me to examine the cultivation techniques?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chunsheng sighed regretfully and replied, "All right then, please follow me, Marshal." He led Li Hao downstairs and said, "Marshal, feel free to choose any secret manual here. Whichever you take a fancy to, I can grant you." Li Hao, looking at all the various secret manuals, felt like he had entered a library. All the secret manuals were spotlessly clean. Li Hao turned and asked, "How long can I look?" "As long as you wish," Lu Chunsheng said with a smile. Li Hao smiled as well, seriously saying, "Then I thank you very much, Master Lu." Lu Chunsheng smiled, explained the classification of some secret manuals to Li Hao, and then left Li Hao there, going back upstairs himself. Li Hao wasn't in the Four Stands realm, so there was no need to worry about him stashing the secret manuals away in a pocket dimension. Besides, all these manuals were catalogued. He wasn't concerned about them being stolen. After Lu Chunsheng left, Li Hao began to wander around in the Tianji Tower. The dazzling array of cultivation techniques, sorted into various categories, gave Li Hao the feeling of browsing the Listening Rain Tower. However, there was no scent of agarwood here as in the Listening Rain Tower, and it was cleaned even more thoroughly as if it were frequently visited. In the sunlight streaming in from outside the tower, the dust was clearly visible, drifting over the scrolls of cultivation techniques. Li Hao first explored the qi circulation skills, searching for the meridian opening skills and qi circulation skills. The layout of the cultivation techniques in Tianji Tower was similar to that of the Listening Rain Tower. The peerless techniques were all placed on the top floor, and Li Hao found 7 peerless qi circulation skills and 5 peerless meridian opening skills. There were only 3 peerless meridian opening skills recorded in the Listening Rain Tower. Considering that Tianji Tower specializes in intelligence, it was understandable that they had such a foundation. Li Hao included all the techniques in his panel, and with the insight of the sixth stage of control path, once these techniques were included, the panel immediately showed they had reached perfection. The details of the 5 meridian opening skills flooded into his mind. Li Hao closed his eyes quietly, as though he had cultivated all 5 peerless meridian opening skills for decades, gradually integrating the insights into his memory. Li Hao also gradually understood the meridian locations these meridian opening skills could open, and which meridians they were. There were many overlaps with the meridians of some cultivation techniques he had practiced before. As more meridians were opened, the number of overlapping meridians opened by these skills also increased. Nevertheless, within the 5 peerless meridian opening skills, each had its unique root, adding 7 new meridians for Li Hao. From the original 98 meridians, now there were 105. Only 3 meridians short of perfection. What a pity, there are too many overlaps. Li Hao felt regretful. Each of the 5 peerless meridian clearing skills could open more than 50 meridians, but after mastering all of them, the overlapping only resulted in 7 additional meridians. No wonder it's so difficult to open all the body's meridians. The Dayu Divine Dynasty has almost no records of such feats over thousands of years. The difficulty is too high, too time-consuming. Cultivating another peerless meridian opening skill to perfection could take decades of hard work. Even for a genius, it would still take 8 to 10 years. Ordinary people don't have an understanding of the Tao realm like he does, enabling them to master skills easily with the control path. Unless one relies on a long lifespan and slowly powers through, but that also requires connections and resources. If I could master that royal family's meridian opening skill, I should be able to complete the last 3 meridians, Li Hao thought to himself. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. Practicing the royal family's meridian opening skill was a capital offense. It was one of the fundamental secrets of the royal family, not to be trifled with. Li Hao shook off the thought and turned to go downstairs. On the lower floor, there were numerous high-grade meridian opening skills. Li Hao looked them over one by one, included them, and as he included more and more meridian opening skills, more information flooded his mind. Each meridian opening skill added to the panel reached perfection, but unfortunately, they all overlapped with the many meridian opening skills he had already mastered. Although the roots of the different skills were unique, the meridians they opened were not much different. Li Hao continued to descend floor by floor. After recording more than 20 high-grade meridian opening skills, one of them finally opened up a new meridian for Li Hao. Li Hao was somewhat delighted and continued downward. Before long, he included 3 more, and among them, there was another meridian opening skill that could open up another new meridian. Now he had 107 meridians, only 1 meridian short. Li Hao kept going down, having included all high-grade meridian opening skills. He then looked at the mid-grade ones, but after going through dozens of the mid-grade skills, they were all overlapping. Li Hao could only hope for the best and check the low-grade skills. If there were none, then he would have to find a chance later to visit various famous schools and seek them out individually. Just when Li Hao was not holding much hope, after including 32 low-grade meridian opening skills, suddenly, the information from one of them made him stupefied. This low-grade meridian opening skill was extremely peculiar, taking an unconventional route that precisely opened the last meridian he needed. All 108 meridians had corresponding techniques to open them. After his moment of stunned silence, Li Hao was overjoyed and could hardly wait to start cultivation right away. But this was the Tianji Tower, so he restrained himself and refrained from practicing there. Otherwise, once all meridians were connected, along with the yin and yang dual pulse, Li Hao couldn't be sure of what kind of phenomena might occur. His previous heaven and earth law manifestation and divine power states had caused considerable disturbance, and since this also involved his martial arts secrets, he preferred to keep them hidden if possible. Swords and knives have sheaths for the very purpose of concealing the blade. Now, with meridian opening perfection, Li Hao went back to the top floor to start searching for body refining skills. In the same manner, he included and searched his way down, finding hundreds of them, with a deluge of information flooding in. Although he had yet to practice them, Li Hao knew that many of these techniques would refine parts of his physical body that he had previously been unable to reach. Once he practiced them later, his physical strength would surely improve again. Next were swordsmanship, boxing, and the like. Li Hao mastered and recorded each one by one. As he was going up and down including them, suddenly, the sound of a chin drifted down from the rooftop. Young general, although there are many secret scrolls, be careful not to be dazzled by them. How about I play a piece on my chin to help you calm your mind? The voice of Lu Chunsheng reached his ears. Though it took the form of a question, the chin music had already begun. Underscore, Li Hao. None underscore none, you just want to play the chin for your own sake. Li Hao criticized in his mind but responded through a voice transmission, many thanks, Master Lu. Maintaining social etiquette, with finesse. With the sound of chin music coming from the rooftop, Li Hao continued to immerse himself in the selection of secret scrolls. Although in Li Hao's view, Master Lu's chin skills still needed improvement, listening to his second-stage chin music as background music was indeed quite pleasant. Moreover, Li Hao glanced through the cultivation techniques, only needing a few looks, without truly engaging in contemplation to learn. Otherwise, the music would become the most considerable noise. Time slipped away. An hour later, Li Hao had recorded quite a few cultivation techniques into the panel. All the peerless techniques were swept clean, except for those that couldn't be recorded, such as saber techniques and spear techniques. Since Li Hao hadn't entered the Dao with saber and spear techniques, the panel couldn't record them, except through his own insights. But Li Hao had no intention of wasting skill points on sabers or spears. With fists and a sword, that was enough. To slay an enemy, one sword stroke was sufficient. There was no need for an additional saber slash or spear thrust. Mastering many was not as good as mastering a few well. After all, skill points didn't just come from a gust of wind. This trip's greatest gain, apart from completing the major channels, was the qi circulation skill and movement technique. Li Hao's repertoire of movement techniques was very limited. The heaven and earth traceless skill given by Feng was considered a top-tier peerless technique among peerless techniques. Now having compiled numerous movement techniques, the insights from these techniques fused into his heart, greatly enhancing Li Hao's movement abilities. 4 peerless movement techniques, plus Feng's, plus 18 superior movement techniques. Li Hao was eager to test out how fast he could move now when bursting forth with all his might. Although he could only deploy one movement technique at a time, Li Hao cultivated these techniques to a true state, able to piece together their strengths and weaknesses, blending them into one. With his control over the Grandmaster martial realm, he took the essence of these numerous movement techniques, making them his own. Li Hao returned to the rooftop contentedly, feeling that Master Lu's music seemed more melodious now. Junior General, have you found a cultivation technique that you liked? Lu Chunsheng asked with a smile. Seeing that Li Hao had come out so quickly, he inwardly complimented him as a gentleman. He had previously let Li Hao enter and choose at will, already prepared for Li Hao to secretly memorize many techniques. This was his subtle hint to Li Hao, and also a favor he intended to extend. But now, it seemed that even if Li Hao had memorized other cultivation techniques, such a short time wouldn't have allowed for many. To partake with moderation marked a gentleman. The embroidered spring breeze, swordsmanship is quite good, Li Hao said, bringing out one peerless swordsman's manual. This one. Junior General has good taste. This sword technique was created by someone from the 3 immortal realms 800 years ago. The swordplay is sharp, yet the sword intent is gentle, indeed suitable for the Junior General's kind personality, said Lu Chunsheng with a laugh. Though he hadn't interacted much with Li Hao, he could tell Li Hao was different from other military generals, not so heavily imbued with a killing aura, his nature being soft and refined. This was one of the reasons he found Li Hao agreeable. Master Lu flatters me, Li Hao said, smiling. Lu Chunfeng handed Li Hao the perfectly brewed tea with a friendly smile. Junior General, do you have any comments on the tune I just played? Li Hao. As defined as underscore is defined as equals just practice more. Li Hao cleared his throat and said, Master Lu's chin skills are like this cup of tea, sweet and refreshing. Haha. Lu Chunfeng laughed heartily, thinking the young man certainly knew what's good. Feeling great, he said, actually, I have another piece of my own composition. Would the Junior General like to hear it? He asked, but his body was already rising from the meditation cushion. Just as Li Hao was about to speak, a commotion came from outside the building. With Li Hao's strong physique, even at a distance, he could hear it clearly and immediately asked curiously, Master Lu, what's happening over there? Lu Chunfeng had just stood up and glanced outside the pavilion. He then said with a smile, it seems someone has passed the heavenly shadow steel. Junior General, would you like to take a look? It might also be an opportunity for our Tianji Tower disciples to learn from you and gain some insights. Okay. Li Hao agreed. The two immediately flew out from the outer pavilion and headed toward the martial field. There, they saw a gathering of disciples who were previously practicing, their figures spread around the area. In front of them, leading to a high mountain outside the field, stood numerous black stone stels. These stels were 2 to 3 jong tall, standing erect on the ground, almost resembling a row of tombstones due to their large size. Tang has observed the stels 3 times and successfully challenged Zhang. That's incredible, only 3 observations. Tang is well known for her talent. She mastered that superior swordsmanship in just 3 tries and became agile in 7 days. It's a pity. Though Tang possesses exceptional perception, she came from a humble background and lacked quality resources for cultivation in her early years. Now that she's older, she can't be listed in the Chang'an list, otherwise, she would have made a name for herself long ago. Shish, do you want to die? Why bring up such taboos? Don't you feel regretful? Regretful, my head. If you dare say Tang is old again, you're the one who doesn't want to live. The disciples whispered and discussed among themselves in front of the stone stels, occasionally letting out exclamations of admiration and sighs. Suddenly, someone noticed Li Hao and Lu Chunsheng fast approaching. They were extremely unfamiliar with Li Hao, but they recognized Lu Chunsheng very well. After all, at the entrance to the Tianji Tower, there stood a statue of Lu Chunsheng. The idea that this young man could accompany the master of Tianji Tower made them wonder which family's Qilin offspring he was. Many curiously scrutinized him, but their first reaction was to bow respectfully. Disciple greets Master Lu. Lu Chunsheng nodded slightly as a sign for the youngsters to dispense with formalities. Then, he looked at Li Hao beside him, chuckled, and introduced, "Let me introduce everyone. This is Marshal Haoshan." Knowing the relationship between Li Hao and the Li family, as well as what Li Hao had said at the Grandmaster's conference, he did not touch on what might provoke Li Hao and used his original name for the introduction. Haoshan, Marshal Haoshan? Everyone was stunned, some not quite catching on at the moment. But soon, all their eyes widened slightly. Within the crowd, a young lady previously surrounded by admirers, tall and slender, holding a long sword, with eyes as clear and sharp as autumn waters and carrying an air of cool detachment, also paused, slightly taken aback as she looked toward the gentle-faced youth upon hearing Lu Chunsheng's introduction. As disciples of Tianji Tower, they had access to denser and more extensive information and were aware of the many achievements of Marshal Haoshan. At the age of 14, he had been awarded a military title, fulfilling the dreams of countless young people. Even as a woman, she held curiosity toward the legendary young man. Seeing the shocked and astounded expressions of the people around him, Lu Chunsheng smiled and then noticed the cold and proud lady in the crowd. He turned to Li Hao and said, "You're here for the first time, right? Are you interested in trying our Tianji Tower's Heavenly Shadow Steel?" "This is the Heavenly Shadow Steel?" Li Hao looked over the numerous black stels with some surprise. He had heard from his second grandfather that Tianji Tower had found a divine stone from beyond the heavens, infused with the natural Taoist charm of the cosmos, capable of inscribing one's cultivation technique's essence onto the stone. Tianji Tower cut the stone into what became the Heavenly Shadow Stels, which turned into a beautiful landmark of the tower, attracting countless talents over 1,000 years ago. Later, after certain events, Tianji Tower restricted the use of the stels to its own disciples and ceased to open them to outsiders. Lu Chunsheng's invitation for Li Hao to try the stels was with the hope that if Haoshan could leave his mark upon them, those stels would be sealed and preserved as an inspiration to the tower's disciples in the future. Okay. Li Hao was also curious about this legendary stone. Their conversation was overheard by everyone, and when Lu Chunsheng led Li Hao forward, the many disciples consciously made way, their eyes filled with curiosity. The rules of the Heavenly Shadow Steel had nothing to do with cultivation level. They primarily tested one's enlightenment. The young man before them was famous throughout the world for having the fastest cultivation speed in 1,000 years. They too wanted to see just how much his enlightenment differed from theirs. Sometimes, a fast cultivation speed doesn't mean high enlightenment. After all, below the heavenly human realm, as long as one had the resources, one could improve quickly. If one disregarded foundational issues, they could even chug elixirs and advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. Stepping into the heavenly human realm, besides requiring enlightenment, also involved a fair amount of luck. Some people would have an epiphany just by watching a falling leaf or scooping up a handful of water. Others would gallop across the world, challenging all the major sects, accumulating scars all over their bodies, yet still find themselves halted in front of that heavenly gate. These 100 heavenly shadow steles record the cultivation technique realms of all the disciples of Tianji Tower over the past 100 years. Lu Chunsheng said with a smile, when the cultivation technique you perform exceeds the level recorded by the stele, the essence of the stele will automatically record the level of your technique, replacing the previous shadow. This is what we call the stele shadow legacy. Li Hao nodded. He knew all this. However, hearing about it was one thing, but experiencing it was another. As he approached the pitch-black stele, Li Hao faintly sensed the rich energy of heaven and earth covering it, along with an enigmatic and elusive essence. In our tower, disciples may only observe each stele 10 times. If they fail to leave a shadow within these 10 attempts, they shall not be permitted to observe the stele again. Lu Chunsheng said with a smile, the number of attempts to observe the stele, as well as whether one can leave a shadow or not, are measures of one's talent and enlightenment. Interesting, Li Hao remarked. Seeing Li Hao's interest, the corners of Lu Chunsheng's mouth curled up. He knew geniuses couldn't resist this kind of challenge. Young general, given your talent and swordsmanship, I suggest you try that heavenly shadow stele. Lu Chunsheng pointed Li Hao to a heavenly shadow stele not far away. Everyone looked over, immediately beginning to whisper among themselves. It's the stele left by Brother Kong 10 years ago. That stele is ranked 82nd in difficulty. Is he going to challenge one that difficult right off the bat? It might be difficult for us, but not necessarily for him. I think he'll definitely succeed in leaving a shadow within 3 tries. 3 tries? That's hard to say. I think 5 tries should be about right. After all, he can suppress a grandmaster, and his talent and enlightenment are beyond any of us. Everyone whispered quietly, some expectantly watching Li Hao. In the crowd, Tang Jishi was also gazing intently at the 82nd ranked Kong stele, which was more difficult than the 93rd ranked stele she had just broken through. Could this young man manage it in 3 tries? Her lips were pursed slightly, and her eyes were focused on the young man. Okay. Li Hao glanced at it and walked up to that heavenly shadow stele. After scrutinizing it and following Lu Chunsheng's whispered instructions, Li Hao placed his palm on the stele and then released his aura. Soon, the stele seemed to activate, displaying a luminous splendor. At the same time, a figure stood in the stele, a young man holding a long sword, who suddenly slashed down. But this young man was just a shadow without the ability to attack. As he slashed and swung, he demonstrated a piercing sword technique. To leave one's shadow on the stele, one must replicate the exact same sword technique demonstrated by the shadow and perform it even more exquisitely. If one were to use a different sword technique, it wouldn't work, which is why countless people have used this to test their talents and their capacity for enlightenment. Quickly, the young man finished the demonstration. By the middle of his demonstration, Li Hao received a panel prompt, recording the demonstrated sword technique. I can actually record swordsmanship here, and it seems it's not the swordsmanship of Tianji Tower. Li Hao's eyes brightened. Didn't this mean that these hundreds of heavenly shadow steles were akin to hundreds of cultivation techniques? At this moment, after the young man in the stele finished his performance, his shadow dimmed and disappeared. Li Hao also came back to his senses, absorbing the multitude of information transferred from the panel, looking at the newly added and extrapolated to perfection, grasping Moon Myriad Flower's sword skill, as well as the true state level, and he reminisced once again about the sword move that the young man had just performed. It seemed to be only at the perfection level. This was a superior sword technique. To watch the stele 10 times and comprehend and cultivate it to the perfection level really was a test of one's enlightenment. It wasn't any less difficult than passing the imperial examinations after only 1 year of study. Most people observed the stele for the first time, memorizing by rote the shadow's sword moves, then repeatedly practiced on their own, attempting the challenge again after a year or half, and so the cycle continued. The period of 10 observations could span over a decade. The shadow has disappeared. I wonder if he has comprehended it? Comprehension isn't difficult. I can do it too. If he can't comprehend it after 1 observation, can he still be called a genius? You're right. However, Brother Kong's sword technique is at the perfection level. The higher the realm, the harder it is to discern its subtleties, making it difficult to imitate and the cultivation even more demanding. People whispered softly. Li Hao looked around for a moment and saw a tree in the distance. He summoned a dry branch with a wave of his hand. Then, with a flick of his hand, The branch in his hand unleashed the grasping moon myriad flowers sword skill. It was as if a bright moon appeared, captured by the sword light in his hand, and around him myriad sword chi, like numerous blossoming sword flowers, drifted about beautifully. However, each blossom carried a sharp sword chi, untouchable. Soon after completing one sword dance, the heavenly shadow steel shimmered, and then, in the pitch-black steel, Li Hao's sword dancing figure emerged. The shadow of the young man that had been there was covered and erased. Lu Chunsheng watched, stunned, his pupils contract slightly. He knew more about Li Hao and had hoped that Li Hao could leave an image after watching the steel twice, thereby preserving Li Hao's reputation as a genius and also obtaining Li Hao's retaining image steel. However, to his surprise, the other party left an image after just one viewing. Moreover, the swordsmanship Li Hao had just performed was full of extraordinary phenomena, clearly indicating his cultivation technique had reached the level of true state. From perfect, skipping directly to sublime, and straight to true state in one step. Could he really achieve this after just one observation? Lu Chunsheng suddenly felt that he understood too little about this young man, not even glimpsing the tip of the iceberg. He even wondered if Li Hao had practiced this swordsmanship in advance. Otherwise, even when those three sword saints were young, being able to practice an upper-level swordsmanship to perfection after just one glance was already shocking enough, but compared to Li Hao, they were like fireflies to the bright moon. The sword Dao talent of this young man was even more terrifying than that of the sword saints. Lu Chunsheng's thoughts were racing, his eyes flickering with light. Meanwhile, the other disciples of Tianji Tower were frozen on the spot. They had anticipated 3 times, 5 times, but had never considered that Li Hao would leave an image after just one viewing. Moreover, the level of swordsmanship he showed, with its resulting phenomena, exceeded many of their understandings, with only a very few aware of the highest level of cultivation technique, the true state. A glance of true state. Among the disciples, a few murmured to themselves, their eyes somewhat vacant. At this moment, Li Hao, holding a withered branch, turned back to the edge of the Taoist training ground where the heavenly shadow steel was located. According to the previous sequence, this should be the 100th in the series, the last of the heavenly shadow stels. This ranking is mostly decided by the chief tower master based on the difficulty of the techniques within the stels. Once unfamiliar and now experienced, Li Hao raised his hand and wiped it on the steel, quickly activating an image. But this time, the image was of a knife technique. Seeing this, Li Hao skipped it directly and turned toward the 99th in the series of heavenly shadow stels. Although with his level of swordsmanship, he could also simulate that knife technique and leave an image on the steel, there was no need for that. This 99th steel depicted a boxing technique. Li Hao revealed a slight smile and quickly, the panel recorded his form. As the image disappeared, Li Hao then threw the same punch, with phenomena abounding. The true state level. His figure was quickly imprinted on the heavenly shadow steel. Li Hao continued towards other heavenly shadow stels. Along the way, he activated more than a dozen heavenly shadow stels in succession, including the recently successful and still warm 93rd steel of Tang Jishi. The image of the woman that had been on it was wiped clean. It was an upper-level sword technique, also at perfect level, but this sword technique was easier to practice and master. As the true state-level sword technique was performed, the image was directly replaced. When Li Hao went to activate a steel in the 70s series, Lu Chunsheng finally reacted, froze for a moment, and hurriedly said to Li Hao, "Young general, what are you doing?" "I'm trying to see what I can comprehend," Li Hao smiled. Lu Chunsheng was stunned, watching the stels that were replaced in succession, with only a portion directly skipped by Li Hao. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Among the crowd, Tang Jishi stood dumbfounded, watching the figure of the young man. Her recently created image, which she had spent half a year researching to master at perfect level, was replaced by a mere glance from the other party. And moreover, the gap between true state and perfect was too vast, too vast. Could this really be something the human race could accomplish? She also noticed a detail. While she was performing her sword technique to create her image, that young man even looked around, seemingly a bit impatient. At this moment, her brain was just buzzing, many of her thoughts jumbled. On the training ground, the mood of the other Tianji Tower disciples was much like Tang Jishi's. At first, they were shocked, and later, all were like having a duck egg stuffed in their mouths, gaping open-mouthed, unable to utter a word. Such a terrifying spectacle, they hadn't even dared to imagine. Many heavenly shadow stels, some barely revealing an image, were skipped by Li Hao, and any he stopped to observe were left with an image in just one try, and always in true state. They didn't dare to dream such audacious dreams even when well-fed and satisfied. It was too exaggerated. Was this still a human? As Li Hao continued to advance, soon, he entered the series of the top 30 heavenly shadow stels. Lu Chunsheng's face was filled with shock. Such an unheard-of event, in his thousands of years, he had never seen, nor dared to imagine. But soon, he suddenly realized a serious problem and came fully awake. Li Hao, by continuously leaving his image on so many heavenly shadow stels, had pushed the techniques on them all to the level of true state. Who will be able to continue leaving their image in the future? Viewing the stele 10 times, the true form, they're likely to be cursed by everyone? Let's not talk about 10 times, even 100 times would be impossible. The true form, many people have never even heard of this level of cultivation technique. Those from noble families only understand up to the extreme perfection, which is already considered the pinnacle of their skill. For someone with extreme talent, the true form would still require focused cultivation for decades to achieve. For someone of average talents, it might take hundreds of years to achieve such a state. Young General, Lu Chunsheng watched Li Hao continue to activate the heavenly shadow stels with a sense of trepidation, fearing that if Li Hao were to activate them all, the future of these stels would be doomed. This is one of the important legacies of the Tianji Tower for 1,000 years. Li Hao was interrupted and looked towards Lu Chunsheng. Lu Chunsheng hurriedly said, "Young General, I know your comprehension is unparalleled, but these heavenly shadow stels, should we not leave some untouched?" As he spoke, a slight embarrassment flashed across his eyes, but he was already filled with immense regret inside. If he had known it would be like this, he would have kept playing the zither with Li Hao. Previously, he had hoped that Li Hao would leave his image, and indeed Li Hao did. But Li Hao left far too many, leave some untouched? Li Hao frowned but quickly understood what the other was implying. Seeing Li Hao frown, Lu Chunsheng quickly said, "You could try the first stele in the sequence, the one at the very top. Leave your image there, and that would be enough to prove your comprehension." Li Hao felt somewhat helpless. He was not doing this to prove his comprehension but to record the cultivation techniques. "All right then." Li Hao agreed, saying, "But I would like to activate and see these, is that okay?" "If it's only activation, then there's no problem." Lu Chunsheng, seeing that Li Hao agreed, let out a sigh of relief and quickly gave his permission. Upon seeing this, Li Hao immediately activated the stels once more. Suddenly, more than 30 heavenly shadow stels were activated by Li Hao, and he was able to record 1/3 of the cultivation techniques. In the end, Li Hao approached the largest stele standing at the top of the mountain. While other stels were only 2 to 3 zhang tall, this stele was a colossal dozen or so zhang high, and even against the backdrop of a majestic waterfall with a tremendous presence like the Milky Way, the stele was extremely conspicuous. Li Hao raised his hand to activate it, and an image of a figure holding a sword appeared on it. Li Hao glanced at it and slightly raised his eyebrows. This person seemed somewhat familiar to him. It was the sword saint from the sword hut, Jian Wudao. However, the image depicted was of his middle age, with jet black hair, cropped short, unlike his current flowing white locks. But his facial features had not changed much, given that Jian Wudao today had ruddy skin and hardly any wrinkles. When that Jian Wudao came to challenge me back then, he had me agree to a request of his to try the heavenly shadow stele. I lost and had no choice but to agree. Lu Chunsheng came next to Li Hao, sighing as he said, "Back then, we were all young. Although he exceeded the age limit, I still allowed it." He viewed the stele 7 times, altogether meditating on it for 3 years, and cultivated this sword technique to the extreme perfection level. For over 100 years now, no one has been able to break that record. Li Hao's gaze stirred slightly. Cultivating the sword technique to the level of extreme perfection in 3 years truly demonstrated a very high level of comprehension. No wonder he became a sword saint. Moreover, the Jian Wudao of that time was not yet a sword saint, only in his middle age, with his sword realm far from what it is today. "Do you wish to override it? I can assist you." Li Hao, listening to Lu Chunsheng's words, could vaguely sense the emotion he was trying to convey, as if there was some unresolved historical resentment. Although he was unaware of the exact events from the past, it seemed that they were not too pleasant. Lu Chunsheng, hearing Li Hao's offer, was slightly taken aback. "Are you confident? This is an ancient and incomplete sword technique, and just 1.5 moves already represent the pinnacle of swordsmanship? Oh, Li Hao's eyes lit up with interest instantly. I'll give it a try, Li Hao said. Upon hearing this, Lu Chunsheng glanced at him and nodded in agreement before stepping aside. Although I hope you can surpass him, we must not break the rules. You only have 10 chances to observe the steel. All right. Li Hao gazed at the first-ranked Heavenly Shadow steel and saw that Jian Wudao, already a middle-aged man, had raised his sword. Even across the steel, even though it was just a projection, Li Hao felt an overwhelming sword intent rushing toward him. The sword light suddenly slashed out, as if wanting to pierce through the stone itself. The sword chi flowed and extended, as if wandering in the great void, concealed yet sharp with sword intent. Li Hao watched quietly and soon received a prompt on the panel. Li Hao chose to record it. Although the swordsmanship practiced by this Jian Wudao was quite different from that of the other Heavenly Shadow stels, in front of the panel in Dao Realm, all beings were equal. As the recording commenced, Li Hao learned the name of the swordsmanship. 16 Rhythms, a strange name, seemingly unrelated to swordsmanship, more akin to some form of calligraphy or musical rhythm. Li Hao was somewhat surprised, but the panel's recording would not be wrong. Perhaps that was the original name of this swordsmanship. At this moment, the 16 Rhythms swordsmanship had already been deduced to the level of true form. Moreover, subsequent sword techniques had been extrapolated, all the way to the 9th sword. The sword techniques practiced by Jian Wudao earlier comprised only 3 swords. Lu Chunsheng had said that with just 1.5 moves, it had already ranked among the peerless sword techniques. The remaining 1.5 moves were extrapolated by Jian Wudao himself. Now, based on the 6th stage's sword Dao, Li Hao had deduced these 3 moves to the 9th move. Li Hao speculated that Jian Wudao's initial comprehension of swordsmanship was probably around the 4th stage. Even with my swordsmanship, I still can't complete this technique. Li Hao's eyes were solemn. The deduced swordsmanship had already merged into his memory. Li Hao could sense the sophistication of the technique's level, subtly bearing a certain marvelous charm. Li Hao's understanding of musical rhythm had already reached the 4th stage. At this moment, he faintly felt that the original form of this swordsmanship might not be a sword technique at all, but some kind of musical rhythm. It was just listened to, recorded, its essence captured, and then cultivated into a sword technique. If so, that bizarre name might just make sense. But what kind of musical rhythm could inspire someone to derive from it and refine a peerless sword technique? Curiosity and longing filled Li Hao's heart. He also pondered a question. If he developed his musical rhythm Dao to a certain extent, could he produce the most primitive sound of this sword technique? If he could reach that level, could the music he played evolve into other supreme cultivation techniques? Li Hao reined in his thoughts and looked back at the Heavenly Shadow steel before him. He took a deep breath, stepped back slightly, and then began to wave the withered branch in his hand, executing 9 swords in succession. The sword intent, like an ancient melodious song, moved vivaciously with each strike, each embodying the power and momentum of tracing back to the origin. A humming resonated in the world around Li Hao, the true state of this sword technique that could elicit a response from heaven and earth. Not far away, Lu Chunsheng was stupefied. Although he did not practice swordsmanship, he could tell how terrifying Li Hao's sword technique was. He even felt an overwhelming sensation, as if at the same level, Li Hao could defeat him in an instant with this sword technique, leaving no room for resistance. The sword light was unending, and after the 9th sword was spent, the withered branch in Li Hao's hand also shattered, turning to ash. Upon the Heavenly Shadow steel, something appeared to break, and the image of the middle-aged Jian Wudao vanished, to be replaced by the youthful figure of Li Hao, who had just practiced the sword technique. 9 swords true form. To surpass it, perhaps only if the current Jian Wudao personally came, there might be a slim chance. Lu Chunsheng regained his senses, looking at the young man in shock. He had only harbored some hope that maybe this youngster could create a miracle again, but Li Hao indeed made a miracle, and one he didn't even dare to dream of. With just one look, Li Hao actually managed to practice the supreme sword technique up to the level of true form. Moreover, it seemed he had deduced additional moves to follow it seamlessly, an unthinkable feat. Li Hao exhaled lightly. Having absorbed the sword technique, he felt his head swelling a bit. Having recorded many secret tomes from Tianji Tower today and absorbed dozens of cultivation techniques from the Heavenly Shadow steel, he felt a bit overwhelmed. He needed to properly organize his thoughts and memories. Master Lu, if there's nothing else, I shall return to Heavenly Gate Pass now. Li Hao said to Lu Chunsheng. Lu Chunsheng was taken aback but promptly said, "Won't you stay a few more days? You just arrived and have not yet seen the beauty of Yangzhou. Tianji Tower also has a treasure land for cultivation." Li Hao shook his head slightly. "There will be time in the future. I will visit another day, Master Lu. As you know, I'm stationed at Heavenly Gate Pass, and I've provoked a few demon kings. I'm worried that if news of my departure leaks, they might vent their anger on the people of Kenya City in my absence." Heavenly Gate Pass was no longer the place for a solitary man. Kenya City was bustling and lively. Besides those young men and women coming to seek fame and pay their respects, many merchants also came to conduct business, and some refugees with nowhere else to go settled down there. If the city were to fall, countless would die or be injured. Hearing Li Hao's words, Lu Chunsheng knew he could no longer detain him. After all, Li Hao was a general with military duties, and it also concerned the people of the frontier. "If that's the case, let me accompany you on your journey," Lu Chunsheng said. Li Hao nodded, and this he did not refuse. The two immediately took to the air, heading away from Tianji Tower. When he first invited the youngster, Lu Chunsheng had only sent Hermit Tianji to greet him, but seeing Li Hao's terrifying aptitude today, he finally understood that this young man was not his junior but would soon become his peer or even surpass him. Therefore, his thoughts had undergone a transformation, from initially just wanting to do Li Hao a favor to now genuinely wishing to befriend Li Hao. In the training grounds at the foot of the mountain, many disciples of Tianji Tower watched as their master and the young man departed, and it took a long time before they could regain their composure. The previously silent training grounds suddenly erupted with earth-shattering shock and bewilderment. Amidst the clamor, several leading figures of Tianji Tower just stood there silently, feeling a chill throughout their bodies as their resolve neared shattering. At that moment, their fervent desire to advance was crushed. The gap was too vast. Is this the disparity between one person and another? It felt more like the gap between humans and gods. Is this what they mean by the talent that at 14 can accept a military title and be ennobled? A glance into the true form, cultivation techniques all mundane. Someone murmured to themselves, feeling as though something was choking their heart, wanting desperately to break down and cry. It wasn't jealousy, but despair. Tang Jishi silently gazed into the distant horizon, her eyes hollow and entranced, unable to utter a single word. She felt as if a gust of wind could knock her over. Her pride in her talent and comprehension had allowed her to rise from her humble beginnings and catch up with the prodigies. Even against the geniuses of the divine general mansion, disciples of the Sword Saint, and descendants of Buddhas and immortals, she harbored a trace of defiance in her heart. She believed that if she was given the same background, she could do even better. Because she was smart, but today, she suddenly realized that her pride seemed insignificant in front of that young man. The swordsmanship she had been laboring over for half a year, the young man only needed one glance. Just one glance, and he learned it, and what's more, he surpassed it. Surpassed it to a level beyond her reach. If she is a genius, then what is that young man? A monster? If he's just a genius, then what is she? A common fool, an idiot, a simpleton? Or rather, an unenlightened beast. She didn't know, but suddenly, she felt an urge. She wanted to go to Liangzhou, to that frontier pass, to follow that young man's side, to witness with her own eyes how such a person cultivated in their everyday life. To the west of Liangzhou, 2,000 miles away, in a pitch-black lake, numerous dark shadows wrapped around each other. From a high vantage point, the shadows appeared extremely dark and their forms menacing, instilling dread. The surface of the lake, however, was calm. As these enormous creatures swam, they did not cause a single ripple. In this serenity, suddenly, the surface of the lake gently began to ripple. Then, these ripples began to widen, like raindrops splashing on the surface, the serene water suddenly leaping up like jumping beans, sending droplets flying. The droplets bounced vigorously on the lake's surface, shaking the entire lake. In the lake, the tranquilly swimming giant shadows were startled by this vibration. They quickly drew back into themselves and transformed into figures. Some burst from the bottom of the lake into midair. Others sped towards the depths of the lake. Suddenly, in the center of the lake where the waves were most intense, the water rose high like a swelling mound. Then it burst, and out shot a massive true dragon. Its dragon body was dark purple and near black, its scales sharp as divine weapons, covering its body wholly and densely. The creature's body was 100 jong long, with a ferocious head that could coil around a hill. Roar! The true dragon shot straight into the sky, piercing through numerous cloud layers, heading for the intense sunlight above, where its scales seemed to reflect a blinding divine radiance. In its gloomy, blood-red eyes, the distant sun in the sky was reflected, before it suddenly plunged headfirst back into the clouds, diving down. When it emerged from the last cloud layer, it had transformed into an old man wrapped in a dark purple robe. Elder, elder, many transformed figures gathered around him. In the lake, various water demons looked up, trembling, but in their eyes was a fervent reverence. "Are there any in the ultimate study realm stationed in Liangzhou?" asked the old man in a deep voice, carrying immense authority. "As of now, we have not detected any," replied a green-robed elder respectfully. In the demon's hierarchy, rank was met with strict enforcement, or else one faced being consumed. "If that's the case, then quickly attack Liangzhou. Have the forces of the Great Void Realm already assembled?" the dark purple-robed elder asked coldly. "The armies from the Great Void Realm have been ready and waiting for battle for some time. The forces from the Saint Palace are still on their way. We, from the Dragon Gate, have our forces gathered at Sea Shui Lake, Green Shadow Lake, and Sinking Horn Forest," another elder reported quickly. "Those fellows from the Saint Palace are always procrastinating. No wonder they have been entangled with the Li family of Northern Yan for over a decade. They are reluctant to suffer losses yet covet the territory. Truly useless," the dark purple-robed elder snorted coldly. Then he continued, "In this assault on Liangzhou, although I have personally come, the real striking force will be the armies of the Great Void Realm. We have previously agreed that they will break through the border, and we only need to destroy all those cities. If there are any high-level masters of the peerless technique, I will handle them. At that time, your job will be to slaughter and consume all the remaining humans. We must launch a bloodbath across the entire Liangzhou, leaving no survivors. Let that old immortal suffer intensely. Yes, elder. Let's go to the Great Void Realm first," declared the dark purple-robed old man coldly. He led the charge, and from the deep lake, countless demons who had reached the 15 Li realm rose from the water, transforming into thousands of streaks of light, following the true dragon elder's silhouette, streaking across the vast sky like shooting stars. Liangzhou, Eastern Territory. Outside the black stone expanse of the Great Wall, the landscape of heaven and earth lay completely exposed. The gray clouds were dark and oppressive, the grasslands without a breath of wind. Within the Great Wall, however, lay the vast frontier defense line, where patrols clad in light armor made their rounds back and forth. In the military camp, Li Tiangang held a military dispatch in his hands, which contained information that had been scouted about the various conditions across Liangzhou. To the north, there had been a demon's attack half a year ago, but he sent a secret letter to the Shah family, asking them to dispatch frontier troops to help, which pushed back the demon. The Shah family was initially reluctant to cross the border, since after all, this was a matter for the Li family. Although the Shah family had decent relations with the Li family, sending troops to help across the border was somewhat reluctant, unless there was a major disaster that caused upheaval in various cities. However, Li Tiangang clearly stated in his letter that it was very likely a probe by the demons. If the Shah family did not act and chose to watch from the sidelines, the demons outside of Liangzhou territory would take the north as their breakthrough, turning it into the largest battlefield. When that happened, the battlefield would inevitably spread to Jizhou, under Shah family's control, and in turn would cause greater losses for them. For this reason, he revealed part of the military intelligence of Liangzhou, the strict defense of the eastern and western territories of Liangzhou, and the presence of 4 Stan's realm powerhouses stationed in the southern Heavenly Gate Pass. This eventually made the Shah family realize that the fire could spread to them, so they joined forces with the Liangzhou military department in the north, driving away those demons. Since then, the north, just as Li Tiangang had predicted, showed no more traces of demons. The Shah family also witnessed the military decision-making of the current true dragon of the Li family. No wonder they had been able to fight against the demons for more than a decade in Northern Yan despite severe disadvantages, and ultimately win. The demons in the Fifth Brothers area have not shown up for a long time now. These demons pretend to feint a blow and withdraw, but unfortunately, the demon tide in Luzhou has not retreated and has not attacked either. Their feint is too obvious. That is where the real containment is. The true killing move of these demons is not in Luzhou, but in Liangzhou or Yuzhou. Li Tiangang's eyes were piercingly cold. It had been almost a year since he came to Liangzhou to oversee the situation. Since his first arrival, when he repelled the invading demons of the Eastern Territory, the demons hadn't dared to launch large-scale attacks again, only occasionally harassing the perimeter. His gaze overlooked the entire panorama of Liangzhou, but beyond Liangzhou, he also penetrated insights into other provinces, judging the real intent of those demons based on intelligence from various other provinces. This was also the reason why he had stayed here for so long. Although there were no battles, he had not left. He had seen through the demons' intentions. Reconstruction of Kenya City. Li Tiangang looked at the intelligence gathered in the report, and his face darkened. In the south at Heavenly Gate Pass, with Li Hao stationed there, he naturally paid extra attention, but the consecutive news that came made it hard for him to feel elated. Ever since Li Mushou and the chief of Tianji Tower, Lu Chunsheng, had come forward to assist Li Hao in driving away the Wanshan Demon King and the other 3 old Demon Kings who had lingered outside the pass for many years, Heavenly Gate Pass had seen years of peace it had not known for a long time. During this period of peace, the city that had once been left in ruins resembling mere mounds of earth was reconstructed. That was supposed to be good news, even joyful. Li Tiangang could understand that. But if it were just about rebuilding the city, that would have been the end of it. Constructing arrays meant re-establishing a defense line. However, after the construction, all kinds of people from various provinces could come and go freely, the city gates wide open, with no apparent intention to bar entry, and many commoners had even relocated there, along with businesses setting up shop and so on, turning that frontier pass into a city developing like any other within the interior regions. At present, Kenya City was flourishing and bustling, like a major city deep within the interior. But this is not within the realm, it's the frontier. Demons can invade at any moment. Especially when considering the current perilous situation of Liangzhou. If the demons were to attack Heavenly Gate Pass, it would result in a bloodbath, and countless would die or be injured. Just a bit of success, and he becomes arrogant. Hong Zhuang as well, she didn't stop him. The child may be ignorant, but shouldn't she know better? After guarding the frontier for so many years, can she not see through the false prosperity? Li Tiangang's face was grim, as everyone close to the child seemed to dote on him excessively, allowing him to do as he pleased. His second uncle did so, his fifth uncle did so, and so did his sister-in-law, and now, even his younger sister who had been stationed at the frontier for years was doing the same. Was it just because the child had peerless talent? He admitted that Li Hao's talent was exceptional, far surpassing his, but for that very reason, indulgence was unacceptable. Considering all of Li Hao's actions, he regretted not intervening sooner. The battle in northern Yan had lasted far too long, preventing him from returning home in time, which had become his greatest regret these days. Bring me paper and pen. Li Tiangang issued the order, intending to write a military order to have Li Hongzhuang at Heavenly Gate Pass disperse the city's civilians. As a frontier city, it only needed a small population for the circulation of supplies. Gathering so many civilians was simply harmful. Upon hearing the command, Li Fu immediately turned to fetch paper and pen, but just then, a sudden roar came howling from the distant frontier. Li Tiangang, come out and face your death. The terrifying sound waves, despite the distance, caused the tent flaps of the military camp to tremble violently. Li Fu, just stepping out of the tent, had his expression change drastically, a mix of shock and anger, as his divine soul burst forth from his back, leaping into the sky, looking out towards the distant frontier. There, a tiny black dot stood with hands behind his back, suspended midair, wearing a splendid gold-trimmed war robe, his gaze cold and piercing. Li Fu's face subtly changed. Despite the distance, he could feel the other's terrifying, abyssal pressure, sending shivers down his spine. With his years of battlefield experience following Li Tiangang, he recognized at a glance that it was the Demon King. Before Li Fu could turn and report, such a commotion had already alerted all the nearby military camps along the frontier. Li Tiangang, hearing the thunderous shout, narrowed his eyes slightly. Had these beasts finally lost their patience? He took a step out of the military camp, moving straight towards the sky. Gazing from afar, outside the frontier defense line, the Demon King in the splendid gold-trimmed war robe met his gaze. It's good that you're still here. Feng Shanjun felt a sense of relief upon seeing Li Tiangang. All the rage he had pent up for so long could finally be vented. That damn brat had ruined one of his lives, only one chance to defy fate, and to have used it up like that. It was akin to incurring a deathly grudge. Die! Feng Shanjun bellowed, summoning a crimson flame spear in his hand and suddenly charging over. Inside the defense line, everyone was shocked and alarmed. It was the first time a demon king had attacked the city alone, issuing a challenge. It was outrageous. Set up the array. Li Tiangang's eyes were cold as ice, yet not a hint of panic showed, but instead he bellowed furiously. His roar spread throughout the field, instantly stabilizing the previously shaken morale of the troops. Feng Shanzhen's spear, trailing flames and divine light, had barely reached the frontier when it triggered the array. The array burst out like thousands of golden rays, condensing into a protective shield that enveloped the defense line. Above, golden array patterns flowed, containing the profound power of stars and the celestial stem. Feng Shanzhen's attack was blocked by the array, yet it trembled from his relentless assaults, his eyes rolling with flames of rage, continuously launching the spear at the array, stirring up waves of golden light scattering in all directions. At this time, within the military camps in the defense line, troops had already swiftly assembled, with remarkable efficiency. The first to form up was the Li family's strongest military camp, Yuan Camp. A full 10,000 Yuan camp soldiers, connecting with the array, injected their strength into it. With the 6 phases star array being managed by the 10,000 Yuan camp soldiers, it could withstand the Demon King's attacks for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. Yu Zhan, quick, inform the other camps to enter full combat readiness. The demon army could come at any moment. Li Tiangang swiftly ordered Yu Zhan, who stood by his side. Yu Zhan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized that the Demon King had risked being hunted to issue this challenge, most likely to draw their fire. The fact that there was no demon tide beyond the pass indicated that the rest of the demon army might be heading towards other parts of the defense line. He immediately accepted the command and went to carry it out. Bugle calls blared one after another within the defense line, swiftly carrying the signal throughout, and in the blink of an eye, everywhere within the defense line resounded with the ancient calls of war elephants. All the military camps within the defense line, hearing the call to arms, tensed up instantly, rapidly donning armor and picking up weapons, taking their posts, ready for battle at any moment. Meanwhile, at the farthest end of the defense line outside the territory, towards the horizon, the ground began to shake, and a dense, dark mass swept towards them, like a black mudslide with an earth-shattering force. Seeing that a demon tide was indeed attacking, the distant defense line immediately released battle signals. Beacons shot into the sky, their piercing, bird-like whistles resounding. These beacons were also seen by the soldiers at the other defense lines, sharply conspicuous. Li Tiangang also noticed and affirmed that his deduction had been correct. Kill. Li Tiangang's gaze turned icy. Watching the Demon King who was persistently destroying the array alone, he suddenly stepped out, borrowing the power of the array to summon the imprisoned demon souls within. However, he did not release the full might of the array here, as they would need its strength for the upcoming demon onslaught. He only called forth a single demon soul, merging it into his own body. With a gesture of his hand, a brilliant divine blade flew out from the military tent, and one after another, pieces of armor that had been previously removed flew onto his body to be worn. Shoulder armor, cape, protective chest mirror, arm guards, kneecaps, combat boots, and so on. In the blink of an eye, the war armor was all in place. He held the divine blade, the divine might blazing fiercely upon it. Die. Li Tiangang took a step forward, like a domineering and mighty war god, bursting out of the array and charging towards the Demon King. A mere immortal daring to seek death. Just like your accursed beast of a son, you can all die. Feng Shanzhen, seeing Li Tiangang actually taking the offensive, couldn't help but laugh, but his face became angry and ferocious. The spear swept out fiercely, with intense flames burning the air into a hot, twisting distortion. In sync with the power of the Tao, his attack was bound to hit its mark. Facing this phoenix flame spear, Li Tiangang erupted with the demon soul's violent cry, the divine blade's divine might dazzling as it slashed fiercely. The blade's radiance was like a golden river, parting heaven and earth, severing the phoenix flames. But as the phoenix flames shattered, they transformed into a sea of fire that suddenly surrounded Li Tiangang's body. The intense heat made the golden patterns on the array flicker and twist, the energy rapidly depleting. Feng Shanzhen suddenly raised his hand, releasing a phoenix cry, his body spiraling rapidly, breaking through the sea of fire and thrusting his spear towards Li Tiangang's chest. With a bang, Li Tiangang's body was forced back, slamming hard against the array. But then, Li Tiangang's body surged forward again, the demon soul within him sinking, merging into his body, His aura strengthened slightly as he continued to step forward and hack away. You want to emulate your son and slay a demon king as an immortal? Not enough, not enough, not enough. Feng Shanzhen's eyes blazed with an intimidating light as he roared, you are still far from matching your son. Stupid beast, seeking death. Li Tiangang's eyes widened in fury as he suddenly slashed down an earth-shattering blade, power unleashing, the blade's rainbow shining brightly. Feng Shanzhen retreated, dodging the blade's rainbow, and seeing Li Tiangang pursuing him, a sneer appeared in his eyes. The spear swung fiercely, shattering the second blow of divine might from Li Tiangang's blade. You're the one who's going to die. Behind Feng Shanzhen, a pair of phoenix-flamed wings made of fire abruptly appeared, and then his body abruptly halted, surging with momentum as he lunged at Li Tiangang. His attack twisted the air before Li Tiangang, and his body, like teleporting, appeared instantly. The spear swept across, thrusting from above, heading straight for Li Tiangang's head.